Used to be when people talked about the end of the world, we locked them up. Or laughed them off. Sometimes both. But we never took them seriously. Maybe we should have. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Better to start at the beginning, with the abduction of Desmond Miles, my son. This boy had no ambition, no direction, no plans for the future. What he did have was a heritage, one he chose to deny. It nearly cost him his life. He was captured and imprisoned. Those who took him believed he could help them find something. The apple. One of several artifacts we call pieces of Eden. Bits of ancient technology scattered across the globe. Some hidden, some found, all of them dangerous. Most are held by a single group, the same group that now had Desmond. You know them as Abstergo Industries. We know them as the Templars, as the enemy. We've been fighting them for thousands of years, even longer if you believe the stories of their origins. I do. After all, I've seen the truth. That's the beauty and the horror of the Animus. A device that allows us to enter and experience the lives of our ancestors. It holds the power to change everything, to show us history the way it really happened. Up until its creation, to the victor went the spoils, went the truth. We're trying to fix that, to free minds and bodies both. But there's only so much that we can do, and the Templars have the upper hand these days. But something larger than the Assassins and Templars is approaching, bigger than all of us. And if we can't find a way to stop it, these next few weeks will probably be our last. Everyone's last. In the end, it all comes down to him. To Desmond. Through the Animus, he discovered his heritage, explored the lives of his ancestors, and uncovered their secrets. When that was done, he trained. He used another ancestor to provide decades of experience in the span of a few days. It worked. We think. We hope. Soon, though, soon we'll know. That ominous date fast approaches, December 21st, 2012. None of us knows what it'll bring, only that this is where they want us to be, when it does. They've been guiding us in their own fractured, frustrating way. These voices from the first civilization, the ones who came before, a precursor race of immense power and uncertain motives. They're the ones who made the pieces of Eden. This is where they've led him, and through him, us. He stands at the entrance to this long-lost place, armed with the knowledge of Altair and the abilities of Ezio. He holds in his hands the apple of Eden, and we stand at his side, ready to support him however we can. His name is Desmond Miles, and he has brought us to the end.
Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed 3 for my annual 2024 marathon playthrough. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome. Hey there, Dreadnought. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for being subbed. Hey, Arthuri. Hey, Last of Con. Hey, Casper. Welcome on in. How's everyone doing? Casper Desmond, what happened to your face? I know, right? He had a facelift between the end of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and in Revelations, and then now to AC3. He's changed his face 3 times like Jonah in the Tomb Raider reboot trilogy. That's right, Last of Con, yeah, 2012. This is the remastered version that I'm playing, which came out in 2018. But for the title, I just wanted to keep it simple. So I put AC3 in the original release date. The only reason I'm using the remastered version is because it's easier and quicker for me to just load it up on my PlayStation and stream it. I don't have to worry about using the laptop, and also I'm going to be doing Liberation after I finish this game anyway, so that's on the same, that's bundled with it. Okay, so for this annual playthrough of Assassin's Creed 3, it's going to be another vanilla kind of run. I'm not going to be doing any DLC because, quite frankly, I hate all the DLC for this game. So what we're going to do in this playthrough is just the main story and the Homestead missions, and that's it. That's all we're going to do. Let's start a new game and jump into it.
Used to be when people talked about the end of the world, we locked them up, or laughed them off. Sometimes both. But we never took them seriously. Maybe we should have. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Better to start at the beginning, with the abduction of Desmond Miles, my son. This boy had no ambition, no direction, no plans for the future. What he did have was a heritage, one he chose to deny. It nearly cost him his life. He was captured and imprisoned. Those who took him believed he could help them find something. The apple. One of several artifacts we call pieces of Eden. Bits of ancient technology scattered across the globe. Some hidden, some found, all of them dangerous. Most are held by a single group, the same group that now had Desmond. You know them as Abstergo Industries. We know them as the Templars, as the enemy. We've been fighting them for thousands of years. Even longer if you believe the stories of their origins. I do. After all, I've seen the truth. That's the beauty and the horror of the Animus. A device that allows us to enter and experience the lives of our ancestors. It holds the power to change everything, to show us history the way it really happened. Up until its creation, to the victor went the spoils, went the truth. We're trying to fix that, to free minds and bodies both. But there's only so much that we can do, and the Templars have the upper hand these days. But something larger than the Assassins and Templars is approaching, bigger than all of us. And if we can't find a way to stop it, these next few weeks will probably be our last. Everyone's last. In the end, it all comes down to him. To Desmond. Through the Animus, he discovered his heritage, explored the lives of his ancestors, and uncovered their secrets. When that was done, he trained. He used another ancestor to provide decades of experience in the span of a few days. It worked. We think. We hope. Soon, though, soon we'll know. That ominous date fast approaches, December 21st, 2012. None of us knows what it'll bring, only that this is where they want us to be, when it does. They've been guiding us in their own fractured, frustrating way. These voices from the first civilization, the ones who came before, a precursor race of immense power and uncertain motives. They're the ones who made the pieces of Eden. This is where they've led him, and through him, us. He stands at the entrance to this long-lost place, armed with the knowledge of Altair and the abilities of Ezio. He holds in his hands the apple of Eden, and we stand at his side, ready to support him however we can. His name is Desmond Miles, and he has brought us to the end.
Previously on Assassin's Creed.
We're here. Let's go.
We're now going to the cave, which several characters have visited in the AC series. Eivor, Hatham, and now Desmond. I think Shay also goes here too from memory. But he's not important.
In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was to get out again.
I think we're here.
The key. You must find the key.
Son?
Sir. Here we go again.
Hey there, Ryu. How's it going, dude?
Do you hear us?
Yeah. What happened?
The temple triggered a bleeding effect. You collapsed and entered into a fugue state.
So naturally, you dropped me into the Animus instead of, I don't know, making sure I was okay?
You weren't in any danger. Besides, the temple appeared to be communicating with you, and I didn't want to risk severing the connection. At least not until we knew what it wanted.
Right. Of course.
Son,
No, it's fine. I get it. And I know what I'm looking for, by the way. It's a key. Just no idea where it is, though. I guess that's why she triggered the bleeding effect.
She?
Juno, Dad. She's talking to me.
Okay, Desmond. While you were, visiting Constantinople, we picked up a software update for the Animus. I'd like to run a couple of quick tests, make sure there aren't any major issues.
All right. What do you need me to do?
We'll start simple. Walk to the marker over there.
Oh, that's great, Ryu. Glad to hear that you're going well, and it's your girlfriend's birthday today. Oh, nice. That's cool. I hope that it's going to be a great one. Hope that she'll have a great time. Hey there, Sheila. It's going really good, thanks, dude. How's things going with you?
Okay, Desmond. Let's practice climbing on these objects. Free run your way through this little obstacle course. That's a constraint. These are optional objectives that raise your synchronization rate. All right, Desmond. Follow the on-screen instructions and kill the 2 Templars.
You also read a review of the script for Spawn reboot. The review praised the script as adequate, but honestly, it doesn't sound very promising to you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a long time coming. There'll be a lot of expectations on it. Sheila, great to hear. You're good. You just rolled your ankle yesterday, so you must be careful there. Oh, holy shit, dude. I hope that you're not in too much pain. That really sucks. I've definitely done that my fair share of times, too, as well. It's definitely not fun. I hope that you're good otherwise, though, but yeah, hopefully you're going to be on the mend soon.
All you have to do here is jump the gap. Synchronization levels look good now. We should be able to build the world. Time to find out what the temple wants from you.
The script is basically Twitch moving into a building where he discovers Spawn, who helps him get revenge. Spawn is barely in the movie too. Yeah, I remember years ago that was kind of what they were going for. He was going to be like a presence in the movie, that characters would be afraid of him and you'd very rarely see him, kind of like Jaws in the first Jaws movie, where you hardly saw the shark and all that kind of stuff. Sheila, what are you planning to do for this playthrough? So all I'm doing is the main story and the Homestead missions, and I'll need to do the main naval stuff because there's the Templar target that is very easy to overlook when you play this game because they don't actually direct you to it too much. Biddle. So I need to assassinate him or defeat him as part of the playthrough. So that's the extent that I'll do the naval stuff with. But that's all. and I won't be doing optional objectives. Ryu, and according to script details, Spawn is inanimate objects like a bed and furniture, right? So he's a shapeshifter. I mean, I don't know if he actually had that ability from day one, but... And it moves at such a slow-ass pace, I see. It doesn't really sound that exciting. I think what you really want with Spawn is you want it to be a really dark and sort of like bleak horror movie, but with action in it, you know.
Sir? Sir? Everything all right, sir?
Yes, fine. I'm just preoccupied, that's all.
Don't forget your invitation. Master Birch will be meeting you inside.
Thank you.
Where shall I retrieve you once you're done?
Front of the Opera House. And be quick about it. Don't expect to be here long.
I'll bring her round at once.
Don't you mean Mr. Bitch? Reginald Bitch? Shilla, yes, the naval missions with Biddle. You like these missions? Yeah, I think there's been like a couple of playthroughs with the annual series runs where I've forgotten to kill him. So I want to make sure that I do that in this playthrough. Really like the 97 movie mixed with The Crow. That's true. Yeah, something on those lines. Something that really treats the material seriously. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Yo, cool, but why is this assassin not wearing a hood? He just didn't feel like it that day. He felt like wearing a tricorn hat. Sequence 1. A deadly performance.
Invitation, please. Shall I take your coat, sir?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to kindly find your seats.
What if we don't want to find our seats? Stan, did you like the trailer? I liked the music in the trailer up until the 60s surfer song started to play. I felt that didn't fit at all. Like, I get it, and it's not the first time a trailer has used a very jarring style of music with visuals and stuff that is in a time period that would never ever have had that music. You know, I understand that kind of concept, but that doesn't mean that you just have to like every time it gets done that way. I felt like that song was just, it undermined the song, like it undermined the music of the trailer. It's good to see the two differences between the characters, because if you look at Jacob and Evie from Syndicate, for example, their base stealth stats, Evie definitely has better stealth stats from the start. But regardless of that, you can still play Jacob as a stealth character. You know what I mean? So to have a delineation between this character is pure stealth and also have it reflect in the gameplay. So I imagine if you're detected as Noe, then you're going to have a harder time at getting out of that if you're not using the tools at your disposal like smoke bombs and stuff. If you try to actually engage in hand-to-hand combat, I'm assuming that it's going to be more difficult. Whereas with Yasuke, because he's more of the combat type, that it'd be the opposite. Trying to do stealth stuff with him should be very, very difficult, if not impossible. You know what I mean? And things like that. The idea of having the double assassination is good. Even though the cinematic trailers don't really tell you what the gameplay is going to be like and show you it, you still can get a sense of what kinds of things you might be able to do in the game, which is something that they've always done with their cinematic trailers. They always put a little bit of, you know, gameplay-ish mechanics into the way that they do it, you know. With the grapple, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I hope with the grapple, you can actually do it to more points, because in Syndicate, obviously, there's only very specific points you can use the rope launcher to. But at the same time, I don't want it to be every single surface you can use the grapple on as well. I feel like there should be some surfaces like in the Batman Arkham games where when Batman tries to grapple onto them, it's not strong enough to hold the actual grapple, let alone to hold him from hanging off of it, you know. So that's something else. But the problem I still have is they're not talking about the Infinity stuff, and that's annoying. And I had a look at how much the game's going to cost. In Australia, if I want it, I'm not going to do this, but if I wanted to get the best version, i.e. the one with the most content, I'd have to pay almost $200 Australian for the privilege. And there ain't no fucking way I'm paying that much money. So for me, it's still I'm not going to jump at the game. I'm not going to jump up and down excitedly, because there's all these external factors to the game in and of itself with the characters and the story that is more important to me at the moment. And that's like the Infinity stuff. You know, I don't want to have to endure the Infinity bullshit if it's going to be behind paywalled stuff. You know what I mean?
Good evening, sir. This way, please.
My apologies.
Evening, Hatham.
Reginald?
I can't tell you how happy I was to hear they'd mounted this revival. Gay's best work by far. Have you seen it before?
Once. My father brought me here as a child. Though I remember little of it. I don't suppose tonight will afford me the luxury of a proper viewing either.
No, I'm afraid it won't. On to business then. Do you see him?
The statesman, because he's so great, thinks his trade as honest as mine.
He's seated in one of the boxes above.
The stairs are watched. You'll need to find another way up.
So is mine. Like me too.
I already have.
Double capacity, both against roads and for them. For 'tis but fitting that we should protect and encourage cheats, since we live by 'em.
Sir, Black Mall at sent word of trial comes on in the afternoon.
1,000 pardons. So sorry. My apologies.
As the wench is very active and industrious, you may satisfy her that I'll soften the evidence.
Tom Gag, sir, is found guilty.
A lazy dog. When I took him the time before, I told him...
Ryu, you feel if the script is what you're getting, then it's probably going to be another Mortal Kombat 2021 situation where it's technically better in some areas, but soul-crushingly inferior in many other areas, to the point where folks will go back to the old 90s version with open arms despite the cheesiness. Yeah, I mean, when you go to a movie that's going to be about a character named Spawn, there's not really like this big cast of characters that you have to worry about, right? Like, you don't have to worry about a team of characters that are working together, you know. You can just have Spawn on his own and maybe, you know, some help from some other characters and stuff. And so when you go to watch a movie like Spawn, you're going to see Spawn. That's why you want to watch the movie. You want to see him. You don't want to spend the majority of the movie with other characters the whole time. You just want to experience what Spawn can do and things like that as well. And you can still have Spawn be like this shadowy figure. It's just that when you do that, you show it from the perspective of the people that he's about to kick ass. You know, kick the ass of. Stan, you feel the same about Double Assassination? Yeah. I think it's about time they brought that back, because it doesn't really make sense as to why they couldn't have had it in Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla, and Mirage as well, you know. So yeah, it's good to have that. Shirley, you have a feeling that assassin recruits are coming back. In the Xbox shop, they say that you have to take care of your pupils. but you don't buy before you know what Infinity is like. That's definitely understandable. It's like the fact that they haven't mentioned anything of it, to me, is just a bit of a dick move, because it's like, if you're going to have something that people need to get to even play a game you're just advertising heavily now, it's like, why not advertise it at the same time? You know what I mean? Even if they waited till after the cinematic trailer, if they had a reveal for Infinity, right? Stan, as usual, Gold Ultimate difference is $20 for cosmetics, plus some resources. That's true. Yeah, and I mean, they try and do the whole, oh, you can get it 3 days early. Oh, big whoop. Does it change the gaming experience? No. It just means that you can say, hey, I played this game 3 days before you did, haha. It's like, okay, fair enough. And regional bitch. Hey there, Wicked, welcome on in. Well, Ubi don't want to sell us the game, they want us to subscribe and forget it to milk more than the game is worth. That's true, Wicked. They're hoping that the people who don't care about the money they spend will go for the big thing, and they're hoping that the people who don't want to pay the standard price can have a lower cost option, but is another way to lure them into their ecosystem of, oh, maybe if we get people to get Ubisoft Plus for this game, maybe they'll want to keep it to get the other games that are already on there and then get any new future ones. You know, so they're hoping for that kind of stuff.
I love to let women skate. A good sportsman always lets the end partridges fly, because the breed of the game depends on it. Besides, here the law allows us no reward. There's nothing to be got by the death of women, except our wives.
Without dispute, she is a fine woman. 'Twas to her I was obliged for my education. And to say a bold word, she hath trained up more young fellows to the business than the gaming table.
Truly, Filch, thy observation is right. We and the surgeons are more beholden to women than all the professions besides.
Sir, Black Mall has set word of trial comes on in the afternoon, and she hopes you will order matters so as to bring her on. 'Tis woman that seduces all mankind, like her we first were taught our weakling arts. Her very eyes give cheat when most she's mine. She tricks us of our money with her hearts. 'Tis woman that seduces all mankind, like her we first were taught the weakling arts. Her very eyes give cheat. Black and plate, stand by.
This is the remastered, so when you pick locks in this game, when you actually have the left and right control sticks locked in place, you just have to press the right trigger once. In the original version though, you had to hold those in place and tap the right trigger a few times, which sometimes you would accidentally slightly relax your pressure a little bit on the control stick, which would then mess up the whole QTE and you had to start all over again. So I'm glad for the remaster they made it that it's just hold the sticks in and press the right trigger once. Stan Hatham is so polite. He really truly is. You know, it's just like, pardon me. Sorry. It was like going to a movie about Batman, but the main focus is Gordon and Alfred, despite the movie being called Batman. Exactly, Ryu. Exactly. You know, so they've got to think about what are people actually going to that movie for called Spawn. Is it for Spawn? Or these other characters that you spend 90% of the movie with? Stan, also, game requires being online all the time. Offline playability is not an option. That's true. Yeah, more and more that's becoming the case. You know, you can't play the game unless you have it connected to the internet. And, you know, like, if something goes wrong with your internet, then you can't play the game. You know? Also, Mortal Kombat 2021 had a similar problem where the Mortal Kombat tournament does not happen despite the movie being just called Mortal Kombat. Exactly. Yep. I mean, obviously they have to use the name, but at the same time, they need to incorporate at least, you know, one tournament. Stan, you love how Hatham goes 1,000 pardons. 1 million billion apologies. I'm so sorry. Wicked, and 3 days earlier is true release. Hatham Kenway. That's right, true Britishman. He sure is. But that's a good point, Wicked, yep. 3 days early is the true release. Yeah. But the other thing is too, like, people who are more important to Ubisoft get the game even earlier than that to play, you know, so it's like it's a false sense of I'm one of the earlier people to play. It's like you're not really, you know, the most popular YouTuber who covers Assassin's Creed content is the one who's played it before you have, even if you do get the early release one, you know. Hey Talian, good morning, dude. It's going really well, thank you. I hope you're having a good day so far. You and you're in a minority who actually like the 97 Spawn movie despite its problems. Yeah, there's good things about it, but it's just oversaturated with CG.
Following his trade as a tailor, which he calls an Matt of the Mint. Listed not above a month ago. A promising sturdy
I've got a bit of stage fright.
A little Dutch courage will put a bloom in your cheek.
Too bold and hasty, and may raise good contributions.
Will it, Susan? Indeed.
If he does not cut himself short by murder. Tom Tipple. A guzzling, soaking sot. Who's always too drunk to stand himself, or to make others stand. The cot is absolutely necessary for him. Robbing a bank
Jeremy's
shop.
really burning up the boards tonight.
He's a marvel. Bob, alias Carbuncle, alias Bob Booty.
What of Bob Booty, husband? I hope nothing bad hath betided him. You know, my dear, he's a favourite customer of mine. Pussy made me a present of this ring.
I've set his name down in the black.
Hatham. You should have come to me. We would have found another way.
Yes. But then you would have known. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
As am I.
She's like, oh, he's all right.
Street side balcony! Hurry!
Come, please!
Over there! That's the one that did the murder!
That man there!
Seize him! The man was killed in the upper balconies. But I've done no wrong. I swear
Search him. Any weapons?
I beg your pardon.
No pushing,
please.
Patience, please.
Let us through.
He can't.
Order! We must have order!
Try to remember.
Order! We must have order!
It happened right in that balcony.
What are those men doing in there?
I'm staying where it's safe.
Peace, friends! There is no danger!
Move!
Hey!
Imbecile!
Where are you going?
Darling, good to hear. You are, thanks. You've been catching up on a lot of sleep and doing nothings. Oh, great, dude. That's good. That's definitely good to be able to do that. Ryu, the HBO animated series is leagues better, but the movie was at least a reasonable attempt at adapting the comics despite the attempt at PG-13. And yes, the CGI hasn't really aged well. No, that is so true. I liked Michael Jai White as Spawn as well. I think he did a good job. Stan, you don't understand. Susan has nothing. Please, sir, I'm poor and sick and hungry and dying. Stan, this would make a good emote. Atham shushin. It would actually, Stan. That is so true.
And how was the opera?
Rather dull, truth be told.
Shall we be off then?
Aye. To Fleet and Bride.
By your command.
Fascinating. Gentlemen, I hold in my hand a key. And if this book is to be believed, it will open the doors of a storehouse built by those who came before.
Ah, yes. Those who ruled, reigned, and vanished from the world. Do we know what it is that will be held within?
It could contain certain knowledge. Perhaps a weapon, or something as yet unknown, unfathomable in its construction and purpose. It could be any of these things, or none of them. They are still an enigma, these precursors. But of one thing I am certain. Whatever waits behind those doors shall prove a great boon to us all.
Or our enemies, should they find it first.
They won't. You've seen to that.
I assume you know where this storehouse is?
Ah, Mr. Harrison.
Gentlemen.
How fare your calculations?
I believe the site lies somewhere within this region.
That's a lot of ground to cover.
My apologies. Were that I could be more accurate.
That's all right. It suffices for a start. And that is why we've called you here, Master Kenway. We'd like for you to travel to America, locate the storehouse, and take possession of its contents.
I'm yours to command, although a job of this magnitude will require more than just myself.
Of course. Upon this paper are the names of 5 men sympathetic to our cause. Each is also uniquely suited to aid you in your endeavor. With them at your side, you will want for nothing.
Well, then I'd best be on my way.
I knew our faith in you was not misplaced. We've booked you passage to Boston. Your ship leaves at dawn. Go forth, Hatham, and bring honor to us all.
Ha! Ryu, you mentioned it before, but the movie is very much in that same camp as the 90s Mortal Kombat movies, except you fucking love Mortal Kombat 95, as you know. Still, both are better than Annihilation. Yep.
Some fresh air might do me good.
But yeah, you're definitely right, Ryu, as well. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, not Annihilation with Natalie Portman. No. And not even American Ninja 4, the Annihilation. Stan Hatham, do you have the slightest idea how little this narrows it down? Yeah. It's somewhere in this big region here that is probably a 5-day trek. Ryu and Spawn being in Mortal Kombat 11 was certainly a full circle moment. Absolutely. Yeah, that was really cool that they had him as part of that. Brutus, where were they in that conversation? I'm not exactly sure where, because I don't know where in England the Templars had their base of operations. Maybe in the Forsaken novel that covers a lot of stuff with Hatham that isn't in this game. Maybe they cover some of that in that novel.
And then all will be well.
You sure about that?
Of course. Have I ever led you astray?
Nah. Though you don't sit right with the others.
Have faith, my friend. You'll see.
Well, well. Seems our esteemed guest has deigned to grace us with his presence. You might want to head back to your quarters. Top deck's no place for tender parnells.
So I thought. And yet here you are.
Fancy yourself a joker, eh? Let's see how funny you find this.
That's enough, Graves.
Stay out of this.
Listen to this, Hector. Thinks he can swagger on up here and declare himself king of the castle.
Please, fellas, call this off. If the captain sees
To
us...
hell with the captain. And to hell with you, Mills. Whose side you on, anyway?
I'm ready to go again if you are.
This is unwise.
Why's that? You think I'm afraid of you?
No. But you should be. Do you yield?
Never! How do you like these odds?
What's the meaning of this?
Captain!
Explain yourself at once, Mr. Kenway.
These thought we were simply passing the time with a bit of sport, Captain.
How about you pass the time by doing your goddamn jobs instead? I wasn't aware I was paying you to loll about. A word, please, Mr. Kenway.
Oh, I nearly forgot. There's your knife back.
I don't care for you, Mr. Kenway. I've had nothing but trouble since you came aboard.
Your problems have nothing to do with me.
I beg your pardon?
You're a poor leader, ill-tempered and cruel, and it's clear your crew has no respect for you.
Look, I don't want to argue. In fact, I need a favor.
Oh, this is rich.
I suspect some of the men intend to mutiny.
Really? What a surprise.
As I cannot trust any of them, I am compelled to turn to you.
And why should I help you?
Because if they do intend to betray, I'm the only hope you have of reaching America alive. Well, what will it be?
If what you say is true, what other choice do I have?
Thank you.
But let me be clear. Should you ever dare to insult or threaten me again, I'll not hesitate but to cut off your head myself. Are we understood? Excellent. Good day.
I love that moment. The captain's look on his face and the way he just pours the drink without even looking.
Mr. Kenway.
Captain?
Whatever they're up to, I believe it's coming to a head.
I'd best get to work.
He's cut our rations again. Claims we're not provisioned for such luxuries.
It's not right that he should feast on lamb and wine, whilst we're stuck with tinned fish and biscuits.
Someone needs to have words with him.
Mills tried. Captain turned him away.
Then he must try again, with more force if need be.
Tinned fish and biscuits. As long as the biscuits aren't soggy. Well, unless you're eating them with something hot to drink, like coffee, and you want to dip it into the coffee and then bite it into it. But yeah, you don't want biscuits that are all soggy and wet. It's like, ugh. We forgot another movie with the word annihilation. Doom Annihilation, aka How to Fuck Up Doom Worse Than the 2005 movie. That's so true. Yeah, that's another game that has such a basic concept. It shouldn't be that hard to actually turn it into a movie that actually pays respect to it.
I know it needs to be done, but...
But what?
Another wife and 2 daughters. What if it goes wrong?
You there! I have some questions for you.
That's nice, but I ain't got time to gossip. Probably wouldn't have anything useful to share anyway. You want information? Try the cook or the doctor. Everyone's always chatting them up.
Ryu, since you're in a Spawn mood, do you think it's fitting to mention that Todd McFarlane did something for Black Flag? I think I remember him mentioning that one time before, but I can't remember what it was that he worked on for that. I do know that he did the design for one of the outfits in Assassin's Creed Unity, which is actually one of my favorite outfits in that game.
Doctor, if you have a moment.
Have you taken ill?
Oh, nothing like that. I was wondering if you'd heard any rumblings of trouble aboard.
What sort of trouble?
Unusual complaints or grievances? Men taking issue with the captain or
You
the
sound
passengers?
just like James. Like I told him, I've been much too busy with my research to notice anything not work-related.
And where might I find James?
The galley's your best bet. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Nip. What's up, Doc? Ain't I a stinker?
Are you James?
Hi.
Hatham Kenway. Pleased to meet you.
I know who you are.
I was hoping you could answer some questions.
I figured as much, but not here. Follow me. So, what do you want to know?
Have you seen or heard anything out of the ordinary since we left port? Anything that gives cause for concern?
Some of the men have been gathering at night on the upper deck. I've only caught bits of their conversations, so I couldn't say for certain what they're up to. But I suspect it bodes ill.
Is it a mutiny they're planning?
All I know is they've little love for the captain. Mills has been trying to talk him down, but there's only so much one man can do.
Thank you for the information.
I only wish to see us reach the colonies alive.
Hey there, E-Tone. How's things? Everybody got a stank-ass attitude back then. They definitely do. They're just like, leave me alone, I'm busy. Why are you talking to me for? Kind of thing. Okay, Rhys, so I'm having a look. So that really looks like a great piece of artwork. I actually like that. I mean, I'm not big into comics and stuff, but I don't actually mind that kind of style. That looks really cool. Todd McFarlane has such a great, unique style. Yeah, it does look good. Not just his work on Spawn, but also when he did Spider-Man before. That's true, yeah. And he also, he was the one who created Venom, wasn't he, as well? Cool. Stan, did you know that Todd McFarlane has a farm? And what's on this farm, Stan? EIO. That's a famous farm. Ruin on the farm he had a spawn.
Evening, sir.
How are things?
Calm and quiet. Just the way I like it. What brings you topside?
Thought I'd wander a bit. Stretch my legs. That's all.
Take care where you tread. The deck hides all manner of danger in the dark.
What was that? Someone's throwing cargo overboard. But why?
Well, it's in the name, isn't it, Hathan? Cargo. Has to go, not stay. Otherwise it'd be called car stay.
He's a shifty fella. Won't hardly take his hat off. Keeps his face hidden too, so we can't see him watch it.
Quiet! Here he comes. Make like you're working.
Standing on that farm, he has spiders. Giant ones from Australia. In addition to comics, McFarlane also has his line of action figures. They really redefined how we see action figures. Yeah, I mean, it was a very smart move for him to go into that arena, basically. Because there's a lot of collectors and stuff. And I can only imagine, of course, as things went by, how more accurate they could actually be to the way things look as well. Nice, nice one, Brutus. What's that one? I wonder what happened after that. Wonder if the cat, was like, "Hey there, Ube. How's things?" Brutus, that's me judging me. That's you judging me for the cargo comment. You going good, Ube? Excellent. That's good to hear.
He's cut our rations again. Claims we're not provisioned for such luxuries.
It's not right that you should feast on lamb and wine, whilst we're stuck with tin fish and biscuits.
Curious. Most curious.
Any news?
Each night it's the same. I scout one area, and they drop the painted barrels from another. I'm going to need to recruit an extra pair of eyes. Maybe James or Mills.
Why are they doing this?
Near as I can tell, the barrels serve as markers. They're leaving a trail. My fear is it's only a matter of time before whoever's following it...
Ship sighted aft! She's making ready to fire!
Beat to quarters, men! Ready the... Brace! Everybody down! A warning shot! Seems they don't mean to sink us, but board us instead! Man the cannons! Make ready to fight! I want you below decks.
Why? Let me help you secure the ship.
Do you know how to rig a sail? To load a cannon? To wage war at sea? I didn't think so. Now return to your cabin, or do I need to have you escorted?
Yes, that would be his father who knew all that.
Secure the hatch!
Haytham.
Have you been topside? A ship's appeared and means to board us. It's strange. There's no sign of mutiny aboard. Doesn't make sense.
Ah, but it does.
What do you mean?
Did you think you could escape from London so easily after what you did at the opera? That we wouldn't notice? That we wouldn't follow?
Ah. So that's what this is about.
Surrender, and I will see that you are treated with honor.
If you wish to treat me with honor, give me a sword.
Are you sure this is how you want to play it?
Oh really, Ube? Your AC3 keeps on crashing for no reason, you have to get it fixed. Which version are you playing? Are you playing the original? Or the remaster? The remastered. Yeah, I'm playing the remastered too, on the PlayStation, and there's definitely some things in this that they really, really did poorly with the remaster. But yeah, that sucks that yours is not working though. Hope you can find some way to fix it. Ouch.
I told you to stay below decks.
I did as you asked. Only Mills was there waiting for me. He's the one that drew that ship here. There was no mutiny, only him.
What do they want?
Me.
Then they can have you.
Is that so?
They'll catch us anyway. There's nothing to be done.
I can think of something.
You wish us to sail into the storm?
It's our only chance.
I won't do it.
Then I will.
All right, all right. We need those ropes secured! I told you this was madness.
Calm yourself.
I'll fix your sail for you.
Dreadnought, thank you so very much for the 6 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you very much, and that's awesome that you used your Prime for that. Thank you for doing that. That's excellent. Thank you, Twitch, for letting you sub. Well, that's good that it went through. Thank you so much for that, Dread. Ube, it was on 90% though. Oh, you mean like the sale? Or do you mean like when you were downloading it? Because if it gets to 90% and oh, it's not a save game, was it? That really sucks too. Like, holy shit. Not very far off from the 100%. But of course it would be something like that. You know, it wouldn't be something that happens when you're just starting the playthrough. It'd have to be when you've already done 90% of it. Oh yeah, stand rigged for sure.
We need more speed! Loose the sails! Hatham, you take the foremast! James, to the mainmast with you!
Help! Please! Oh, thank you, thank you.
Wicked. These types of ships in storms was beautiful and a horrific thing. Absolutely. You know, very atmospheric as well. Would not have liked to have been on a ship back then when those things were going on. But yeah, there's definitely a certain beauty to that whole sort of like look and also the sounds as well. Etone, so his dad is a part of the Brotherhood. It's been so long since you played this game. That's true, Etone, yeah. There is mention of Edward a couple of times, one by Hatham when he's at the opera, and there's also a mention by Connor as well when he's talking to, I was going to say Mr. Gibbs, because the actor who plays Mr. Gibbs in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies plays Faulkner in AC3. So there's a couple of times, there may even be other mentions hidden somewhere in the game, but he became an assassin after the story of Black Flag. In that game, you don't actually see him officially become one, but he does side with the assassins ultimately in the end, and in the lore of the series, he goes on to become one. And Haytham was about 10 years old when his father was killed, and the Templars basically groomed him from that age to become part of their organization as well. There's a lot of stuff that's covered in like the comics, and there's also a novel called Forsaken, which came out, I think it came out the same year that this game did in 2012, and it's journal entries of Haytham's. I've never read it myself, but there is information about it that you find in Syndicate, because of course in Syndicate there's the whole Kenway Mansion mission and all that kind of stuff, so you can read more information about it. Good one, Stan. Detroit, become Templar. Indeed. Yeah, E-Tone. That's another thing that I wish they did. I wish they turned that novel into a Haytham game. I think that would have been good. They already had the story there, all written. They could have done that instead of Rogue.
Make ready for our arrival, men!
Arrival? I see no land, only this interminable fog.
The gulls tell us all we need to know. Climb into the crow's nest and you'll see.
To celebrate this game's 10th anniversary back in 2022, I actually did a playthrough with the music only, and this is such a great piece of music. So if anyone likes music in games, it's definitely recommended sometime to turn off the sound effects and the dialogue and just have the music track going, because it can add a really different feel. Like if you listen to the music on its own without playing the game, that's one experience. But I think there's an extra added layer on top if you only have the music and you're actually playing the game as well. Especially when you're controlling the character through an environment or you're doing certain things and the music adds that extra kind of like feeling of, you know, whatever it might be. You know, it might be just a reflective moment, you know, things like that. Having a character walk around the game world and only hearing the music, if there's some really cool music that they've made for it. So yeah, I definitely recommend people, at least for a little bit, you know, even, like, not even for the whole game, like I did, but just have the music going and sort of, like, see how it feels to play and have just the music going without the sound and dialogue.
Master Kenway! Master Kenway!
Yes, may I help you?
Charles Lee, sir.
pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've been asked to introduce you to the city, help you settle in. Oh, no need, sir. I've arranged for your bags to be delivered to the inn.
Are you by any chance John and Isabella's son?
One and the same.
Your commission is with Edward Braddock, is it not?
Aye. But he's yet to reach America, and I figured I might... Well, at least until he arrives. I thought...
Yes? Out with it.
Forgive me, sir. I had hoped that I might study under you. If I am to serve the Order, I can imagine no better mentor than yourself.
Kind of you to say, but I think you overestimate me.
Impossible, sir. This way.
Someone stop him!
Thief, you are filth!
Boston's quite a lively city.
There's all manner of things to see and do. Once you've settled in, I suggest you take some time to walk the streets. Who knows what opportunities you might discover.
Hold a moment. I need to fetch a few things before we get to work.
I'll arrange for horses while you do that.
Hello there, Game God. Well, isn't it your first AC game? And sup, Rod, how you doing? Well, I don't know about the sexy part, but I'm doing well. Yeah, things are going good. I finished off Revelations yesterday and also streamed the animated movie Embers that has Ezio in it. Starting this today. It's going good. And that's cool, this was your first Assassin's Creed game. Can't believe that this year it'll be 12 years ago that it came out.
But all your fishing needs come to
It's very different when you see Charles Lee early on. He's very much, you know, that kind of like wide-eyed, sort of like eager, overly sort of like eager to please kind of thing, you know, like he's the kind of person that at a job is always trying to find ways to make the boss look at them in a better light than the other employees, you know what I mean? Like, oh yes, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'm going to, you know, I'll work way more hours than other people if you want me to, you know, that kind of sort of thing. Brutus, you missed the movie yesterday. You were fast asleep by the time the stream started. That's understandable, Brutus, because it was almost midnight. I think it might have been quarter to midnight when I actually started streaming it.
Damned sprigs. This accursed city will be the death of me.
You seem troubled, friend.
That's because I am. Greatly so, in fact.
What's happened?
I was robbed. The old Balkan file. Though I've managed to restore what's mine, I fear it's ruined.
You mean the book?
This is no ordinary book. It's an almanac. The first I ever wrote. Benjamin Franklin, pleased to meet you.
Hatham Kenway.
You must be new to Boston.
Why do you say that?
You're still possessed of virtue. To stop and help an old lout like myself. I don't mean to impose, but you seem a spry fellow. Should you happen to find my missing pages, I'll reward you.
Look, I'm not sure if I've...
It's all right, all right. If you have the time, hurrah! If not, no harm done. The thing is useless in its current state anyway. But should you somehow manage to restore it, you'll find me inside that general store over there.
If your joints excruciate,
Well,
ears sanguinate,
that was interesting.
Those pages, the style of writing for the time and trying to read those almanac pages is pain. I think it was when the remaster first came out. I think I did a playthrough where I did everything and I actually read those almanac pages, and I tell you what, reading those is just so time-consuming that I don't think I'll ever read them again. But yeah, I won't be collecting them for this playthrough either.
For the widest assortment of dry goods, feed, and other staples.
Ah, hello. Welcome.
Hostilities increase in the frontier, as both French and British forces... The Boston Country Journal, your favorite penny sheet.
We ride for the Green Dragon Tavern. The proprietors are eccentric, but the rooms are spacious and they do not pry.
Have you been told why it is I've come to Boston?
No. Master Birch said I should know only as much as you saw fit to share. He sent me a list of names and bade me ensure you could find them.
And have you had any luck with that?
Aye. William Johnson waits for us at the Green Dragon.
How well do you know him?
Not well, but he saw the order's mark and did not hesitate to come.
Prove yourself loyal to our cause, and you may yet know our plans as well.
I should like nothing more, sir.
Plan? The horse mechanics in this aren't too bad when you're just going casually around the place, but they added a stamina mechanic to the horse, and it's not a visual indicator to let you know. Basically, it gives you the ability to spur the horse on. You can only do it twice in quick succession, and then you have to wait. Or you can do it once, and then get the boost, and then wait. But the problem is, it doesn't always give you that option to do the boost. Even in missions, there's some missions where you have to be very quick, story-wise, because it's an urgent situation. But the game doesn't let you actually make the horse go its full speed. So the horse mechanics in the original version and this remaster of AC3 are absolutely terrible. And the horse will get caught on a little tiny pebble on the ground. The horse mechanics in Assassin's Creed 1, which came out in 2007, are far superior to the horse mechanics in this game. And the remaster of this game as well. Shove off, you totty-headed wag. What an insult from that NPC. Totty-headed wag.
You lying, cheating, no good son of a bitch.
Perhaps we've come at a bad time.
Oh, don't be foolish, dearies. Please, sit. Fancy something to eat? A drink, perhaps? Or is it a bed you require?
We've already let rooms here.
Oh, yes. Of course. Masters Lee and Kenway, was it? I'll have your bags brought up. Do you require anything further?
Only privacy.
This way.
Don't backseat me, Charles Lee. What if I want to go this way? Huh? What are you going to say about that?
Sir, William Johnson.
A pleasure.
A good lad, if a bit earnest. I'm told you're putting together an expedition.
We believe there's a precursor site in the region. I require your knowledge of the land and its people to find it.
Sadly, my research has been stolen. Without it, I'm of no use to you.
Then we'll find it. Do you have any leads?
My associate, Thomas Hickey, has been making the rounds. He's quite good at loosening tongues.
Well, tell me where I can find him. I'll see if I can't speed things up.
We've heard rumors of bandits operating from a compound southwest of here. You'll likely find him there.
Charles?
Sir.
We'd best be off.
Of course.
Lidus, where in the world is Charles Lee? He's right behind you, dude. Literally, right now. Look out! He's coming for you! How's it going, Lidus? Welcome on in. Oh, that's excellent, dude. I'm glad that you're doing well. That's awesome. And I'm going good too. It's almost Friday. Lidus, you know something though? What's his dude's name again? Sorry. His name is Haytham Kenway. Although he doesn't deserve that surname. If we got this man an AC Rogue instead of Shay Haytham. That's right, yeah, with the M on the end, dude, yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, when they did Rogue, they were like, quick, we need to have a game that people who don't want to do the PS4 or Xbox One yet, we want to do a game in the series that's new that they can sink their teeth into on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. We need something quick. And they're like, let's take this character who doesn't exist in the time period of Haytham and try and, you know, squeeze him in there when they already had a story already written that they could have just adapted, i.e. the Forsaken book. Then we could have had a game where we played as Haytham for the whole game and learn more about him as well, you know? So yeah. If they wanted to be able to do a game quickly and come up with a story quickly, they should have just adapted that novel. That is an Arabic name, Haytham, that is wicked. Yeah, in Valhalla, if you look at one of the notes in the present day on the wall, there's a musing by Sean about whether Edward actually saw the name Haytham and found out about the hidden one, Haytham, and decided to name his son with that name, but with a slight variant, you know, adding an extra letter in. Wait. He's gone balmy, he has.
Now make yourself scarce.
Thomas Hickey?
Who's asking?
Haytham Kenway.
Is that supposed to mean something?
Show some respect, boy.
Peace, Charles. William Johnson sent us in the hopes we might expedite your search.
We don't need no expediting. Don't need none of your fancy London speak neither. I found the men that done the theft.
Then why are you just lazing around?
Figuring out how to deal with those varlets.
I have an idea.
Well, let's hear it.
I'll kill the lookout, take up a position behind the guards. You two approach from the front. When I open fire on the group, you charge in. We'll have the element of surprise on our side. Half will fall before they've even realized what's happened.
Hey, Dreadnought. Was there something that wasn't coming through? Oh, your chat wasn't showing, was it? I hate when that happens. Did it have something like what's the message? Connecting to chat? Did it have that? I don't know if you're using your phone or not. And I don't know if it comes up if you're using your phone, but on my laptop and stuff, when I use chat, if it disconnects, it goes disconnection thing. I wanted to ask, is there any plans to play Starfield? Nothing set in stone. I've heard a lot of bad stuff about the game, but that doesn't necessarily mean I won't ever play it. But if I do, it's probably going to be a long time before I do.
Get into position, but wait for me to take the first shot.
Go on now, before you make us mad. Go on now, before you make us mad.
So much for the element of surprise.
Reinforcements!
Use those spare muskets and you won't have to reload.
Fall back! Fall back! We'll be safe inside!
What now?
We can blow the door with those. Go on, shoot them. On with the show then.
Stan, inside, isn't it? In it.
Guess they wasn't so safe inside after all.
Lay down your weapons, and I'll consider letting you live.
I make you the same offer. We've no quarrel. I only wish to return this chest to its rightful owner.
Nothing rightful about Mr. Johnson.
I won't ask again.
Agreed.
Clear shot at it.
Your kind has no need for books and maps. Who put you up to this?
Never seen a person. It's always been dead drops and letters. But they always pay, so we do the jobs.
Well, those days are done. Tell your masters I said as much.
Who should I say you are?
You don't. They'll know.
Apham, this one's got some shot on him. You might want to be grabbing it on account of your pistol being parched. Back to the Green
Then
Dragon then. I need a drink.
this man's accent kills you. It's very, very memorable.
Don't let go of the chest, Charles. We'll take care of this rabble.
Stop them, Thomas!
Wait, them bodies is sure to have loot on them. Would be a shame to let it all go to waste.
Are you mad? In case you've forgotten, we're in the midst of something!
Aw, why's you always gotta go and spoil the sport?
Yeah, Charles Lee. Stop spoiling the sport. You're a bad sport. Sport? You're not a sporting gentleman.
A little help, please!
Quit your crying, I'm coming. It's just a few fools with knives. They ain't so tough.
It's not the scoundrels I'm concerned with. A little help, please!
Quit your crying, I'm coming. Look at those badgers running around all uppity shut.
That seems to be the last. Bah, 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 back at you too. Bah.
Oi! Mr. Johnson's gonna need to double my pay after all this if he expects me to keep at his side.
Hathan, what are you doing? It's a bit close.
There you are.
My thanks, Master Kenway. Now, tell me what it is you need.
The images on this amulet, are they familiar to you? Perhaps one of the tribes has shown you something similar.
It appears Kanyan Gahaga in origin.
Can you trace it to a specific location? I need to know where it came from.
With my research returned, perhaps. Let me see what I can do. Thomas!
What?
Rent yourself a room. bath as well. I suspect we'll be here for a while.
Evening, gentlemen.
Charming.
Oh, peace, Charles. He'll grow on you.
Oi! Catherine, you fussock! Get back here! Daddy needs a drink.
How fares the search?
Maths and maps are not cutting it.
What of your local contacts?
We'll need to earn their trust before they'll share what they know.
I have an idea on how we might be affecting that. There's a man who's taken to enslaving natives. Rescue them, and they'll owe us.
Do you know where they're being held?
Afraid not.
Benjamin Church will. He's a finder and a fixer. He's also on your list.
And there I was, wondering whom I might solicit next. Well done.
Well done, Brown-Nosed Lee.
Wonderful. Charles?
Sir?
Seems like we're not the only ones looking for Mr. Church.
Damn it, he could be anywhere. What do we do?
We find him. Come. I'll show you how.
Shots fired in anger in the colony of Pennsylvania. Lieutenant Colonel George Washington has led troops in an attack on the French.
Should we write his family, do you think?
Not our business to meddle, even if we've the best of intentions.
But if you could have seen it, they were surely drunk carrying on like that, and during the day, no less.
The Boston Gazette humbly proposes.
Such scandalous behavior from one who aims to be a surgeon. Not likely if he keeps up such carousing.
Truly a shameful display. Benjamin's parents would be mortified.
Perhaps I should send someone to retrieve him before he damages his reputation beyond repair.
They stumbled off to the northeast, no doubt in search of a tavern or some other place of ill repute.
Start questioning those on the street. I'm headed for higher ground.
Protested to our king, and diplomatic negotiations are underway.
Time to take a listen. With luck, one of those people knows what became of... Time to take a listen. With luck, one of those people knows what became of Benjamin.
Classic, after synchronizing, the game makes you think that because the character's facing forward, that all you simply have to do is press the buttons they say, and then the character will do a leap of faith, and you do, and the character just jumps normally. So there we go, there was a free leap of fail. Accidental. It's like you'd think, okay, so they put you in this direction, there's the haystack. And see, now it works.
The Boston Gazette humbly proposes.
There's a thing with the AC series where sometimes something won't work, but the next time you do it, it does.
I've asked the criers, but they all plead ignorance.
Bugger that! They're lying!
Aye. Well, what can I do? Threats let off them and I'll not deign to grovel.
Actions speak louder than words, my friend. Arrest one and put him in stocks. See if he's so glib then.
To do so without cause will set them singing songs about us. Last thing the city needs is town criers complaining about our abuse of authority.
And forget it. The crime is done. The killer's gone. Those who know won't share their secrets. If the city wishes to harbor scoundrels, let them pay the price for it.
So he says to church that one way or another the debt would be settled. I don't envy the man. He's green times ahead.
Well, what do you think they're planning?
All I know is it can't be good. Cutter was with him.
Probably looking for a nice, quiet place to do the deed. From what I hear tell, his work usually involves quite a bit of screaming.
Which reminds me, we'd best not buy any meat tomorrow.
Good call, that.
Hey there, Babs. Morning to you as well. How's things going for you today? You've been lurking? Well, I got your day started. How's everyone this fine Thursday? Oh, that's excellent. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Having a good day. Yeah, it's been good. And tomorrow's Friday. So that's good too. But yeah, it's been going well, Babs. Hey Ronan, welcome. How's it going? I did, yeah. I finished Revelations yesterday. And I also streamed the animated movie that takes place after it as well with Ezio. When he's about 65 years old.
I asked if I could help, and they waved me away. Insisted it was all under control.
How odd. Did they say what had happened?
No. Only that it was a trifling matter, and he'd be returned home soon. There was some blood, though, so I wonder if it wasn't more serious than they let on.
Where were they taking him?
Towards the hilltop. Perhaps there's a doctor at the fort.
Is there a doctor at the fort?
See, Charles? We'll have church in no time, just as I said we would.
If I might ask, sir, where did you learn to do all this?
It is a requirement when you are raised in the manner that I was. Perception is fundamental to the Order. It guides the feet when running and climbing, informs the hands when striking and fighting. But most important, it transforms the senses, and we begin to know the world in a different way.
Hello, Arthuri. Welcome. I hope it's going well. Old and very strong women's man, Ezio. That is true. Yeah, he was still able to do some things in his 60s. He was still able to do some fight moves. Not as, not as for long as he was able to before, but he definitely can still hold his own a little bit by the time of Embers. Charles Lee, what are you doing, mate? Nice magic trick.
Have you taken leave of your senses? Sir, rein in your turbulent nature. Stop. Sir, rein in your turbulent nature. Have you taken leave of your senses?
Hey, Aaron. Welcome on in. How's things been going for you? Arthuri, you're here all the time, which you stream from a starting soon you must go, but you feel good. Start of the day and morning with my stream. Oh, that's excellent, Arthuri. That's cool. I'm glad that you enjoy and that it's something that you can jump into, and it's definitely appreciated no matter how long you're able to be in chat for. It's definitely appreciated. And that's no worries at all if you need to, go soon. I hope your day's going well so far.
Hear all! The crown fosters advanced knowledge in the colony!
The colonies.
Careful. The place is well guarded. We need to slip past them.
Where?
Locked. I'll have to find the key. Wait here.
I'm not worried about the optional objectives, but I don't know why, when I pressed the attack button, he didn't do an assassination on him. Aaron, you don't know when the announcement was, but did you hear about the new Assassins coming out in November? I did, Aaron, yeah. Yeah, they showed the cinematic trailer for Shadows, which is the next one in the series coming out. And I watched the cinematic trailer when they launched it, and I'm still not committing to getting that game, but I do like the idea that the two characters are going to be very different with their approaches, and it's going to be apparent, well, at least from what they show in the trailer. So you'll have one character who is very stealthy, and you'll have another character who is combat-based. If they are going to go that route, then it would be good if they make them very different, because if you look at Syndicate, and the team who did Syndicate and Odyssey are doing Shadows, if you look at Syndicate, Evie has better stealth stats from the beginning. However, you can still play both of them stealthy. You don't have to play Jacob as a combat if you want. So with this Shadows game, it would be good if they made it that if you play as the stealth character, combat is going to be more difficult. Whereas if you play with the combat character, stealth is going to be more difficult as well. So there's that, and the grapple hook as well is something too. And it looks like double assassinations are going to be back. So yeah, there's all these different things that they showed. It was a pretty long cinematic trailer, actually. It was probably about, I think it was like 2 or 3 minutes worth of stuff. I thought yesterday AC Shadows trailer was interesting. You're feeling very same vibes with AC Syndicate. It was 2 characters, and on the other was Stealth Guy. Other is Strong Burly. These may be own missions or common missions. You don't know. Interesting what's coming up. Yeah, in one of the videos they did say that you can switch between them whenever you want, but then there were also some talks that you had to go to your base first to switch. And if that's true, then that says to me that there's probably going to be a loading screen that you have to go through when you switch between the two. Whereas in Syndicate, you go into the menu, you press the button to switch, and then the character gets switched. Instantly, pretty much. You don't have to go through a loading screen. But that's my guess as to why in Shadows, when you switch characters, you have to go to a specific spot instead of being able to do it on the fly. Or relatively on the fly. Aaron, you're not going to play it. Why not? Right, yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully that's what they do. Because there's another element that Ubisoft haven't really officially shown much about yet, and that's the Infinity platform. Because Infinity is going to be where the present-day story is all told, and all the games that are coming out, starting with Shadows, you'll have to load up Infinity first before you can load up each individual game. And the idea is that in present day, you're playing someone who is experiencing the memories of all the characters that are coming out in all the games in the future. So, essentially, they're experiencing the memories of the characters in Shadow. And then if you want to play Hexa, you can switch to that, and then the person in present day is then experiencing the memories of those characters. So they all want to funnel it into the Infinity Hub. So if you want to access the store to buy anything, you have to go through the Infinity Hub. If you want any of the games to load up, you have to go into the Infinity Hub and all that kind of stuff. It's supposed to be launching on the same day as Shadows, but they haven't shown anything about Infinity, which is on purpose. They want people to get hyped about the game first, and they want people to get the pre-orders and all that kind of stuff. And they want people to join Ubisoft Plus and all that kind of thing. But next month they're doing a showcase, so maybe they'll actually officially reveal Infinity then, so people can actually see for themselves what they're doing. And the rumor is that you won't be able to play the games without it. That might not be true. They could turn around and say, no, that's not true. But they haven't also said about if you have to pay money for it or not. Like, I've seen some big YouTubers say that you won't have to pay for it, but I'll believe it when I see it. But yeah, they want to funnel everything through the Infinity Hub. Not just the store, but also the gameplay experience as well. Because they want to make sure that all the games, like all the people working on all the different games, don't have to worry about working with different kinds of engines or different variations and all that kind of stuff. They want all the games to use the exact same game engine in the same way. The mobile game, Jade, got delayed. So I'm guessing that they're wanting to integrate that into Infinity now, whereby to play it you need Infinity, maybe. That might be why they're delaying it. But who knows? Sometimes these rumors end up being true and other times they don't. So just have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm not too excited about the future of Assassin's Creed, so it's just like sit on the sidelines for a while. And when the games come out, watch other people play them. I don't care about spoilers either, so I'll be watching, spoiler videos and everything about it, because I'd rather know everything that's going to happen in the story and everything first before putting money down for it. Arthurian, what wasn't shown was definitely the scenery. How the game looks from the outside was really focused on the two main characters. That's true. Yeah, they really want to just give people an idea of the vibe that they want to go for, and usually cinematic trailers for the AC series give you clues as to what kinds of gameplay stuff you'll be able to do as well, and showing different things like being able to use the grapple hook and the double assassination, and using tools like the throwing knives, which are kunai. I know but just to simplify it for people, throwing knives, but it's kunai specifically for the time period and for the character and stuff. But they show those sorts of things, but that's not good enough when it comes to actually seeing gameplay. You know what I mean? But they're cunning because they obviously want people to buy the game before seeing gameplay instead of waiting for gameplay. That's why I think it's good to wait for gameplay, because I love cinematic stuff, don't get me wrong, but you're also playing a game at the same time. You're not just sitting back watching a whole movie on your own or whatnot. You have to control the character and actually play the game. So if the gameplay is terrible and you've already pre-ordered the game and you don't find out until you buy it, until it comes out, then, you have to get a refund if they offer it and all this kind of stuff. So I'd rather just skip all that and just be like, well, if I get spoiled for the story, so be it. At least I'll know 100% of what's going to happen. And then you'll be able to see if there's any bullshit, like flying dragons or magic, powers or something that they're going to pull. Aaron, you didn't watch the trailer, so you didn't know about the two different characters. Can you just play as one character through the whole game? Not too sure, actually, Aaron. Yeah, I don't know if you can. There'll probably be like an introductory thing where once both characters are actually playable, they'll probably force you to play as one and then the other. But I don't know if you'll be able to go, right, I'll just play as this character for the whole story. It'd be cool if it was, because it'd be good to have one side of the story from one character's perspective all the way through, and then another's. But I don't think they're doing that, though. They might be, but they're probably just focusing on the dialogue choices and the multiple ending kind of stuff. So they might not do that. So yeah, you might have to play as both of them at certain points. But it might not be like Syndicate, because Syndicate was like that. All the main memories, you can't choose who you want to play as. It's already programmed for, these are Jacob's missions, these are Evie's missions. But there are side content that you can do, and then you can choose. Like, for example, when you do like the Charles Dickens stuff in Syndicate, you can do it as Jacob or Evie. It doesn't matter, you can choose. But for main story missions, the game is like, no, this is a mission for Evie. So if you're playing as Jacob and you go into the mission zone for Evie, it'll just change you to Evie automatically, and then you'll start the mission. So I don't know if it's going to be exactly like that with Shadows, but there is going to be the two characters. And I think they also talked about, in GTA 5, when you switch between characters, you'll see that the character that you're switching to has been busy doing something. So apparently in Shadows, they're going to do the same thing. When you switch from one character to the next, the other character, while you're not playing as them, is still living their life, so to speak. And when you switch to them, you'll see them doing something at the time before you start playing as them, you know what I mean, and all that kind of stuff. Ronan, were all of Stoker employees now? Pretty much. I mean, there might be a twist to that, Ronan, that they might be like, hey, you get to choose if you want to be a Templar or if you want to be an assassin pretending to be a Templar. Who knows, but yeah, the Infinity thing is supposed to be all the present day content. I'm guessing that there might be some little references to modern day in the other games, but from the sounds of it, they probably just want to separate the two. So if you want your present day content, if you're interested in that, then you go to the Infinity Hub, and there'll be things within that apparently. But if you don't like the present day story, once you load up Infinity and go into the game, then most likely you'll be able to just play that game and not be taken out of the Animus or anything like that as well, unless you choose to come out of it. But yeah, a lot of this stuff remains to be seen how it will play out. A lot of it's just guessing, so they could be doing something different. Aaron. So the Infinity is something that you're against. That would be ridiculous. I'm against it in the sense that, number one, we don't know much about it officially, and that's the problem. When there's rumors about stuff, until they're proven officially, it's kind of hard to get 100% accurate judgment on it. So I'd rather wait until that part is clear, like when they actually officially unveil it. But it's also live service, so they're going to constantly be giving you content. Some that will be free, I imagine, but others that you have to pay for. They've already talked about characters having projects that cost money, and to get the reward from it, you have to pay the money to do it. And they said there's going to be some story tied to it as well. I'm just concerned that they're going to do a thing where it's like, oh, here's the game. The character's doing this. Next sequence. Hang on. Who's this character? Why are they... What happened? I hope they don't tie that mini battle pass content, like the story content, where it's like, oh shit, so I have to pay money to play this part of the story that would otherwise be in the main story automatically. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not saying that's what it actually is, but I'm just concerned that that's what they're going to pull. Or, to start small, they might say, yeah, this is just like a little side quest. And then what's to stop them from actually making it that every side quest is individually, you have to pay money for each one, you know? Like, that's what I'm hoping it doesn't become as well. Because if it does, then it's like, yeah, don't need to worry about it. Because I'm definitely willing to just be like, no, this is where I stop playing new Assassin's Creed stuff and just, you know, stick with the other stuff. Aaron, you saw the price of it already and you haven't seen a single bit of gameplay yet. Yeah, I mean, here in Australia, the standard edition is $109. And the Ultimate Edition is almost $200. But the subscription is $18. You know, so they're wanting to get the people who are rich and don't care about money to buy the Ultimate Edition. And then they want the people who want to actually spend less to subscribe to their service so that they can then, if they like that game, they might stick around and get more, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why they're pushing... Like, if you look at the visuals, when they show the different tiers, they always have the subscription one highlighted with a border around it, whereas the other ones don't actually have that same border. So they obviously want your eye to move across from left to right and go, oh, that one's the standard edition, that's the cheapest. Well, cheapest if you want to buy it outright. That's the cheapest, that's the next one, that's the most expensive. Or you can just rent it, essentially, basically, if you want to. Hey, Lord Demons, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Oh, nice. What are you up to in Syndicate? What part of the game did you get up to? I hope you're enjoying it. Hey, Hermione, welcome, dude. Discussing Infinity and Shadows, I see. Yeah, I knew it was going to come up. I knew that it was going to be like one of those stop the gameplay and talk about it for a little bit, but yeah. I mean, it's good to actually finally see something, but gameplay is what people should be wanting to see more of before even, you know, spending any money on it. Oh, cool, Lord. That's excellent that you enjoy Syndicate a lot and you got Unity in the Ezio collection. Nice. Yeah, my favorite one overall would be 2, but I do have 2 others that I put in like a top 3. So top 3 for me is AC2, and then Black Flag, and then Origins. But there's a lot of other games in the series I like too. It's not just those 3 that I think are great. That's right, Aaron. It is true, you know, and that's understandable. But it's just a question of, is it worth actually, you know, spending that money? And the other thing is too, like they want to do, and the rumor was, and ages ago now, so it might be different, but the rumor was they wanted to have 3 years worth of post-release content. And if you look at Valhalla, for example, they had 2 years worth of post-release content, and it took them 2 years to do Eivor's final chapter to actually end their story. Like 2 years. Like, can you imagine? take your favorite game ever and imagine not being able to access the ending for 2 years after initial release. Like that's basically what Valhalla was. Like there is an end to it, but it's not definitively an end. You know, it's not a thing where it's like, this is where the main story literally ends. Here's a satisfying conclusion. Now here's the DLC that takes place afterwards, and it's a separate kind of thing. It's like, here's the main game. Oh, you finished it? Well, you haven't really, because we're going to wait 2 years before we actually do the final thing for it. You know, so if they're going to do that with Shadows, if you're going to get the game and spend all the money and spend all the hours to play it, and then at the end of the game, the mission ends, and it's just like, oh, okay, that's the end. And then 3 years later, they're like, oh, by the way, here's the actual ending, you know, of the game story. So hopefully they don't do that with Shadows, but you never know. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. What am I bitching about? Just talking about my thoughts on Infinity and Shadows, and why I'm not jumping up and down and pre-ordering yesterday for it. Zen, even more so than gameplay, you're waiting if this will be connected to Infinity in any way. You think that will be decided for a lot of people? Yeah, that's true, you know, and if it's going to cost anything to actually have or not. Hermione, you agree, you're hyped, but with bated breath. We'll see on June 10th. Exactly. We'll know more, hopefully, about a lot of the other stuff. Aaron, you know Assassin's fans have been waiting for years for a Japan-based game, and you feel Ubisoft came in late with it, and now everyone is going to compare it to Tsushima. Exactly. And having played Ghost of Tsushima for my first time very recently, it's very hard for me to separate how well Ghost of Tsushima did that setting and the way things look and the style and everything like that. Like when I saw the trailer for Shadows, I couldn't help but think of Ghost of Tsushima. But I'm not saying that, you know, that means that there might not be anything in it that's good itself. But at the same time, I'd rather actually just sit back and wait. Lord Demons, you've been on. You're still in the beginning. You just conquered Whitechapel, and there's one thing you don't understand. After you complete conquering Whitechapel and they go to the other missions and those are done, you don't know how to unlock more missions. That's what you don't understand. But other than that, the game is fun. You love Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah, Lord. So you might have to go back to the train hideout, and there might be a mission start on that, because they do that sometimes. They'll have a mission start that's actually on the train hideout as well. Lucas, great greeting, huh? Oh, that's all right, Lucas. But yeah, welcome on in, though. But yeah, I was just talking about Infinity and Shadows, and people ask my thoughts on it and stuff. But yeah, it's a wait-and-see approach.
Here we are, then.
Why must you always make these things so difficult, Benjamin? Merely provide me with recompense, and all shall be forgiven.
I'll not pay for protection I don't need.
Clearly, you do require protection. Else we wouldn't be here. How very gauche. Now, what shall we do about our guest?
Maybe I take his hands, put an end to his surgering. Maybe I take his tongue, put an end to his waggling. Or maybe I take his cock, put an end to his fucking us.
So many options. I can't possibly decide. Take all three.
Now, hold a moment. Perhaps I was hasty in refusing you earlier.
I'm so very sorry, Benjamin. But that door has closed.
Be reasonable, Silas.
I rather think I was. But you took advantage of my generosity. I won't be made a fool a second time. I fear I lack the constitution to bear witness to such barbarism. Come find me when you're finished, Cutter.
You'll regret this, Silas, do you hear me? I'll have your head!
No. I rather think you won't.
Ruffian. Commoner's dirt, Cutter. And proud of it. Hold still a minute. I gotta decide where to start. A little bit from here, a little bit from there. Make it...
Who are you?
Hatham Kenway, at your service.
I don't understand. Why are you here?
Walk with me, Mr. Church, and all will be explained.
Lord Demons, the train hideout missions are a pain in the ass. They definitely can be. Yeah, the one where there's like a fire breaking out on the train, that can be annoying. Oh, that's okay, Aaron. That's no worries at all. Yeah, with anything new Assassin's Creed related that comes out, you know, I definitely always expect there to be a point where it gets brought up on stream. So, you know, that's no worries at all. It's definitely good to get it all out in one big block then as well. We could sit back, relax, and enjoy the shit show Ubisoft will create. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, they keep failing upwards sometimes in a lot of respects as well. It used to be that if you failed doing something, you weren't really promoted or anything to something better. My favorite would be AC2, and then second would be Black Flag, and then third would be Origins. Hey, Percenter, how's it going? Welcome on in.
Johnson's told me what you intend. As it happens, the man who held me is the same one that you seek. His name is Silas Thatcher.
That fancy lad is our slaver?
Don't let his velvet tongue deceive you. A crueler and more vicious creature I've never known.
What can you tell me of his operation?
He hosts at least 100 men, more than half of whom are redcoats.
All this for some slaves?
Hardly. The man's a commander in the King's troop, in charge of the Southgate Fort.
We need to find a way inside. Let me think on it. In the meantime, I'll attend to our final recruit.
John Pitcairn's our man. I'll take you to him.
Hermione, Ubisoft fails task successfully, kind of like when Rod tries a leap of fail. It's so funny, Hermione. One actually happened accidentally. It wasn't redeemed or anything. I synchronized the viewpoint, and then Hatham was facing the haystack, and I pressed the buttons to do the leap of faith, but he actually just jumped off normally and then died. Lord Demons, you didn't care for AC4 because they totally changed the controls to make it harder, and you didn't like the pirate theme. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you don't like the setting of an Assassin's Creed game, it can definitely, ruin, anything else about it as well. I don't mind the time period. I love that sort of stuff. I've got Secret of Monkey Island when I played that when I was 10 years old to thank for that kind of stuff. I really like, pirate movies and things like that. But it's understandable, like so far there hasn't been a time period or setting that I've hated. Because I'm not really knowledgeable about all the places in the world. I don't really know if there's any settings I wouldn't like. So yeah, pretty much all the settings they've chosen for each of the games I haven't had a problem with, but that could change in the future, but so far it just hasn't. Ronan, they just canned an almost complete game, The Division Heartland, that's been in development since 2019. Now that's success. That's crazy, Ronan. I wasn't following the Division games because I have only played the first one years ago when I first got my Xbox One. I dabbled in it, but I didn't really get into it. It came with the console, so I just thought I'll try it out and see what it's like. But yeah, that really sucks that they just cancelled it completely. That's a long time to be in development for as well.
State your business.
New recruit.
More kindling for the pyre, eh? Well, go on then.
How'd you manage that?
Did you forget, sir? My commission is with General Braddock. When I'm not attending to you, of course.
But yeah, an almost complete game and just cancelling it. Like, what a waste of all the time they spent. And the money, too. Because that's the thing. All the money that they spent at every single stage of development as well. You know, someone has to get paid for that. It's not just, just draw up these concept arts for free. You know, they got to get paid for that stuff. So any sort of like work that gets done, the people have to get paid for it. So all that money has to be considered in the final budget or the overall expenditure as well. So to cancel an almost complete game after all that time and money.
Pitcairn, you fool! Your acts are treacherous. Give me one good reason I shouldn't kill you right now. Were you planning to announce yourself, or did you hope my men wouldn't notice your arrival?
If you'll allow me to explain.
Ho ho! By all means. I should like very much to hear this.
I have not deserted, sir. I am here under Commander Amherst's orders.
Show me a letter bearing his seal, and you might be spared the gallows.
I have no such thing. The nature of my work, sir,
It's the sort of thing best not put to paper.
Haytham.
General Braddock?
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Wolves often travel in packs.
Master Pitcairn won't be here for but a few weeks. I shall return him to his proper post once our work is finished.
The devil's work, no doubt. It's bad enough my superiors have insisted I grant you use of Charles. But they said nothing about this traitor. You'll not have him.
Edward, listen to reason.
We're done here. See these gentlemen out.
Well, that didn't go as I expected.
And to think I used to call him brother.
What now? They'll chase us off if we try and return.
We're done with this camp. And as luck would have it, so are they. Come along.
What are you planning?
To steal Master Pitcairn.
What?
You'll see. Now, when I give the signal, you're to distract Braddock's patrol and lure them into a dead end.
Hey Ave, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. That's true, yeah. I wasn't doing a lot of the content for Revelations, so that shortened the playtime. But yeah, finished Revelations and streamed Embers as well.
Where shall we head next?
Perhaps down Marlborough.
No. Its residents are too content. Their homes are nice, their days untroubled.
More of Lynn or Ship Street?
Yes. Those fresh arrived are often soon in dire straits. They're more likely to seize upon an opportunity to fatten their purses and feed their young.
Good one, Casper. Ray Liotta. Yeah, it doesn't sound like him, but he definitely looks similar. He was a great actor. It's a shame he passed away. I think it was last year. I don't know if he thought much of his role as Tommy Vercetti in GTA Vice City, but he definitely did a wonderful job as that character too. That's true, Hermione. Hatham is so well spoken. Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Now!
Fie on you and your false war. Such a funny quote that Charles says.
Oi! You thieves and scoundrels, one and all! Fie on you and your false war! After him!
Unhand him, Edward.
You again.
Let us go. And John Pitcairn with us.
I will not have my authority challenged.
Nor I.
Put them all in chains.
I stay my hand today because you were once my brother, and a better man than this. For should our paths ever cross again, all debts will be forgotten. You're free now, John.
Traitor! Go on then! Join them on their fool's errand! And when you find yourself lying
I assume
broken
you've good
and
reason
dying
for causing all
at the
this
bottom of
madness.
some dark
What is it you require of me?
I'll explain everything on the way.
Today are the last that you...
What did I think of the CGI trailer for Shadows? I thought it was, music-wise, I loved what they did until they had that 60s surfer song that started playing when Yasuke was fighting. I think that was a bit stupid. The song, that is. Like, it's not something that I thought fits well with, like, an action-packed sequence. But in any case, the cinematic was done well, but it's not enough for me to buy the game. It makes me question, though, like, yes, we have had games before where you don't actually play as an assassin, but you still use their hidden blade. But it doesn't have to be every game that we do that. So I don't yet know how much of the actual assassins are represented in that. Like, she does have the hood on, and she does use the hidden blade, but that doesn't mean that she's actually an assassin. You know what I mean? So I just don't know what they're doing there. It just seemed a bit unclear from the trailer whether or not, and I don't know what year the game takes place in, but I'm guessing it takes place once the assassins change their name from the hidden ones to the assassins. But yeah, I'm just a bit iffy on that. I don't really know, but it's a bit hard to tell from a cinematic trailer either, because it's not like they showed us like a scene where she has a mentor that she speaks to or anything like that. But maybe her father is an assassin. And that, but yeah, it just feels like they're not really committing fully to having you play as an assassin again, in a way. But as I said, that's just a feeling I've gotten. It doesn't mean it's true or that it will actually be that way.
Gentlemen, I believe I found the solution to our problem. Or rather, Odysseus has.
How do you? Are you a new guy?
The Greek hero, you lobcock.
Allow me to explain. We enter Silas' fort, under the pretext of kinship. Once inside, we spring our trap, free the captives, and kill the slaver.
Dodgy, dodgy. I like it.
Then, let us begin. First, we need to find ourselves a convoy. Convoy should be here soon. We'll attack on my signal.
Understood, sir.
If we time this right, we can catch them all unawares.
The Boston Gazette!
Sometimes I feel like that NPC on some days. You just feel like you're going around in circles on the spot. They were very clever hiding the fact that you're playing as a Templar by even making the icons the assassin logo.
The hell is this?
A thousand pardons, sirs. Seems we've had ourselves an unhappy little accident.
Get it sorted, and quickly.
Course, my lord. At once.
Charles, you and William serve as vanguard. Let no man reach us.
What about me?
You and John will follow from a distance and keep watch over us. I'll signal you when I have need of your services. We're here to help you, along with those held inside Southgate Fort.
Free me.
Not until we're inside the gate. I can't chance an inspection of the gate going wrong. I'll see you safe. You have my word.
I'll just catch it there as it transitions so I can catch up with chat. Are they the most stupid thing in the trailer? We Are the Shadows, says the huge black samurai wearing heavy and shiny golden armor. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways to explain it and all that kind of stuff. By the trailer, like with the female character, it didn't really say whether or not he decides to become an assassin as well, even though he's obviously a samurai and stuff like that. But I feel they just want to keep the two characters and their styles separate from one another so that he's purely just combat and no stealth, whereas she's purely stealth and no combat. Or maybe not literally no combat, but I mean to say, like, you know in Mirage when stealth fails and everyone's running after you and you can either run off or face them in combat, and if you do, you have to be very good because they can easily overwhelm you and it doesn't take long to get killed if you're not careful. I don't know if they're going with that approach with her. So if she gets detected and have to fight, then it might be like that. Whereas with him, he can take more damage maybe, or something like that. Maybe that's what they're going with. Yeah, Hermione. Yeah, it's just, like, there's nothing wrong, I feel, with holding back a bit before you put money down on something, because, I mean, yeah, 3-day early access for some people might be this amazing thing to experience, but not everyone wants to play the game 3 days earlier than everyone else. So if you don't want to get spoiled, I can understand, but getting that early access, you have to pay more than you do to just get the game when it actually releases for everyone else. So it's like, why spend more money to get the game 3 days earlier when you can spend less money and get it 3 days after people who spend the more money are getting it? You're getting a cheaper deal in that respect as well. Ronan, you never pre-ordered anything. The only reason that exists is so they can use the numbers data to assure existing shareholders and entice new ones before launch. That's true, and apparently the latest investors call that Ubisoft had was actually scheduled to happen after the reveal. So I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to use the momentum from that trailer release to be like, see, this is what we can, promise you with this sort of like level of attention that we're going to make, a lot of money, essentially, with their quadruple A approach. Lord Demons, I'm playing the PlayStation 4 version, but on the PlayStation 5 of the remaster, that is. A very nice detail, though, is that Templar crosses on Hatham's coat. I never actually noticed that, because I always just assumed that maybe they hid that, but that's interesting that they didn't hide it at this point. Schiller, you love Hatham's fighting style, full of elegance and like a dance. That's a good point, especially when he does like the sword slashes, that particular move. It's a nice detail that Hatham and Connor have different fighting styles and animations. Connor's just a brute force in comparison. He really, really is, Schiller. Like, he's such a brutal fighter too, as well. Lord Demon, you get the games when they jack down the prices. There's no way in hell you're paying $59.60 for a new game, but if it's half price, you'll buy it or stuff like that. And that's fair too. It's good to be able to do that as well. But yeah, here in Australia, the price of stuff is just ridiculous with video games. Like, we've always had, not every game when it's new costs $100, but the majority of games do. But now, that has become $109 usually for the base game. And for Shadows, to get the Ultimate Edition, it's almost $200, So it's like weighing things up, and then you got like the subscription thing that they're pushing as well, naturally. So you can spend, $18 Australian to actually play the game when it comes out, but not pay full price for it, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's definitely understandable to want to wait. Hey there, Code. How's things going for you today? I kind of wish the samurai was a Japanese samurai, not a black samurai from Africa. You feel Yusuke should have been a random historical character in this game and not the male protagonist. Well, I guess in one way it sort of helps separate it from Ghost of Tsushima in that way. But it's definitely understandable that people are still going to, compare the two as well. It's like with Uncharted and the new Tomb Raider games that they did from 2013 up till 2018. Some people say that they're just basically Uncharted clones, which isn't exactly true. There's elements that are similar, of course, but they're not one-for-one copies of Uncharted. Arthuri, okay, now time to go. Shop groceries for the week, maybe buying AC Mirage. Oh, really, Arthuri, cool. Well, if you do, I hope that you enjoy, and that's no worries at all, Arthuri. I hope that everything goes well, and that you're able to get your groceries all sorted. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Arthuri's channel. Arthuri is doing a playthrough of the awesome Red Dead Redemption 2. He's a great chill person, so definitely recommend checking out their channel. Game God, you also bought AC3 Remastered for 20 Australian dollars, which is 14 USD, and you also blame me. It was funny because when I got the remaster of this, I got it with Odyssey because I pre-ordered Odyssey, and I got the edition that came with the season pass, and then that gave me the remaster of this, and it worked out well because I hadn't played Liberation until the remaster of 3 and Liberation came out. You heard a good quote, why Ubisoft is going downhill. They are no longer a company run by gamers, but one run by investors, something like that. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, every single company has investors that, they're going to obviously want to please as well. But it doesn't always translate into also pleasing customers as well, Code some forced visits here and there, and some cheap food refills got done. Probably some form of roasted potatoes, mushrooms, onions, and tomatoes later in the day on the menu. Well, that sounds really good, Code. Like all that food. Roasted veggies and potatoes and stuff is really, really delicious. Oh, that's okay, Arthuri, for the shout-out. No problemo, dude. And I definitely will. You too as well. I hope that everything goes good for you today. We could only pre-order that is viable in your eyes as getting collector's edition, and only because of extra goodies, but there is also a limit to that. Looks at Resident Evil 6 Collector's Edition. Yeah, I never actually got that version of RE6. It was just the base one, so I don't... Did they mess something up with that version, did they? Yeah, Game God, it worked out well, because I thought at the time, well, it's good value, plus I'll be able to get a game that I haven't played alongside Odyssey at the time, which I hadn't played before it came out, obviously, but I thought, oh yeah, that'd be good. I'll get Odyssey, and then I'll get the remaster of 3, and then I'll get Liberation, which I hadn't played before. But the comment section for the Shadows CGI trailer is really hilarious. It's full of people spamming the "we don't own their games," yada yada yada. Then there are those against the Black Samurai, and then there are people who say that buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. You fully support the hate against Ubisoft, but you feel it's kind of getting old, like the things they say to hate. Yeah, I mean, anything can get old, whether it's positive or negative. If you hear positive things about something over and over again, it can get annoying. Same with negative things as well. It's all about balance, and it's all about not going too far into an extreme kind of thing. You know what I mean? Percent, you see that Gideon Emery, DA2, Skyrim and more, does some voice work in this game. Also, John Delancey, who starred in Breaking Bad. Oh, so he was in that show too, was he? He's a great actor. I think he's the best William Miles that they've done so far. I mean, there's so many better reasons to hate on Ubi. That's true. Wicked, yeah, RE6 jacket for around €1,000. Jeez. Game God, is Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remastered dead now? It's not dead, no, but they announced it in 2020 originally, and the studio that was working on it got replaced by Montreal, and Montreal decided to go back to the drawing board. And so, as a result of that, it's delayed even further. And also, Yuri Lowenthal, who had come back to play the role again and had done all the recording and everything for the remake, now he's not actually going to be in the remake because they've decided to reset stuff and start again on the remake. So they must have done something with the performance, like they must have changed the script. They must have done something. But I don't know, maybe it was just a scheduling thing. Maybe they wanted him to return and record the new material, but maybe he just couldn't do it for scheduling or something. Or maybe he felt it was, a waste of time doing it all over again to just do something different slightly, and maybe they don't want to... I don't know, it's very complex. But it's been delayed. So who knows when we're going to get it. Might be next year, could be, could be when Skyrim... Not Skyrim, it could be when the sequel to Skyrim comes out. Who knows? Code and forgot. Also, a couple of heavy sausages sliced thin, probably on top of the potatoes, so the juices and salt will fall down to the potatoes. Well, that's a good idea, to make it all trickle down and through and into that. Yeah, are they? Yeah, a remake of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. They announced it in 2020. Ubisoft Pune was the studio behind it, and they got back Yuri Lowenthal to reprise his role as the prince. And then it got delayed a couple of times, and then Ubisoft Montreal took over and reset the project to the beginning again, and now Yuri Lowenthal isn't playing the prince again. So I don't know who they're going to get to do it instead.
Do you know anything of Silas' operation? How many men we might expect? The nature of their defenses? You must be rather important to him if you were given your own escort.
Sir, we've enemies ahead. Shall I engage them?
No. Let Jonathan and Thomas take care of it.
As you wish.
I wish you'd trust us. Though I suppose it's only natural for you to be wary. So be it.
Halt! Identify yourselves! Where is Lieutenant Jones? What's the meaning of this?
Engage the enemy!
Run, boy.
Goddamn dogs.
Let no man reach us!
Looks like you're to meet the Reaper.
Aha! Bringing
On your
fresh
guard,
meat,
men.
eh? Come here. I want to take a look.
Of course.
At your sight.
Only say the word, and I'll cut them down.
One moment there.
Engage the enemy!
Who's your officer?
Looks like you're to meet the Reaper.
All clear.
Hold!
Evening, gentlemen.
State your business.
Delivery for Silas.
Go on then.
Hey, Mason Weems.
See? I'm freeing you just as I said I would. Now, if you'll allow me to explain. Let her go.
But she'll give us away.
No, she won't.
What's the plan?
Free the captives and avoid detection.
What of Silas?
He dies.
Where is Charles Lee? Give him to me. Now. And then, get to the chopper. Thanks for redeeming that, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Where is Charles Lee? Where is he? RVG's classic L for Ubisoft. That's true. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the game will end up being good still. But I'll have to wait and see. Ronan, whoever they get to voice, it can't be worse than Nolan North in Prince of Persia. The reboot. Yeah, it's interesting. He wanted to do an accent for that, but Ubisoft were like, nah, we don't want you to change your voice. Just do the Han Solo type sort of like thing with the character, which is what they wanted to go for. But it would have been cool to see what his spin on the accent would have been. It's going well, Crooked. Things are going well, thanks, Senny. AC3 is going good as well. It's all going good. How's things going for you today? Oh, that's okay, Ave. No problem at all. Thank you for the good luck wishes, and catch you another time. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for redeeming that, Babs. The leap of fail. Crooked, you good? Thanks. Having a nice morning so far. Enjoying your coffee? Excellent. That's really good to hear, dude. I'm glad. Coffee is so damn good. I haven't had a coffee for ages, actually. I should fix that at some point.
Signal when you're ready to strike.
Greetings. How fares the watch?
Who are you?
Thomas Smith, newly recruited. Arrived from London just last week, in fact.
And you're to patrol with us?
So said Silas.
Hmm.
I assume it's all rather straightforward. Watch for disturbances, ensure order is maintained.
You don't know, you don't need to. Just do as you've been told and stay out of our way.
Of course.
Of course both were here. Anyway, fuck the optional objective. Of course they're both here at the same time. Even though the other dude was further away. And when the guy was closer originally, he didn't hear it. Why you not do the corner assassination, Hatham? I mean, you were right there and he hadn't fully detected us yet. Alright, the RNG is saying fuck you to me. Alright, let's take this the 5-hour approach then game. Of course every fucking man and his friggin' fucking dog would have to fucking appear. Hear the whistle. Hatham, why did you go into that stance instead of doing the fucking kill? Like, holy shit, game, come on. Got to the guy before he actually was fully detected, pressed the attack button, and what does Hatham do instead of doing a quick, clean kill? He doesn't do that. Does some weird friggin' action. Hello there, Carbon. Doing pretty good, thanks, dude. Finished Revelations yesterday. Now doing this game. It's all going good. How about yourself? Hatham should be less Hatham. Yeah, exactly. There's so many things in these games that can go wrong that are very small. Like, it could be something simple as you've put the character directly where you know that they'll be able to climb, but for some stupid reason they put their foot on a little part that they don't normally do, which then messes up the timing for you climbing something, especially if you're trying to do it in time with an enemy patrol. You know, little tiny things like this that can happen in these games. Like that there. Like, I don't know why Hatham did that little stumble thing off the thing. And what... this fucking mission in this playthrough, I tell you what. Sometimes you just get these fucking things in a game that you've played hundreds of times. Not that I have literally played it hundreds of times, but there's always some bullshit RNG that comes into play. I like to joke that not only do games have their own RNG, but I myself have an internal RNG that sometimes I can do the same thing 100 times, and the 50th time, the 150th time, that's when it goes wrong. Wicked. Well, Ubisoft made PoP Forgotten Sands. Would be nice if they expanded that Sands of Time, Forgotten Sands, and then games for Warrior Within and Two Thrones. Yeah, I mean, Forgotten Sands as is was already like a story set between two other games as well. So maybe they could have done something after Two Thrones that takes place after that, I mean. Carbon, you're okay. Difficult to wake up this morning, but all fine. One of those mornings, is it, Carbon? Well, sorry to hear about that, but I hope that your day turns into a good one, though. Sometimes that can happen, too. You can have a terrible sort of like, you know, first few moments of the morning, but then the rest of the day can be good.
An hour of quiet was all I asked. Instead, I'm awakened not 10 minutes later by this cacophonous madness. I expect an explanation, and it had best be good. How? How did this happen? My precious merchandise set free! It's unacceptable! Rest assured, I'll have the heads of those responsible, but first we clean up this mess! Seal the fort, kill any who try to escape. I don't care if they be one of us or one of them. To approach the gate is to be made a corpse. Am I understood?
I've always found it funny that after all this, the two guards just stand there and don't say anything.
Push them back!
Go on here! We'll hold back the guards. No mercy! Fighting skills like these, it's little wonder that the guard fought. Position, men! Ready your weapons! Take aim! Fire! Reload! Reload! Again! He's here!
Benjamin!
Stop the interloper!
Glad to have
Kill
you
the
with us.
intruders!
I could use some help.
Back. Wild cock.
He's the one responsible! Kill him! I'll deal with this wretch. Kill the intruders!
The order
All of
stands
them!
united.
I'll fillet you like He's the one responsible! Kill him!
Who are you? Name's Hatham Kenway. You don't know me, but I believe the two of you are well acquainted.
I made a promise to you, Silas. One I intend to keep.
What happens now?
We wait. But not for very long, I suspect.
Hey, White Monk, welcome on in. If it goes smoothly, then other playthroughs is a nightmare. You're shaking your head. Exactly. You know, it can be very frustrating too. Busted guy's intimidating. What did you expect? Exactly. That's true. It's like putting your hand on a snake and being surprised when it actually bites you. Yeah, exactly,
It's been
Crooked.
several weeks now since we freed the Mohawk prisoners from captivity. I had hoped their leader might make contact, but there's been only silence. My men grow restless. They want to know what comes next, and I do not have an answer. Lee alone remains active, pursuing leads, however slight. He stalks the city streets and scouts the bordering woods, hopeful that he might make contact with one of those we saved. There was a woman there that night. It was she who helped the others to safety. If we can find her, I believe I'll have my answers. So, I watch and wait, hopeful that my true mission might finally begin.
That is all that's missing, Crooked. The crickets chirping. Tumbleweed just blows by in the background. Sheila, you still want to know what Church did exactly to Silas and who else has been betrayed by Church, especially with how things end with Hatham later. Exactly, Sheila. You know, it's like, if he does that later, who knows how many other people he betrayed along the way as well. And when you think about the conversations you can have with him, and he really comes across as this guy where it's like he'll do whatever he can to be on top of things, even if it means having to, you know, For example, when it comes to medicine, having to charge people a lot of money, because he feels like his services to them are worth way more, than others would charge, and all that kind of stuff. So he does have a bit of a superiority complex, I'd say. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. Yeah, I like doing that with the character sometimes. Haytham can't really do it as fluid as Desmond or Connor can actually do it. So it's not as sort of like as good. Oi. There. That's what they get for interrupting Haytham when he's dancing. Hey, Mr. Goatee. How's things going for you, dude? Yeah, Carbon. Haytham was vibing, that's for sure. Carbon soldiers don't like dances when they're not so fluid. Exactly. They were on the lookout for that. They were thinking, we'll never find someone who's not dancing the way we want. Oh, here we go. Here's this guy. Cooker got to take advantage of no notoriety system yet. That is so true. Yeah, it's interesting when games have those sorts of systems that don't come in play till later as well. Mr. Goatee, not too bad. Did some magic and played some Lost Judgment. Oh, excellent, dude. That's good. I'm glad that you're having some good times with those games. I will be right back in 1 moment. Alrighty, I'm back. So we're in sequence 3. I'll definitely be finishing Haytham's stuff today, and who knows, I might even be able to get a couple of Connor's sequences done in this stream as well. Good one, Shaky. You're not back. You're Rod. Exactly. Even Detroit can be.
Hello, Charles. Any luck finding our mystery woman?
Word is she's been stirring up trouble just outside the city in a town called Lexington.
Well, then that's where we'll begin our search. I'll meet you there.
Oh, Shaky, that should be fine to try again now. The cooldown on that is very, very short, but it might have been still active when you put yours through. There we go. Detroit, become safe. Oh, that's okay, Shaky. There's no trouble at all. The last time I did a challenge run of this game, I did a ranged weapon challenge. So could only use pistols or use the bow when we play as Connor. The rope dart, I included that as well. I'm pretty sure. Ah, the rope dart. I love that weapon. Shaky, you have your second trial shift at a moving company today. You go in a few hours, work for about 4 hours. Oh, well, that's good. That's good that they gave you another one. That's really good, Shaky. I hope that I hope that the second trial shift goes well also. Shirley, you love the rope dart. It's a shame that you get it so late in Black Flag. It really, really is. I won't be doing it for the next playthrough I do of it, but whenever I want to get more use out of the rope dart, I tend to include doing the assassination contracts, and then I wait until I've got the rope dart to then go and do those with the rope dart, which is kind of fun. So Shaky, the rope dart, you can basically use it to to pull in an enemy to where you are and then finish them off. But you can also, when you're hanging from a ledge or a tree that is programmed for it, you can actually hang your enemy with the rope dart. It's a really cool move. In a way, yeah, Shaky, in a way. It's a shame, though, that you can't, pull them off of things. Like, if there's an enemy up on that awning, for example, you can't use it to pull them down from that, unfortunately, but would have been cool if you could. In the Chronicles games, the rope dart can be used to quickly climb up something in terms of throwing it to the top of the ceiling and then have your character actually climb up it to get out of sight of an enemy. That's the kind of stuff that I wish you could do in a 3D Assassin's Creed game. I mean, in Syndicate you can do it in terms of any structures within inside a building, but I mean, if there's a roof, look up at the roof and then shoot it directly up at the roof and then pull yourself up. I never have, not yet, Shaky, no. I wouldn't mind having a play of it, but It looks to me like a game I'd rather spend a small amount of money on instead of buying it. Like, it has been on sale a couple of times, but hasn't gone down below $60. So I'd probably want to... I would probably spend $40 on it, maximum, I think. Shaky, what's the dog's favorite part of the house? Roof! That's a good one. To put things in perspective with this game, Red Dead Redemption 1 came out in 2010, and the original version of AC3 came out 2 years later. Both have horses, of course. In Red Dead Redemption, you do have a stamina mechanic with the horse, but it's an actual meter that you can see, and if you just spam the button all the way, the horse will actually buck you off. So you have to sort of regulate how often you press the gallop button while still maintaining enough speed to feel like you're going fast, but not push it too hard so that the horse actually throws you off. In this game, however, if you look in the top right hand corner, you can see how it says spur horse. So you do that, and it gives a little burst. Probably not a good spot to do it in, but it'll give you a little bit of a burst for a bit. See how it's gone away now? I have to wait till the cooldown stops and then wait for it to actually turn back up. And notice how the horse has slowed down, but it took a little bit for the spur horse to return. That's what I'm talking about. Like, they either should have done what Red Dead Redemption did, or they should not have had a stamina at all. Like, either or. Because the way that they did it is just ridiculous. And they didn't even fix it for this remastered version that I'm playing now. So to put it into a different perspective as well, again, the original came out in 2012, and the remaster came out in 2018, and the very first Assassin's Creed, which came out in 2007, has better horse mechanics than both the 2012 version of this game and the 2018 remaster. So it's like, go figure. Shaky, you think it's on sale for PlayStation currently? Yeah, I think I saw it on sale again recently as well. But yeah, I'd probably pay $40 max, I'd say, on it. Hey, Mr. Epic. Welcome. I see you're playing AC Plastic. That's true. Yeah, the remastered version, they did something weird with the characters' faces when they redid the character models. I mean, you can't really see it now, but if you look in the cutscenes, there's certain parts where it's like, ugh. Crooked AC1 also has better parkour than anything since 2017. Yeah, I mean, you know, in some ways, it's, you know, just being funny, but there legitimately are some things in AC1 that you can do that you can't do in the later games. White Monk, the lockpicking made easy compared to the original. Well and truly, I like how they did that. Because in the original, when you locked in the left and right control sticks and held them in, you had to keep holding them in and then tap the right trigger a few times while still holding the control sticks and not moving them. And if you accidentally slightly released pressure a little bit, the minigame would reset. Whereas in the remaster, once you put the control sticks in place, you hold them down and press the right trigger once, and then it unlocks. So he really? Yeah. I mean, there's some, like, certainly, even with, like, side ejects and back ejects as well, like, the distance you can do them in the earlier games. There's an exception now with Mirage, in terms of recent games, because modders found a way to actually fix the parkour, and then Ubisoft were like, oh, well, we better officially acknowledge this and actually put it into the game in all the versions. So they did that, thankfully.
Have you found her?
She's made camp not too far from here.
Excellent. Well, the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this cold.
I am afraid I have some bad news, sir.
Oh?
Braddock is insisting I return to service under him. I've tried to beg off, to no avail.
No doubt he's still angry about losing Pitcairn. To say nothing of the shaming we gave him. Do as he asks. In the meantime, I'll work on having you released.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Not your fault.
No, Hatham, it is his fault. Put a bullet in the back of his head now.
We're too late.
Fire's only just been snuffed. Snow recently disturbed. She's close.
Bollocks.
These tracks are fresh. They must be hers. Seems she took to higher ground. Out of the snow and into the trees.
Shilly, we want to do the Floor is Lava challenge for AC3 at some point, just to see how far you can get with parkours, especially in the woods. That would definitely be tricky, and having to sort of like be careful when you're traversing the tree lines and stuff as well. But yeah, doing a challenge like that would definitely be interesting. Ronan, they really went all in with the Red Dead Redemption influence for this. They really did. In fact, you've got that Homestead mission where Connor has to actually herd the pigs, which I always like to think is their nod to the herding missions in Red Dead Redemption 1. Mr. Epic, AC Unity's parkour was the best in the series. The only thing that you didn't like was the ending, but the rest of the game was amazing. Too bad that after that game it went downhill and the newbie lost most of their talent when a lot got fired or left. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, the name of the company stays the same and the studios, but not all the people who used to work there are still there. And some of those people were really good, and them not being there now means that there's certain holes that need to be filled by people that, may not be as good as well. Good one, Shaky. Detroit become Red Dead Redemption 1. I wonder, thinking about, I'm not good at geography, but thinking about the time period that Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place in, I wonder what Detroit was like, if that's what it was called back then. I don't know.
Wait here.
back!
You return to Braddock, Charles, before he grows suspicious. I can handle things from here.
But, sir! But nothing. Go! Stop running! I only wish to talk! I am not your enemy! Please just hear me out! Godswoman! Only let me speak!
Hey there, Phantom. Welcome. Detroit in 1911 would probably be pretty industrialized at that time. I see, Phantom, yeah. That's the thing, too, now that I think about it. Like, you know in the GTA universe how sometimes there's a stand-in for a real city, and then other times they actually do have the real city in the universe as well. I think that's the same for Red Dead Redemption as well. I think there's certain places that don't actually exist as that name, but they named them different. Shaky, they do have doll faces a bit. You see the plasticky? That's true. Yeah, I don't know what they've technically done to get that effect, but the original character models look much better. You just notice she's jumping from tree to tree in the snow. Oh yeah, very quick as well.
You try my patience, woman!
Are you touched in the head?
Me, Hatham. I come in peace.
Why are you speaking so slow?
Sorry.
What do you want?
Well, your name, for one.
I'm Gadzit Zio.
Pleased to meet you. God's day.
Just call me Zio.
Dio.
Zio.
Dio.
Now tell me why it is you're here. Where did you get this?
From an old friend.
I've only seen such markings in one other place.
Where?
Well, it is forbidden for me to speak of it.
I saved your people. Does this mean nothing to you? Look, I am not the enemy.
Close to here, there is a hill. Meet me there, and we'll see if you speak the truth.
Phantom, yeah, for sure. Many cities, many say cities are modeled from real life ones, some characters too. Oh yeah. And being able to do that can be interesting too, because you can sort of do caricatures of them or base it on that person, but not necessarily have them look like that person either as well.
That town hosts soldiers who seek to drive my people from these lands. They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like him.
Then I suggest we put a stop to it. Together.
What do you propose?
That we kill Edward Braddock. But first, we have to find him.
Fenton Bertram was probably based on a character from the movie Freaks from the 30s. Most likely, yeah. That's such a funny Stranger's quest line. Especially the magician. And some of the banter and all that kind of stuff. It's funny, too, that you get an invitation to actually see their performance. Mr. Epic, funny thing you found on Google, the Native American name of Detroit was Wali Tanong. I've definitely butchered that. But that's interesting to know what the original traditional name was.
I don't trust you.
I know.
Yet you remain.
That I might prove you wrong.
It will not happen.
So you say.
So I know.
Yet, I remain.
Something they took out when they did this game was the ability to have the character grab some dirt from the ground and throw it. You could do it in the Ezio games, but they got rid of it for Assassin's Creed 3 onwards.
Wait here. A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not muskets.
This is hardly the first time I've been amongst your people. I can handle myself.
I hope so.
Can't stand being quartered there. The endless crashing of the waves. The sting of the salt in my eyes. And the goddamn gulls shrieking and shitting everywhere.
You're sure that's where we're going?
Aye. The Bulldog's putting together another expedition.
Well, that's what they're calling them now. Expeditions.
Aye. Smart too. Slap a fancy name on something and all evil is excused.
And that's true, Mr. Epic. A wise man once said, I'm going to throw some dirt in your eye. Crocodiles actually has a Bully Maguire emote, as well as some channel point redeems. At the moment, for his no HUD runs, he's not having those ones active, but for any other games that he's doing, he's got different channel point rewards related to audio and visual kind of stuff.
I hear tell the French are readying to move on our positions. Wonder what Braddock intends to do about it.
He's already left for the advance camp. I'll wager our little holiday here is just about ended. We'll be marching south before week's end.
Oi! Where you going, Cully?
Me?
No, the other cock Robin.
Well, I was leaving.
Oh? And now?
Well, now... I'm going to feed you your teeth.
And you were worried I was going to be the problem? You're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing.
Here. This should stop the bleeding.
It wasn't necessary. But thank you.
We should move on. Meet me at Braddock's camp when you're ready.
Oh yeah, Ronan, absolutely. Assassin's Creed Origins should have had a pocket sand action. That definitely would have been a great game to make a return in. Shaky just casually killed 8 men. You're hurt. It hurts. 'Tis but a scratch. Just walk it off, Hatham. You'll be fine. Even snow, like, it would have been cool in this game if you could actually have Hatham and Connor roll up a snowball and then throw it at an enemy. Phantom, sand too hot, bike won't touch. I mean, that's a fair point as well. Might be a bit too hot to handle. Hatham can do some tree-related stuff, but he can't actually go up in the treetops. Like, he can climb on logs and stuff. But he's not so much. He's not so good at actually climbing trees. So in some ways, I like to jokingly say that a lot of things that Edward could do skipped Hatham genetically and went to his grandson Connor instead. Same with captaining a ship. Although Hatham likes to think he's able to captain the ship, the amount of backseating he does to Connor later in the story. Shaky, well, his name is Hatham, not Treatham. It's in the name, that's the secret. He's good with haystacks, trees not so much.
Use the snowstorm to mask your approach. Having second thoughts?
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
Go on then. I'll keep watch from here.
I can hide in that cart.
It'd be funny if the driver of this cart was Mario.
What's in the wagon? I need a full inventory.
As you wish. Let's see. 2 barrels of salt, 12 pounds pork, 10 pounds beef, 7 dozen eggs, 16 wheels of cheese. None of it French, don't worry. 5 bottles of whiskey, a couple of dozen new uniforms, boots, and leather for patching, blankets, a cart of feed for the horses. What else? That's it. That's all there is.
Those cannons are like to cause trouble. Perhaps I could sabotage them.
This is the first point in the game where we actually hear George Washington speak.
will be no truce.
Damn it! Why, George? What reason did he give?
He said a diplomatic solution was no solution at all. That allowing the French to retreat would only delay an inevitable conflict. One in which they now have the upper hand.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, can't he see this is unwise?
It doesn't sit well with me either. We're far from home with our forces divided. Worse, I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes them careless. It puts the men at risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the bulldog wanted to prove a point.
Where is the general now?
Rallying the troops.
And then it's on to Fort Duquesne, I assume?
Eventually. The march north will surely take time. There's a copy of the plans in the command tent should you wish to review them.
At least this will be ended soon.
I tried, John.
I know, my friend. I know.
That map will surely be of use. I need to find it.
I like that. He's got the high ground on Hatham, yet he can't see him in the bush. Shaky, Ubisoft. Main objective. Sabotage the cannon.
What news?
Braddock has left to rally his troops. They're marching on Fort Duquesne. It'll be a while yet till they're ready, which gives us time to form a plan.
No need. We will ambush them here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the same. I will send word when it is time to strike.
Thanks for the GG, Shaky. Thank you very much. Nobody noticed the guy briefly crouching into the bushes now. Exactly, that's not suspicious at all. That's a regular, everyday activity that people should be doing all the time. Exactly, Shaky. He dropped his keys, that's all.
The cold, cold ground.
Here, here.
Hard at work, I see.
How did you...
It is time. We've set up camp to the north. Meet me there.
Gentlemen, let us away.
First it was too cold. Now it's too goddamn hot.
And humid too. It's a right swamp, I tell you.
To say nothing of the mosquitoes.
Warm weather and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
What? You mean the bulldog? Please. We'll be in that one's beef soon enough and on to the next.
Where's your boy Lee gone off to?
Returned to finish out his service under Braddock.
I imagine the bulldog's none too pleased after the stunt we pulled.
Pleased to spin a tale of my incompetence and beg forgiveness. He has a way with words, especially when it comes to flattery. I expect he'll be welcomed back with open arms.
Which would give us a man inside.
Precisely.
Unless you've underestimated our enemy.
If I have, Charles will sense it first and make his escape. He's more clever than you think.
When this is done, I'm taking a week in New York. It's high time I went and saw the sights.
Of empty whiskey bottles and women's breeches, no doubt.
What other kinds of sights is worth seeing?
I see you've been busy.
All these men are from many different tribes, united in their desire to see Braddock sent away. The Abenaki, the Lenape, the Shawnee.
And you? Who do you stand for?
Myself.
What would you have me do?
Will you help the others to prepare? Follow.
Oh my god.
They come.
Everything all right, sir?
Just savoring the moment. No doubt, many wonder why it is we've pushed so far west. These are wild lands as yet untamed and unsettled. But it shall not always be so. In time, our holdings will no longer suffice. And that day is closer than you think. We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper. Which means we need more land. The French understand this, and endeavor to prevent such growth. They skirt around our territory, erecting forts and forging alliances, awaiting the day they might strangle us with the noose they've built. This must not come to pass. We must sever the cord and send them back. This is why we ride, to offer them one last chance. The French will leave, or they will die.
Now's the time to strike.
Wait. To scatter the expedition is not enough. We must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again. I'll disguise myself as one of his own and make my way to his side. Your ambush will provide the perfect cover for me to deliver the killing blow.
Alright, so when I did my high ground challenge for liberation, I forgot that I still had that command, and it was still active, because I wanted to create a command to be able to change the word garer as part of the high precision garer. So I fixed it now, so that when I put high and then whatever word, it changes it. And if people want to use it and do more than one word, you need to either put like an underscore or a dash or a dot between each one as well. So for example, like that. Or you could also do it like this too, if you don't want to put spaces in between. If you just want to put like the first word and then the second word capital for the first letter and then the rest of the word, you can also do it like that too.
We await your signal.
There, in front of us.
Kill them!
With the French pushback, there'll be a lot of opportunities for us up north.
Have served, you mean? Sir, you up?
Edward. Not so fun on the other end of the barrel, is it?
Look out!
Sir.
Where are you off to, Edward? I never took you for a coward, Edward.
Come on, then! Such arrogance. I always knew it would be the end of you. Is the end of you.
Don't. Hurry before he gets away! I said go!
I don't deserve this! You're a hypocrite, Hatham!
I'm sorry, Edward, but you forced my hand.
Why, Hatham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal. Well, maybe it is a little personal. Been a pain in my ass, after all.
But we are brothers in arms.
Once, perhaps. No longer.
Do you think I've forgotten what you did? All those innocents slaughtered, and for what? It does not engender peace to cut your way to resolution.
Wrong. Whether we applied the sword more liberally and more often, the world would be a better place than it is today.
In this instance, I concur. Farewell, Edward.
It's done. Now I've upheld my part of the bargain. I expect that you will honor yours.
Follow me.
No. No!
You seem disappointed.
I thought that I held a key that would open something here.
This room is all there is.
I expected more. What do they mean?
It tells the story of Yotzitzizu, who came into their world and shaped it for what life might come. She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril. But she believed in her children and what they might achieve. And though she is long gone from the physical world, her eyes still watch over us. Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us. And her love still gives us strength.
You've shown me great kindness, dear. Thank you. I should go.
Yeah, Crooked. Edward! Phantom, they must have done that line intentionally. Yeah. That's it, Senny. That is so true. That is the night that he was conceived. Phantom, 20 years later. Where is Charles Lee?
Master Kenway. Did you find it then?
It was not the right place.
The others are waiting for you.
Gentlemen, please, sit. I fear our temple was no more than a painted cave. Although it did contain precursor images and script, which means we are close.
Not close enough, it seems.
We need to redouble our efforts and expand our order and establish a permanent base here. Although the site eludes us, I am confident we will find it.
Truth.
Hear, hear.
Furthermore, I believe it is time we welcome Charles into our fold. He has proven himself a loyal disciple and served unerringly since the day he came to us. He should be able to share in our knowledge and reap all the benefits that such a gift implies. Are any opposed? Very well. Charles, come, stand. Do you swear to uphold the principles of our order and all that for which we stand?
I do.
And never to share our secrets nor divulge the true nature of our work?
I do.
And to do so from now until death, whatever the cost?
I do.
Then we welcome you into our fold, brother. Together, we will usher in the dawn of a new world, one defined by purpose and order. Give me your hand. You are a Templar. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
Wait, what? You all saw that, right?
Wow.
Wow, indeed. The key must be the amulet Hatham took from London.
We might know what it looks like, but we're no closer to finding it. Desmond, you need to keep going.
Hey, he's your ancestor too. Why don't you hop in the Animus?
Really? That's your response? It's like dealing with a 6-year-old. What is wrong with you, Desmond?
You want to know what's wrong? I'm sick of being treated like I'm not even here. Desmond, do this. Desmond, do that. Desmond, you better figure things out because the sun is going to turn us all to ash. And I know I was really nice to you, but actually I'm just another Templar plot twist. And yes, I would like very much for you to be controlled by a magic space wizard so that you can murder me. So there's your answer. I'm sick of being a goddamn pawn. I thought it might be different with you. I mean, you're my father, but turns out you're no better than the fucking Templars.
Don't you ever equate me to those bastards again. You hear me? Everything I do, everything I have done, has been for you. Maybe I pushed a little too hard, asked a little too much. But try and remember exactly what's at stake here. You need to get it together, kid. We're running out of time.
Right, that was unusual. Well, I'm just going to pretend that this never happened and get back to bringing everyone up to speed on where we stand. The news isn't good. It appears this temple is powered by a collection of, well, I guess they're batteries. You found one on your way in, but there aren't any more, at least not down here.
Any idea on where we can find replacements?
Not yet, so I intend to tiptoe into the Abstergo database. Now, if I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database, then maybe we'll get lucky.
See what you can do.
Obviously. Anyway, Desmond, you can either take a look around here or we can head back to the Animus.
Mr. Epic, you expected more. Exactly what you thought when seeing this remaster. Yeah. Oh, what's that in reference to, Mr. Epic? I don't remember seeing any dolls in that scene. Phantom, their eyes are glowing at certain angles, think because of the remaster. Quite possibly, it could be something that they did. Brutus now cut his finger off. Oh wait, wrong faction. That's true. Wrong faction. Crooked? Wait, what? Holy shit. It only just dawned on me after 12 years. You're telling me Hatham's a Templar? Holy fucking shit. Phantom, you may now kiss your grandmaster. Brutus, he's gonna need that finger, I guess. That's true. Mr. Epic, poor Rebecca, what did they do to you in this game? Yeah, that's the other thing as well, you know. The character model changes that they did for the remaster, it's like plasticky looking faces. Carbon, you wonder how Christmas dinner at Miles's house can be. Yeah, if you step out of line, that's what you get. You get a punch in the face. Hey there, Grace, welcome on in. Ahoy there to you. Shaky Desmond Jam, indeed. Indeed. It's a shame that even when I have him facing where the light's coming from, it's not bright enough. At least from a distance. Yeah, Phantom Desmond twerk. Hey there, Drew. Am I going to play Assassin's Creed Shadows? Not until it comes out and I've seen the ending and know what happens in the story. And then I might. But I don't know yet.
What are you working on?
Lots of different stuff. If you're going into the field, we need a way to keep tabs on you and stay in touch. Hacking into local security systems won't cut it.
Thanks.
For what?
I don't know. Everything. You've sacrificed a lot for me. You and Sean both. I mean, you upgraded the Animus, you helped train me, pulled me out of that coma. You put all that work into the database and helped me solve Clay's puzzles. I know I haven't been the easiest person to work with, and I'm sorry for that. I just want you to know that even if I'm shitty at showing it, I appreciate everything you've done.
You really think we'll finally get some answers down here?
Maybe. Talking to the first Civ has always been a pain in the ass, though.
Imagine what it must be like for them.
What do you mean?
They've been separated from us by tens of thousands of years. A completely different language and culture. Possessed of an intelligence vastly superior to our own. We're lucky they've communicated as much as they have.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say it.
I've been wondering about that myself. I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye. I'm studying everything I can get my hands on, but maybe you'll find something down here that can shed light on the mystery. What happened between them, and why?
Phantom, Hope Shadows is less than 60-hour long story. I don't think so, Phantom. It's going to be a open-world RPG like Origins, Valhalla, or Odyssey and Valhalla as well. 3 years worth of post-game content as well. Carbon Desmond, I'm full, Grandma. Thank you, William. Punches Desmond. Only Templars say no to Grandma. Exactly, Carbon. You don't want to be saying that to Grandma Miles.
What do you think's behind that door?
No idea.
Do you think it can save us?
The first Civ seemed to think so.
What if it's dangerous?
It's not like we have a lot of alternatives.
Well, we could... I don't know, warn the president?
And what's he gonna do? Who's to say he isn't in bed with Abstergo? Seems everyone is these days.
What if we went to them? To Abstergo, I mean.
I thought about it, actually. Showing them what we've seen, trying to work together. They must know so much more than we do, but...
What is it?
It's possible they know exactly what's going to happen. That they want it to happen. I mean, for all we know, they're hiding out in bunkers right now, waiting for the world to end. And then, when it's all over, out they come. Ready to take control.
God, I hope you're wrong.
So do I, Rebecca. So do I.
Alright, I should be getting back to work. Sorry, Desmond. Little busy right now. Let's talk later.
Let's see if I can get Sean to do the golem neck. If you talk to him when he's in a certain spot, because he has to look at Desmond when Desmond's speaking to him, he sort of cranes his neck and twists it and turns. So I'll wait till he goes over in that way first.
Would you look at that?
What is it?
If I had to guess, I would say it's a counter. And judging from the iconography, I think it's safe to say when that's emptied, the end begins. Hello, Desmond. How's things?
Same old. Another day, another ancestor.
Who'd have thought you'd have a Templar in your family tree?
I think he started out as an assassin. They must have turned him.
Right you are, in fact. I've been reviewing our archives, and it appears that Haytham's father was indeed an assassin, which means he was likely one too, at least for a little while.
What else did you find?
That fella from the opera, Reginald Birch, Grand Master of the London chapter of Templars, he and Haytham's father, a man named Edward, well, they were long-time rivals. Now, it appears Birch got his hands on Haytham at a rather young age, worked his wiles to convince Haytham to switch sides. Wonder how he did it. I'll see if I can't dig up more.
In the novel Forsaken, which I haven't read myself, in the novel Forsaken, you actually find out more about Haytham and what happened when he was younger and everything like that. Oh, I see, Mr. Epic, what you were referring to before. I gotcha. Phantom Origins length was alright at 30 hours. Yeah, I mean, if you're just focused on the main story and you kind of like... I mean, there is some leveling up involved, of course, but you can pretty much deal with quests that are 3 levels above whichever level you currently are, you know, and things like that. Mr. Epic, what you meant with the dolls joke was the characters look like plastic, so it's like playing with plastic dolls. Yeah. Phantom, your main issue is the writing and VA work has felt a bit flat, and it's not easy to connect with the characters in Valhalla Mirage. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that can definitely be a thing as well. I think a lot of stuff for me is the animations of the characters when they're idle, or when they're talking, their gestures, even simple things as when they turn to walk off, it seems very robotic. Mr. Epic, whenever you hear John Delancey as William Miles, you can't stop imagining him as Q. That's definitely understandable as well, you know. But I didn't really, like, I had seen him in that show, but only in, like, you know, posts that people had done about it and stuff. I never actually watched the show enough to see. I mean, I remember when they first aired it on television, and I saw a little bit of it back then, but I didn't watch a lot of it. Drew, how long do you think Assassin's Creed Shadow's main campaign will be? A long time, to be honest. It's probably going to be double the size of Valhalla was by the end of Valhalla's life cycle, I guess. 2 years worth of content added on top of what was there originally. Hey there, Vigils. Welcome on in. The only thing you're wondering, why the hell Hatham doesn't wear goddamn gloves in the winter? Yeah, maybe he's just, his hands are just, you know, he might have some special genetic kind of coverage in the skin that helps him out. Wait, AC Shadows, was it going to be Hex or something similar? Oh yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's another game in the series that they're doing. Phantom, they always have a code name before the real title gets known. That's true. Brutus Q was in the very first 2 episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, Encounter at Farpoint. Oh, that's good that it was in more than one, you know, and being in the first 2 episodes, that's pretty good. Phantom, excluding Roshan and Mirage, she was so good, they did amazing with her. Yeah, she's definitely an interesting character. I don't read much anymore, but it would be interesting to know what happens in the novel that they released based on her, and some things. Brutus, he was in Another Later and also in the Picard series that came out recently. Oh yeah, so he returned for that. I wish he reprised the role of William Miles. Like, the actor who plays him now isn't terrible, but John Delancey just brought something unique to the performance of William Miles that I think is, you know, he wasn't the first actor to voice the character, but I think he made a good mark on it. Drew, I don't know how many times I can answer the same question, but it'll probably be a long time. I don't know if it's going to be as long as Valhalla or Mirage. It's going to be a long game anyway, because it's going to be an open world RPG, like Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla were. So yeah, it's going to be a big game, and they're going to release 3 years worth of content for it as well after it comes out.
Honest answer, please, Desmond. Do you think we're getting out of this alive?
I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty tall order. If the first Civ couldn't save the world, how the hell are we supposed to swing it?
We have some time.
We have less than 2 months. They had decades and a lot more resources. And the worst part is we knew this was coming for, what, hundreds of years?
History repeats, it seems. The first Civ was so busy with their war against us, no one even noticed what was happening. We get advance warning and then fall to fighting with the Templars. Lovely.
Hopefully, whatever's behind that door will make a difference.
And if it doesn't, well, at least we tried. Back to work I go. You should consider doing the same. I'm working right now. All the visual clues are here, which means no time for chit-chat, okay? Sorry.
The only content that they released, Drew, that would be DLC, in terms of, like, you know, story stuff, there was a quest. The 40 Thieves quest. But I haven't done that myself, so I don't know if it's any good or not. Okay, William. Cement Fist Miles, where are you? Here we go.
Yes? Just thought I'd, you know, say hi.
You have more important things to do right now.
Jesus, Dad.
What? What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Hi, son. How are you? What have you been up to?
I know what you've been up to. Nothing. You wasted away in some shitty apartment with a pointless job, while the rest of us were out there fighting to make a difference.
You are such an asshole. Are you thinking about hitting me again? Because this time, I will hit back.
Let's just get back to work, okay? Stop wasting time. Clock's ticking, Desmond. Come on, son, we've got work to do.
Mr. Epic, it also didn't grow up with Picard's Star Trek. Yours was Enterprise, a show that came much later and got a lot of hate, which you didn't understand because that show was awesome and the story was amazing. Later, when you were an adult, you saw everything of Star Trek The Next Generation. You understood why people said that show was amazing. Yeah, that can definitely happen. You know, like, whatever entry point you have for a long-running series especially, that can definitely have a big impact on what you think of the overall series, and you might have a different opinion on a particular entry that others might feel is bad, or even if it's good, you know, you might think something that they think is great is actually bad, and the other way around as well. But that's good that you watched the other stuff too, and had a look at it and saw what it was like. Buster Desmond is so cringe. It's one of those things, like, I definitely don't think William should have punched Desmond, but I can understand his frustration at Desmond, and I can also understand Desmond's frustration at his father, you know. Shaky, too bad there's no drunkard harass that guy routine. Yeah, like in Red Dead Redemption 2, when I did my playthrough of that this year, yeah. That was quite funny. Phantom William is button mashing the antagonize button. He sure is. He's mashing it into oblivion. Alright, so I'm not going to end the stream yet, because I want to do... I think I might be able to do the next two sequences. But I'm also doing Homestead missions as well, and that'll probably make the playthrough go a little bit longer, but that's okay. And then there's some naval stuff I want to do, only the stuff that's related to Biddle, who is a Templar target that the game doesn't actually punish you for not killing him. He's one of the main targets. He's actually on the board that Connor has to actually assassinate, but the game doesn't actually force you into it. So I'm going to make sure I do that as part of the playthrough, which could mean having to upgrade the ship a bit, so I'll have to wait and see. But anything that I'll do between streams will just be grinding for money for Connor and stuff, and all that kind of stuff. But I do want to take a break, though, and then come back with more of this. White Monkey, hope it's better than Valhalla. You lost interest. Valhalla, the stealth was not great. If you did get spotted, the whole map was on you. Shame it was a brutal game. Yeah, and like, there was one moment when I was doing a stealth challenge with that game where I shot an arrow, and it hit the guy, it hit next to him, sorry, and I hid somewhere else in a completely different direction. And so the guy went to investigate the spot that I was at, and when he went to investigate the spot that I was at, I then stood up to shoot him, and he instantly recognized where I was, even though I had actually changed positions and was out of his line of sight way before he even moved to the previous position. You know, so they have GPS trackers on you with the stealth. Oh yeah, you hate your men. Yeah, that's really fair enough with Star Trek Enterprise. Shouldn't have gotten so much hate because the story was a lot of story got cut short, and we got a time skip to explain that which you hated. Yeah, that can be tricky when they do a time jump. Sometimes it can come across as lazy. Sometimes it can come across as a bad move because it doesn't put things in a good perspective and stuff like that. Alrighty then, I will be back after a break. Be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, Brutus, I definitely will. Alrighty then, back from my break. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Crooked. And thank you, I definitely had a good break, thanks. Would like to highly recommend people checking out Crocodiles' channel if you haven't before. He's doing a couple of playthroughs. He's got a playthrough of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas going on. It's actually his first ever time playing through that game, so he just started that playthrough the other day. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's playing through the series doing a challenge that includes no HUD elements, as well as no fast travel allowed, and limited looks at the map as well. He's done that with pretty much all the games except now for Mirage and Valhalla, which he's actually working on. He's doing Mirage and Valhalla in reverse order instead of doing them in release order. And he's on Mirage at the moment doing that challenge, and then he'll be doing it on Valhalla as well for the final game in that marathon. And he's also going to be doing a future playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2 to do a 100% playthrough with that. So that's the kind of content that he's got on his channel. He's also got a lot of funny channel point rewards, a lot of video, a lot of visual ones and audio ones as well. A lot of things that are, you know, like related to various games, different kinds of redeems, whether it's like a success sound or a failure sound or a quote. He's got it set up so that if you redeem one of those, it doesn't just do the one thing each time, it actually randomizes and picks from random a variety of different things to actually play. So yeah, definitely recommend people checking out Crocodiles' channel. Oh, well, thank you, Shake. Liberation next as well, and so I'll be using the remastered version of that. Yeah, Shaky, that's a good way to put it. The replastered version. I like that. That definitely works well. Just to recap, Sequence 4, Hatham was brought to a First Civilization site, but it didn't hold the answers he sought. His relationship with Kanatzio ended when she learned who and what he really was. Oh yeah, Rectic, never finished Liberation. It was a game that I never actually played until the remaster of 3 came out. So I thought it was... I think it's a great game. Like, it's not groundbreaking or anything, but I do like it enough to add it to the annual playthrough cycle.
Zit one day star.
Onisa Jerdha.
Ya Otana Gwanek Gwanek.
Radunagedu, the what Richirunyana, Runajagedu Nadaratu Danuyagodunis.
How it was? Nexi dosa izi nakahonda di yahaze.
Izuit di jono wat stage. Gardiwes wat geno hardenyu tigo yordunya zawadah gwanya suma. Gonna squaxor on a Johnny. Zizohak ohondo zinyori yung garahkwatne.
Hi, Star.
Hi, Star.
What ni gulolak?
Zaga de deriwasta.
Oh yeah, Rectic. Yeah, having the disguises, the personas that you can switch into.
Zazah Dandi. Ha-oh, wa Zazah Dandi.
So what the dot ni gumra za waksa gumma. E dosa ya daiza wandi yake.
Toga nuam zede wakide.
Gundi Gawana Ogwaho Yaga Gundi Nagere Gaa Tony Guna Stinio Ne Okwari.
Danane Radiatine Kera, Renungue, Runsat Nage, the what Tirat Gawas. Wagari Warge, the Ot Stara, Ganatanyadu, Radinagare.
Energy de Tadiharene Rua Diat the Nasqua Negi Garhaguni Tanenu.
Dosa Siada Husadat.
When I heard the what Garitza Dunyane.
Yagoda Setuga. Haha, Zora Gohadu. Is it as a datum?
Aska Degani Asa Gayeri. Aska de what Nyawe.
Oh really, Erectic? You finished this game all the way back in 2012 and never booted it up again? That'd be quite surreal as well to see that, because that is a long time ago now. You're playing the PS3 then? Nice. Cool. Yeah, I was playing Xbox 360 at that time. And it's funny, I never actually got a new PlayStation console until the PS5 came out. So I skipped 3 and 4. Not gonna lie, you thought it always looked this way? Just checked, it doesn't. Yeah, I actually like the graphics in the original better. One thing I will say about this remaster that's great is the lock picking. In the original, when you moved the left and right control sticks and locked them in place, you had to keep tapping the right trigger. to actually finish out the minigame, but if you slightly move the control stick out of position, the whole minigame reset. But in the remaster, when you put the left and right control sticks in place, you just have to press the right trigger once, and then it completes it.
Oh, okay, they go hard at it, and say Juni, they'll call it up the US.
Erectic, Raptor, you doing 100% or just finishing it? Just doing the main story, also the Homestead missions, because I love doing those. And there's the naval stuff with Biddle, one of the Templar targets, and I just want to do that stuff as well, to take care of him. Erectic, yeah, just most of it, but not collecting all the things around it. Exactly. Yeah, like not all the feathers and the trinkets and all that kind of stuff. Which, don't get me wrong, I do like the peg leg stuff, but... But as part of the marathon, I have 17 games in total to get through, and some of them, especially the later ones, take a little bit of extra time. I did, yeah. Yeah, I saw the trailer for Shadows, for the cinematic trailer. Too bad the gameplay trailer won't be until next month, most likely. Director Rapper, always amazed how fast Ubisoft works with releasing. Yeah. They've had a while with that game too. I think they started working on it in 2020. Rector Rapper dropping a game every year. Yeah, for a while they were. Mirage took 3, and there was a 2-year gap between Syndicate and Origins. But yeah, for the most part, they've been yearly release cycles. Benton, they got a ton of studios and copy paste a lot of stuff. That's true. Heretic, haven't played the recent ones. Oh, I gotcha, yeah. Yeah, so Valhalla was 2020, and Mirage was last year. And now Shadows this year, and then supposed to be Hexa next year, and then after that it's supposed to be the multiplayer or something. And in 20 years' time they'll probably still have some games they're releasing.
Sidawat kadi ceduni.
Ize hezayatawe.
Aska, Degini, Asa, Gayerdi, Whisk, Yayak, Zada, Sadegu, Jotu, Oyerdi, Oska you are it, Degini you are it, Asa you are it, Gayerdi you are it, Whisk you are it, Yayak you are it, Zada you are it, Sadegu you are it, Jotu you are it, Dawasa, Dawasa Oska, Dawasa Degini, Dawasa Asa, Dawasa Gayerdi, Dawasa Whisk, Dawasa Yayak, Dawasa Zada, Dawasa Sadegu, Dawasa Jotu, Asa Niwasa.
Era easy.
Okay, so you can get desync there. Yeah, those road maps that they like to do for releases. Phantom Cassandra will be in it too, you guess. Most likely. The same team who did Odyssey did Shadows. Director, you did have a small issue with the copy-paste work of the Avatar game, though. Yeah. Yeah, I never played that one, or the other one as well, that was done when the first movie came out.
Era easy.
What have we here?
You look familiar. Where have I seen you before? That wasn't very nice.
Let me go!
Listen to that. He knows English.
It's not for a savage.
You're spirited too. We have questions for your elders. Only tell us where your village is, boy, and you can go.
Best do as he asks, child.
I could snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure, and pop. The sad little flame of your life extinguished. You are are nothing. A speck of dust. You and all your ilk. Living in the dirt like animals. Oblivious to the true ways of the world. The wiser among you recognize the shape of the future. They throw themselves at our feet and beg mercy. But not you, it seems. No. You cling desperately to your ways, too ignorant to know your folly. But I am not unkind. And so I spare you, that you may carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner we are given what we seek, the sooner you can return to your pathetic, empty lives. A fair trade, is it not?
What is your name?
Charles Lee. Why do you ask?
So I can find you.
I look forward to it.
How brave they are. Choking out and then knocking out a kid. Big tough pricks. Assholes. Erected Rapper, these kids don't want to share. That's true. They're like, Connor, this is my hiding spot. Phantom Avatar looked visually stunning, but beyond that didn't interest you. Well, that's fair enough too, yeah. I remember when the hype for Avatar was big back in 2009, then it died for like a decade. Then all of a sudden it popped back up again for the sequel. Why are they here though? Yeah, I can't remember the details, but I think partly they were there because they were still trying to look for any clues or anything about the precursor site and things like that. But I can't remember if Haytham knew that they were there at that time or the ins and outs of it though. Phantom Connor doing his Liam Neeson impression. So I can find you.
Radun Hagedu! Kohnu Guadi!
Doge!
Radun Hagedu! Kohn...
Dogoyena was! Goiges! Atu yanaratne!
Yahta, John! Onak ti on Sadego! Onak!
Yadzik andene!
Zodi onaga ona! Sotstek. Radun Hagedu. Onak ti on zatni gunra zatni dunhage.
Dodek!
Oserek. Toga zun haak. On sesege. Nekti zaderi ondarak. Dinawe. Adini kwe gunhage.
Ya! Zadoressa! Da Kwatka! Da Girihu! Akenyaga!
Unurumpa.
Oh, naga isa.
Yatta waga ni gon roni. Sada da wena da unga?
That's true, Erectic Raptor. Yeah, Hatham was Connor's father.
Gats, ingeni o daseraya. O yaner mo ingeni wanundo se ay deni roro ke tinohoda de dom ne ayogara we ori wage. Andi jadasa wane ay deni sto zeraroro ke. Amando enega ne tod andi jat ka tunyu we ne ay deni zi nakwa tsari. Wasqueni, ya zodi de wandore.
Yo tena de jaun de ne ayena.
Ha, zezak tinuwe yo zikunde. Zahaga yo yanere.
Yum zaskats.
Nekti doni gari wes tona yo tunhage. Nona ska guidene ne, te wassa gayeri ni hadi runungwe kaa ta hunana dahwage. Suk nona askana nage ne, ta de watna neda. Iga gar hagunsu ahun doratu, kaa ahun zage ahun daditaru. Garu ne zosera aska dewa nyawa na hadihage. Yahte skari wes ta yunki yahkwa daze te.
Segun ino tumne.
Ha, nekti zaha akta da hunenu haje. Te dum zohum jokna e de waire. Toga yaho tena tai de waire, toga yah tai de waderio. To are na zawatne.
Tokni ko hak. Wagerek ta gari hunyani o nirt zi ageratta.
Tigawanio. To aguts yotzi nakuni. Zaha gasto zeriohage ziniotne oya.
Nekti yatamdo era ye edene de negahondage.
Yata diodum zohum unka e goderianderage wahi. How yungeni dogas ki doga andeni gweni toya yedenewe. Ne dosa ya yedini rada ne unzage.
Waderian dat seraksa negiga.
Das cannot gera.
Oh, that's okay, Erectic Raptor. There's no trouble at all.
Ya are ko. Ya.
Miawa.
Ona andeni rata.
Zodzi wandore.
Onio ti isere zaha set satstege doga yacha sadatrege.
Nekti ohna yawa ne doga atjada ne danogihie.
Doga oya wat ti nakunyanyo akta satkan zera. Nahoda, What got ni guruni?
Yatta wak quenyo aguego yang gani harange. Ga ga der hard de signora aguego a seroroge. Ga the ga isere yat the gayeri zinigo yang gani.
I love how Connor's like, what? What? I did that on purpose. And they say he has no sense of humor. Phantom, you'd like to have Connor's ankles. Oh yeah, being able to run through the trees and hit each little, like, in between the branch and then jump through to the next one without stopping and without rolling the ankle and stuff.
So the Dwayne Adam go.
That's right, Erectic Raptor. Yeah, jumping into haystacks is something they'll do for 1,000 years. Phantom and fall from 50 meters and nothing happens. That's true, just brush it off. It's like, it's alright.
I want to go and just on the honor.
Yeah, segu de dom zom mai deni wararoro ge danu ganehm.
Agwa ya no wonder they got the ratsra we yaha. Then a dozen zero zuzi wagareso.
Anguri hunya, kanadakta ezot kodina gerenyo, toan di jadora de. Dohum zahun yo snore am dayo kwate. Yo twenya siakan heyate. Kaya tanoru negiga de ham tanega. Onek tia de waderi wa kwenyastage ne sa oyera. Kada denak totas aundasa de sanuni. Toga anze sadowate. Ande wadu nege negario. Tano yan wadoratsera yan ne.
Agwa next izini wade saniyo.
Ona anteni yanzere. Yo snore se wahragwe tarungo. Skena sua tanut kayeri. Yata o waru kok tate zadohumzoni. Nektiga nehum oni. Toga danzasteriha. Asi daksa anguna dun hasse ona onio zi asat karhara. Jojera tu onek ti hasse tsari zi nume guja darorox ne gundirio. Dio sumagaru de ti de watskan hunkwa ti kahnegi rata. Zezak ne gayendere matrori zi unwak to dundundawarie. Kanaktiyo ne ka ayut karhara. Hauki oya zijat karhara. Kan tozat karhara.
Kan kaniyot.
Yo yanere. Hau jade nyanda ne zaha gario dawana ye deniena. Jini gariwe sugenir hare.
To idawes, so de saniyos ni za ona.
Ya, kaya gwire dano gahure aunaya anga daksa de ne ganehum. Negigas kayada kesnu sage angats de zi anjena. Onaktis kena sun a ange. Toga oskenundu ayungeniga amadego. Takwaderorok. Tawaga huzo se aundage ni gura di hato.
Wizaga.
Jokno hoda era yunge ni gura hawite. Onek tias kade nyada.
Yo 20 tenías tiwa serio. Yo yanere.
Ona deni rorage zino hoda deodum zohum.
I did, Mr. Epic. Yeah, I saw it. Need to see gameplay, but I don't want to buy it until it comes out and I see what happens throughout the story and at the end of it. Plus, there's the Infinity platform as well. I don't know if you have to pay for that extra or not. Arctic Rapper, what you remember from this game? It takes some time before you start assassinating people. That's true. It does. Yeah. You need to wait till Connor gets to Achilles and after he meets him, and then you finally get to, you know, do an assassination, does some training and stuff like that.
Zera neyuntkar harakwa.
Because I'm wondering what magic stuff they're going to put into Shadows. Probably flying dragons and shit. That's true, Erectic, yeah. Plus, they take a very different approach too, as well. Going against the formula that the other games had at the start, you know, like, you knew that you were going to be playing as an assassin straight away. But when this game came out, and you play as a Templar first at the start of the game, it turns that whole thing on its head.
Timja dumzoni sego, nektiate zugini naktode. Onekti de deni zaru anjadora de. Toga idenere yat da idenokta.
Yatte wag der yan dare.
Kunye takwa, tazada de tak, ni nize.
That's true, Erectic Raptor, yeah. Play as Shay. I make my own luck. That's the only game in the series that I played once and hated it so much that I've never played it ever again since. Phantom Shadows die twice, that's the magic. That could be the magic. Maybe you'll turn invisible, literally, and teleport, literally. Oh wait, they've already done that a few times with the games. Or the magic mumbo jumbo. There's a rumor about the game that is called Hexa at the moment, that you're going to be able to possess a cat in the game, and I'm like, okay. Phantom, you hope it doesn't have another constellation skill tree. I hope not, because there's just too many skills in Valhalla. And they don't even give you the ability to mark what skills you want to work towards. Like, it would have been good if you found a skill that you liked and you could mark it, and then it would highlight the path to it that would directly most, you know, would be the most direct way to get to it. And then have it from a drop-down menu, all the ones that you've marked. So if you lose track, like the map for GTA 5, for example, if you go to the map and you use the shortcuts to find the fast travel points, or the locations that you want to, you know, mark, it moves the map over to where it is as you go through the list. They could have done something like that for the skill tree, or forest, or galaxy, more like it. Yeah, Rectic Raptor, yeah, Stray 2.0. I mean, if we get to control the cat, that might be a thing, but I don't know. This seems a bit too... I don't know. I think it would be better if your cat in that game was actually something that you could command to go and scratch an enemy or something, you know. That would be something else, you know. I mean, I don't know how well you can train cats to do things in real life, but... I think that would be better than literally possessing a cat to control it or something. Phantom Stray meets AC Stray C. Mr. Epic, they did the Evie and Jacob thing again with Naomi being the shinobi assassin and Yasuke being a brawler and having no hidden blade. You hate playing the brawler and AC games and the assassin, so you know you're playing the most with. Yeah, and I don't even know if she actually is an official assassin either. Because there's something about the way that they did the trailer that makes me think that maybe she just inherits the hidden blade. And that she inherits it from someone who isn't actually an assassin. But I don't know. That's just me. I'm not saying that that's actually what is happening with it. And they probably just did it for a callback, but when they're like... what's the exact quote? I can't remember what they exactly say, but... We're the shadows who work in the light, or something like that. Work in the dark to serve the light or something. Actually, they don't say work in the dark. Don't they say we're the shadows that serve the light or something? And it's like, it's actually not. But I think they were just doing it for the trailer. I don't think they'll actually say it in the game, but to be more accurate, the assassins say we work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins. They don't say we're shadows that work in the light.
Kana dogu? Oh na awak ne. Otku.
Mr. Epic, things you liked about Naomi, throwing a rope to climb a wall and her having Connor's hidden blade. Yeah, I get confused because I don't read the comics and stuff, but they keep talking about a pivot blade. And I've seen how it works in that trailer. It's like a hidden blade, except it can be pushed sideways to act like a knife or something. I'm like, why bother doing that when you can just use it the way that it's been used for, you know, thousands of years?
Agua gets honey, was get nyaga de nyawa.
I'm the Jatandi ona. I was here na jage hodi ni go rayanda ne. Tino jera ya ezo de tiena.
Nexiato deot.
Oh niot.
Rat dukhawa hageri hunya.
Arctic Raptor, why change the winning formula? Yeah. I mean, I thought the hidden blade that Connor uses is just a standard traditional style one. Because in the trailer, Naoe uses one that she bends sideways and then stabs with it. And apparently that's something that someone else already had in a comic or a book or something. Mr. Epic. In AC theory, it makes sense because Connor uses it to skin animals. Yeah. I always thought he had a knife on him that he used. But then again, I don't look at what he's using when he does that, because I just pretty much skip the little cutscene when he skins the animal to save time.
Agaderian dare Gizardi Hoye was Onogera Gia Garha Gunchedeweta. Onogera Gia Deatia Jataranire ne Oya Ganyoke Haga Ziwaterio. Una was Sundade Donzaderi Huat Zeraguase. Yohunjanorunge, Yunguadena Dayan, Danune, Amha Junguaderi Wayani ne. Ayatia se Doni Sege Unjunza.
Arahaja Zidogane Gando, Ayatiri Hune Kiswas, Saha Odisa Staseriandane.
Yunguadora is in a ton I de wayer hage. Yunguayat dodar he un Zinogayera, ne de Tiswat Neda. Danu ne dogat ton of de wayere, yot derum Ayunguajonha se.
Onugera Zitoni Ori Hawana ne I the Wada Den Hodu. Onahoda Tiga.
Kanin Hoha.
Mayane?
Greetings, Guardian.
Are you a spirit?
You may think of me as such.
Where am I?
You are where you were before. If you mean to ask what it is you now see, it is known as the Nexus. From here, probabilities are calculated so that the proper path may be chosen.
What path?
Yours. Follow me.
What have you done to me?
Selected a form familiar to your culture. It is designed to ease navigation. We have waited millennia for your arrival. You, who will bring to him the last piece, that he may open the door.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. I sense my words cause pain. But such was not my intention. You are important, child, in more ways than you will ever know. As we speak, forces gather in secret, preparing to seize control of the land. If they succeed, the sanctuary will be breached. Yours is a special lineage. Past, present, future. Many are connected to you. Many who have changed the world, who will change the world. so too shall you. I have called you here that you might know your duty. You must protect Sanctuary from those who would undo our work.
What sanctuary? What work?
Maintaining your current course will result in a negative outcome. Premature access will destabilize the region. Your village and its people will be destroyed.
What am I to do?
You will learn of a man who will provide additional training. Seek this symbol. No doubt you have many questions. Time will see them answered. For now, you must follow. Leading is for later.
I don't blame you, Mr. Epic, for just watching it a few times and then just, skipping it. Because once you've seen it enough, it's just like, yeah.
Radun hagedun, got nuwe ni satka, tuntiga gari wayarunitstu.
Adun hets wagena duni. Wat garu di rungwe daya jadatka, ahagena dun hase onio di akande. Dan tune tiga runungwe, izi na gahanda di tunas. Gariwe siwa gaderiandere, danu ize gi oni. Arahajo di zadetni gon rizu ne dosa seri wayena.
Yungwar haratstu ne ayedewa dun hunjanuna. Nexti da sheri de nise. De ot danu haje hunjage danu ya taundo ayungwa da se dunhage.
Ya ka atagitskoda danu agader harda dene ayde wat wanda ne.
Wat gunya do dari sigi owadu era osete.
Ohnu jera di desaderi huadenyani.
Aze gonya tak gweni da guri huadeni. Ya hasa giga. Ase tari jina hoda ze sakstit kada kunegas. Tonu e dagatka tone gari huayernitsto. Ne egi garun gwera hawi o yashnena zinio zizatnista hawa shagoshnena.
Yama.
Seria sadoga, nekzi gets hani sudzi ezos are harde. Was sezakane gari huayronitstu, satahatsari.
Leaving home was harder than I thought. I expected the journey would fill me with a sort of pride, a sense of accomplishment. But whatever it was that carried me away from home soon fled, replaced by questions, and no small amount of doubt. Had I been too hasty? Had I made a mistake? The others in the village, they thought this was something I wanted, something I chose to do. But it never felt that way to me. No. It was not a choice. It was an obligation. Because if not me, then who?
Mr. Epic, you don't mind having a black character as a main character. You mean Look Bayek, who was great, and there are other games too, but in AC Shadows, you personally would have preferred to play as a Japanese person because in your mind you're thinking, why is he fighting other samurai in a land that is not his own and where people look weirdly at him because he's different and probably shun him for that. I think it's more like a fish out of water scenario where you have someone who looks very different to everyone else and the reactions that would cause and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's something about Nobunaga, Oda Nobunaga. I think the real person that Yasuke is based off of was discovered or something by Nobunaga or something like that. And he kind of like took him under his wing or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it definitely sets it apart from Ghost of Tsushima, I guess. She'll have finally free to roam everything besides New York. Wish you could roam New York at that point. Yeah, I get why they didn't want you to go there straight away, but it would have been good to be able to actually explore it. Some random dude just standing there. Yeah, Casper, a free leap of fail. But it's only free because it was accidental. I didn't do it on purpose. I thought Connor would actually survive the fall. Casper, you failed putting leap of fail when it was a leap of fail by putting faith instead of fail. Thanks for redeeming that, Schiller. Speaking of it. Mr. Epic, an AC open world where the Statue of Liberty just arrived would be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, certain things that happened in history that would have been interesting to see what the people first thought of it.
Get out of the way!
After him!
Hey, Achilles. Okay, Shilla, it's leap of fail time. There we go, Shilla. Thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. Erectic Raptor, didn't you climb something in Unity, history-wise? The Eiffel Tower you climb in that is not the real one. It's actually inside of a simulation. Oh, sorry, Shilly, you wanted a tree viewpoint one. Schiller, imagine instead of Rogue, we would have gotten a second Connor game that shows how he's building up the Brotherhood in the newly founded US, and this way he would have had the chance to have character depth. Yeah. I mean, I've always been someone who liked his character, so I don't really feel like he's lacking in this game. But I would definitely have been up for more story content with Connor. Erected Connor's body shake. That is, yeah. Desmond can do it, and Connor can do it, but Hatham can't do it as fluidly. When he does it, it's a lot more stale. Yeah, sure. I just wasn't thinking. I was like, okay, here's a point to jump off at. Mr. Epic, why do you think that Rockstar is like the only game studio that can make such amazing games like GTA and Red Dead 2? You mean, look at what you can do in Red Dead 2 with animations of picking stuff up, and especially the skinning of animals. Look amazing. I mean, I think one of the factors is they spend a lot of time. Because if you look at the release windows of their games, especially in their two big franchises, GTA 5 was 2013, and then Red Dead Redemption 2 was 2018, and it had been 8 years since the first Red Dead Redemption. Whereas with GTA, there was like a few years between 4 and 5, because 4 was 2008. So it was almost about 5-year difference between 4 and 5. And now with 6 coming out next year, that's like... that'll be like 12 years since GTA 5 came out, I think, or maybe 11 years since. Game. What?
Get out of the way!
Oh, it replays this.
After
Okay,
it!
that's weird. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, what the hell? But yeah, I think the time they take, and they probably make sure that they have enough budget to cover that too, as well. I mean, they're basically printing money with all their online stuff, so they can afford to spend as much time as possible. Whereas I guess other studios don't have as much money overall to use. Hey there, Adrian. The real DualShock 4 arrived. Yep, this time it's legit. Well, that is good. It's good that it actually is legit this time. Adrian, you have to say DualSense is an upgrade in every way except for the D-pad, which is just okay. You'll be using that for the 2D games on the PS5. That's fair enough, yeah. Certain things are better suited for certain other stuff. There's no point trying to, force it. Erectic, Raptor, hopefully your PC copy of Scarface is coming tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it turns up on time for you and it's really good condition. Mr. Epic, what you found, the years don't really matter to some studios. Some take 10 years to make a game. When it releases, it's nothing what you expected. Cough, cough, skull and bones. Yeah, I mean, that particular game... The other thing with that was they actually had a contract where they had to actually release it no matter how long it took. They couldn't cancel it and, take whatever money they had left from it and put it to something else. They had to keep doing it until it was released. Alright, so let's see if I can do a leap of fail from this tree by jumping the opposite direction. The game won't let me jump. Oh, come on, game, what? Lets me jump from there, we go. And that's not high enough. Oh dear. Adrian, but not do you have to find a spare micro USB cable. It's probably deep in some drawer. Man, Connor snapping that Ocelot's neck is even more impressive than using the hidden blade. Ocelot, I'll pounce you. Wait, I'm dead? How did that happen so quickly? Yeah, Casper. I just don't know which ones are tree ones off the top of my head. Erectic Raptor should be, yeah. It can be annoying when something takes longer than it was supposed to. It's like, yeah, it'll be here in this many days, and then that many days pass and it still hasn't arrived, and it's like, oh, sorry, you'll need to wait a couple more days. Alright, here's a good spot to do a leap of fail. There we go. Mr. Epic, you don't like what GTA 5 has become, but you give it one thing, no other game has come close to such an open world. Oh, the online for it? Yeah. Yeah, the online is something I don't pay attention to with GTA or Red Dead. Adrian, in a way, Horizon Games feels like a successor to AC3, with the wilderness, the bow-based hunting, and even the machine-making cauldrons remind you of the Grand Temple. And AC3 also had that post-apocalyptic vision at the end too. Yeah, haven't played those games yet, but I definitely can see the combination of things. That's right, Mr. Epic, yep. Connor's got fists like Chris Redfield. Hey, Godfather Al. Charles Lee, finder of the generation, young tracker Rodney. Well, we've found him a few times, but he's still alive, unfortunately. Good morning, Lucinda. Welcome to you. Absolutely, AC3 time. I'm playing it so you don't have to. This is true. How's things going for you today? Oh yeah, Rectic Raptor, that's no problem at all. Thank you so much for watching and for chatting for a bit as well. I really hope you have a good one.
Hello. You must be one of them native fellas from the, what's it called? Iroquois tribe. Aye. You from that?
Course not, Terry. Iroquois ain't a tribe.
Is so.
Is not. The Iroquois is a confederation.
Confederate what now?
Confederation, ya Tony. It's a group, an alliance. Lots of different kinds of people, all united.
Right. Like I said, a tribe.
Listen, you toddy-headed twiddlepoop. There's a difference between a tribe and a confederation, and it's not my fault your skull's too thick to make sense of it.
Who you calling a twiddlepoop, you crump-back scab? Hey now, this is between me and him.
Yeah, mind your business.
Listen, they're going okay. Had some zombie apocalypse dreams last night. Was awesome. Slept in more so you could keep the dream alive. Really? That definitely sounds like a very vivid dream. I don't think I've ever had a dream of apocalypse.
I've sent Enoch to scout the place. Private matters being discussed here. Best you move along.
Won't warn you again.
Oh, won't warn me again, huh? Let's see what happens when you warn me again. What you gonna do, huh? Huh? What you gonna? I thought you were gonna warn me again. Oh, you're gonna push me. Oh. Oh, you're pushing me. Oh, that's so big of you. Yeah, Adrian, it's a great interaction between those two. Totty-headed twiddle poop.
What?
I was told you could train me.
No. Go away.
I'm not leaving!
Adrian, I'm selling these fine leather jackets. Indiana Jones game reference. This is true. One of the old LucasArts point and click. Mr. Epic, you love the OG AC3, especially because you were playing as a Native American. Always loved the lore of their culture. It's such a shame though that they cheapskated the remaster. This game deserved better, especially because the story is quite good. Yeah, the Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which came out only a year later, looks better than the remaster of this game. And that's saying something.
I need a place to camp. This should do.
I always think that looks like a big giant piece of licorice that he's holding.
There must be another way in.
Knock, knock. Open the door. Now. No.
Please, all I ask is a moment of your time.
I apologize if I've been unclear or otherwise confused you with my words. It was never my intention to mislead, so let me try to clarify. Get the hell off my land.
I'm coming up!
Just hear me out. What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? You think I'm afraid of anything? Least of all a self-important little scab like you? Or you might dream of being a hero, of riding to rescues, of saving the world. But stay this course, and the only thing you're gonna be is dead. The world's moved on, boy. Best you do too.
I will not leave, do you hear me? I'm never leaving. Just wait, old man.
Yeah, I think the faces in the original look better.
You...
I know.
These are square toes. This'll be easy.
That's what you said last time, and I wound up with a dead horse and a dark eye.
Who are you?
No one you need concern yourself with, little britches.
Best cut for something bad happens.
No.
Can't say we didn't warn ya.
Come on, both attack at once.
Oi, brothers! Should have run when you had the chance.
Oh.
Ha! Look at the savage dogs!
Songs and spirits can't save you now.
You're only making things worse.
Yield, boy. Do you quickly.
Ha! Look at the savage dogs! Should have run when you had the chance. You're only making things worse.
Songs and spirits can't save you now.
Ha! Look at the savage dogs!
Why are you here? What do you want?
Best ask the boss man.
You working for the old man, then? That it? Maybe this'll get you talking. Oh.
Oh.
Thank you.
Clean this up. Then I suppose we should talk.
It hurts. Ow, my arm. Mr. Epic, and what you especially hated was the fact that they pulled the originals off from Steam, so even if you want to play the originals because you don't like the remaster, you don't even get the option to choose that anymore. That's true, and there's content that if you hadn't bought it and downloaded it, you won't be able to access anymore with the original version. Yeah, the way that he just goes, oh. It's like, come on, be like, ugh! You know, something like that. Put a bit more energy into it, not, oh. Ugh! Not, oh. It hurts. You'd forgotten about that, Lucinda. It's such a funny moment in Syndicate.
Sorry.
Not your fault. This whole place is ready to come down. Goddamn miracle it hasn't already. Anyway, who are you?
My name is Rado Hangado.
Right. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Now, tell me why you're here.
I was told to seek this symbol.
Do you even know what that symbol represents? Or what it is you're asking for?
No.
And yet, here you are.
The spirit said that
These spirits of yours have been harassing the assassins for centuries. Ever since Ezio uncorked the bottle. But you don't even know what an assassin is, do you? Well, that's settled in then. I've got a story to tell, and it's gonna take a while to get it all out. And so, this is why the Assassins have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of the Templars. Because if they succeed, your spirit's visions will become reality.
Then I will stop them.
Oh, I have no doubt you'll try. Come on, I've something to show you. Careful. Wasn't a joke when I said this place was coming apart.
Why don't you repair it?
What's the point? Besides, I don't have materials for the job.
So buy them.
Look at me! You think I can just march into some store, purse full of pounds, and go shopping?
Yes. Why not?
So naive. This way. Don't think you can just come in here, throw those on, and call yourself an assassin.
I did not. I would never presume...
That's all right. I know they've a certain allure. Very well. I'll train you. Then we'll know if you've the right to wear those robes.
Thank you.
Name's Achilles. Come on, then. We've work to do.
You are a speck of dust, a nothing. You and all your kind. Living in the dirt like animals. Oblivious to the true ways of the world.
What do the Templars want?
What they've always wanted. Control. They see an opportunity in the colonies. A chance for new beginnings, unfettered by the chaos of the past. This is why they backed the British. Here they have a chance to illustrate the merits of their beliefs, a people in service to the principles of order and structure.
I have seen what is to come if they succeed. They have to die, don't they? All of them. Even my father.
Especially your father. He's the one holding the whole thing together.
So I trained. In running, in climbing, in fighting, in falling. And for every lesson that concerned the body, there were two that concerned the mind. Language, philosophy, logic, the arts. Achilles taught most often of the Assassins and Templars, their structures, origins, and purpose. Centuries of history condensed into a few short days. I told him of the men who had burned my village, of Charles Lee, and my promise to him. Achilles explained that Lee and his followers were Templars, and that they were led by none other than my own father. If I was to serve the order, these men would become my targets. So I worked harder, learned faster, but for all my progress, it was clear that I still had much to learn. My training had only just begun.
Hey there, Mona. Welcome. I am doing well, thank you. Yeah, making good progress too. I always like to make sure that I can get the Hatham stuff done in one stream. So we definitely did that, and I'd like to do at least 2 sequences with Connor. But yeah, it's going really good. How about yourself? Listen, when you fight the elite guards on the street, they're hard enemies, but turns out all you had to do was twist their arms. Exactly, that's their weak spot. That's their Achilles heel, except it's their Achilles arm. A wise man called Achilles once said to me, I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I got a bullet into my knee. Thanks for redeeming that, Schiller, that Arnie impression. Nice. Mr. Epic, they should have put an extra DLC mission in the remaster where Hatham talks to Connor and says this. So, hey Connor, do you know the story of how Achilles got that limp? No, well I gave it to him. Mwahaha. Because that's what happened in AC Rogue. That is so true. That's probably the only thing that I liked that they had done in that game in regards to how we see Achilles in this game. Like, having him be shot by Hatham is good, but they completely overlook a big, massive potential story that they didn't actually really even scratch the surface of much, which is Achilles' wife and son getting killed or dying. I really felt that what should have happened is that Shay, or if it was someone else, actually kills his wife and son. And then in the fight, that's when Achilles gets shot by Hatham, making it an unfair fight because Achilles was fighting, the main character, who in my idea would be either Shay still or some other new character, and Hatham sneaks up and basically caps Achilles in the knee.
Good morning.
To you as well. You taking a trip?
I've decided to do something about the house, and you're going to help me. Get it? Don't stare.
Sorry.
Come on.
This place is incredible. The people, the sounds and smells. I could walk these streets for days and know not even half its wonders.
I thought the same as you upon a time. These days, I much prefer the quiet of the countryside.
But there is so much life here. So many opportunities.
For a few, my boy. For a few. There's a store close to here. You're to buy the items on this list. Tell them where the carriage is, and they'll see that it's loaded. Understood?
Yes.
Good. You're also going to need a new name. Your skin is fair enough that you might pass for one with Spanish or Italian blood. Better to be thought a Spaniard than a native. And both are better still than I.
That is not true.
What's true and what is aren't always the same.
What would you call me then?
Connor. Yes, that will be your name. All right then, off you go.
I like how he chooses to call him Connor, like his own son's name. And the thing is, Achilles becomes more of a father to him than his own actual biological father ever was, or ever would be. Hey there, like, welcome on in. Oh yeah, when it's in the early stages of the story with Connor, yeah. It was definitely interesting sort of like trajectory and stuff that they went with for this story. Like, all the marketing had Connor in it, and then you start the game playing as Hatham. And it was a unique spin on the then formula that was, you start the game up, you go to present day, then you jump into the shoes of an assassin, and away you go with the story. And you play an assassin the whole time. Then they were like, how about we switch it up? We'll make you think you're playing as an assassin, and then we'll reveal that no, you're in fact playing as a Templar. You know, change things up. Mr. Epic, that would be sad about a much better origin story indeed. Yeah, I just felt like Rogue completely skimmed over the death of Achilles' wife and son. Like, it didn't really actually ultimately matter much. But if you're going to tell a story and you're going to have Achilles in it, and you're going to show what happened to Achilles to make him the way that we see him in Assassin's Creed 3, then you need to do something that strongly ties in his wife and son.
It seems each day a new tax is levied, a new rule enforced, all without our
Actually, the perfect song for Connor would be My Hips Don't Lie. Yeah, when doing that dance. Oh yes, the most Spanish name ever, Connor. It is, isn't it? Like, such deep writing. You overlooked this small convo of skin color during your first playthrough years ago? Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, like, Connor views Achilles as everyone else, you know, like, he feels like Achilles is worthy, you know, of being considered, you know, by the rest of society as, you know, important and valid and all that kind of stuff. Which is still a little bit naive, but it doesn't mean that it's something that shouldn't be considered, you know what I mean? Like, you can be naive about things, but it doesn't mean that what you're being naive about is bad. It just means that there might be an aspect of the reality of the situation that doesn't actually dawn on you because you're a bit too naive to even consider that as a thing. Mr. Epic, you're the only one that refused to use a sword in this game because you like Connor using a tomahawk and you love the look of it? Kinda. I tend to use the tomahawk a lot just by default. Phantom, you used all the weapons in AC3 pretty much. It has some of the best combat animations in the series, so brutal. Yeah, I'm glad that they redid all the animations from the previous games. It helped make it feel fresh as well.
You lost?
I need the items on this list.
Will you be paying with coin or trade? Some of these things I have, some I don't. Lumber's hard to come by since my supplier up and vanished. I have the tools and pitch, though. Nails, too. So, where do you want this delivered?
Our wagon is near the State House. I should return to Achilles.
Who stands in Parliament for Boston? For New York? For Virginia? No one. Everyone.
What happened?
That's what we're going to find out. Follow me.
Those assholes pushing Achilles over like that.
I say again, disperse! Congregating in this manner is forbidden!
We're not going anywhere, Bug!
Oi! Why don't you go back to England?
No good can come of this chaos! Return to your homes, and all will be forgiven!
Never!
Not until you've answered for your crimes!
You're right, cowards!
You don't scare us!
Pointing guns at unarmed!
We ain't afraid!
There.
Is that my father?
Yes, which means trouble is sure to follow. I need you to tail his accomplice. This crowd is a powder keg. We can't allow him to light the fuse.
But
nothing. Do as I say and go.
Come on, you gosh-gutted coward! You doesn't shoot at me!
Hey, Lobster! Go ahead! Fire your little gun!
You red-backed, rum-soaked, bacon-faced lout! I'd as soon fight just piss on you!
Freaky swat! Take a swing at me, why don't you?
It's so funny when the target that you're tailing gets stuck.
You there. What's all the fuss about?
Fire at the townhouse.
I like that he can't see this tomahawk just being spun right in front of his face.
Your plot is ended.
Not quite.
Damn you! Fire!
I need to find Achilles.
Mr. Epic, and after this game they did one of the best AC games, Black Flag, where you can dual wield swords. That was amazing. Now that you think, Eber was one of the only ones that could dual wield swords. We live in Rogue, you could do darts, but it uses one sword and one dagger, so you don't count that one. Oh yeah, that's fair enough as well. It's kind of like when you have a character use a hidden blade and a knife at the same time to do a double assassination. It's not a classic style one, but it still, is that kind of action. Yeah, Casper, a flying tomahawk, nothing suspicious. Like, imagine that, you're just staring straight ahead, and from behind a building, you can just see this tomahawk being spun around. But you don't say anything about it because it's just not suspicious, apparently. Yeah, Phantom, that's a good one. It was the fidget spinner of the time. Mr. Epic, spin to win. That's right. Casper, soon it's time for oh yay, oh yay. Oh yay, oh yay. Yeah, we're going to meet an ancestor of Billy Ray Cyrus. Listen, you really love the weapon animations in Black Flag. I did too. It was really, really good. And it's really, really fun to see the different finisher moves that can be done, depending on what you're actually using. Connor, here. Over here.
You're Achilles' boy. Connor, was it? I saw what happened at the townhouse. A fine mess, that.
Who are you?
Samuel Adams, at your service. Achilles asked me to get you out of Boston.
Explain.
The whole city's looking for you.
Oh yay, oh yay! A criminal stalks the streets, wanted in connection with the massacre at the townhouse. Citizens are advised to call the guards if they see him. £10 to whoever brings this madman.
What am I supposed to do?
You can take down these posters for a start. Return to me once you remove the others. Take down those posters and then we'll talk.
Yeah, Lucinda Connor's like, what's a handshake? What is this? Mona, OJ, criminal stalks the streets. Too soon? Yeah. What a figure he was.
None can say for certain who fired the first shot, but we now suspect a man of native origin. Many speculate as to why he acted. A show of solidarity with the protesters? Vengeance for an attack on his people? Or was it merely an act of madness? I fear we will have no
I dreamed a dream the other night. Lowlands, lowlands away. Me John, my love, she came, dressed all in white. Lowlands away. I dreamed my love came in my sleep. Lowlands, lowlands away, me John. Hey, her cheeks were wet, her eyes did weep. Lowlands away. Mr. Epic, thank you so very much for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Such a great sea shanty as well. Thank you, thank you. Hey Arthuri, welcome back. Shopping and training sessions was done, and it's time to download AC Mirage for your PS5. That is excellent, Arthuri. I'm glad that it all went well. That's good that you've all done, and now you can chill and relax and visit Basm and enjoy. That's really cool, Arthuri. It is a great shanty, Mr. Epic. It really is. I like how in Syndicate the piano puzzle has a few bars from that sea shanty. Alright, so now we're going to meet the ancestor of Billy Ray Cyrus.
Ah, Connor. There you are. I'd like you to meet Cyrus.
Is he the killer?
Tease. Cyrus is on our side, or rather, for the right price, he will be.
Have you seen this man?
Watch and learn.
Oyez! Oyez! Word has reached us that the man responsible for today's shooting may have been in disguise. A wig and makeup tin were found near the scene of the crime. Witnesses describe a middle-aged gentleman of pale complexion fleeing towards the wharves, rifle in arm.
Thank you kindly, Cyrus.
Pleasure.
Come on, then. There's still one last bit of work to do.
Just don't break his heart. His achy breaky heart, though.
Where are we going?
To the printer. Where do you think all those posters came from? They're made by a machine. We need to shut it down.
Come on, Samuel Adams. You can do all that, can't you?
I can go by rooftop and meet you there.
No. Better you learn about the tunnels now.
Tunnels?
The Masons have a whole network of them under the city. They're quite useful when speed and secrecy are required.
Hey there, Maxie. Good day, dude. How's it going? No, actually, we haven't found Charles Lee yet. I wonder when he appears in the game. Where are you, Charles? Give me Lee! Mr. Epic, if only he knew one of his future granddaughters would make a video in her underwear on a wrecking ball. Yeah. That's true. You're doing good, Maxie? Excellent. That's really good to hear. Especially getting closer to the weekend. As for me, I'm doing well. Want to do at least the first 6 sequences in this stream. And see if we can do some Homestead missions as well. Can't make use of that yet, unfortunately. Come on, Sam Adams, keep up. Maybe you need more beer in your system. Maxi, oh god, yeah, you can't wait for the weekend. Had planned to play Odyssey, but then you had family over, unplanned. Oh, did you, Maxi? Yeah, the streaming life. Sometimes you have things that mean you have to change your schedule a bit. It's understandable, dude. Odyssey. Be interesting to see what you think of the end of the Legacy of the First Blade. The Legacy of the Cringe. Just the looks, you know, like... It's like... So, yeah, I'm gonna have to go home. Long dramatic pause, frown face. Look down at the ground. I tell you what. The amount of times in that DLC where you got Cassandra or Alexius, if you're playing as him, with those morose-looking friggin' expressions on their face, and Nutakus, or Nutcrackers as I like to call him, frowning and moping. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's worse than like Days of Our Lives or something. You can't wait to finish it, Maxi? I don't blame you, dude.
Here we are, then. I'll see you inside.
Yeah, Maxi, you got more better things to do, like cringing every 10 seconds. Exactly. It's just so melodramatic, and it's just bloody hell. It's like, come on. And they started so early, too. Like, you can tell... I mean, maybe not when you're playing it for the first time, but if you already know how things go, and you look back at it, you can definitely tell very early on they're trying to push the character to fall in love with the other one.
Hold on.
Or to create something between them, you know.
Use your lantern to light the lamps, Connor. They'll help us find our way should we get turned around.
I wonder why they built these tunnels.
Excellent. Let us move on. Much as it pains me to say it, we must follow the rats, as they often move in the direction of an exit.
Oh yeah, Maxi, hopefully you will. Be good for you to get that content done and be able to move on to something else in it. Have a change of storytelling a little bit.
Well, well. You were right. I apologize for ever doubting. No wonder Achilles has taken such an interest in you. Arse. I don't suppose lockpicking is part of your repertoire?
Connor's look. I got this.
Well done. The printer isn't far. Let us reconvene there.
Oh yeah, Maxi, I think 6 hours. You'll definitely get it all done in 6 hours, I'd say. Mr. Epic, you're treating Nutakus like shit because he was so whiny, but they still somehow fell in love for some stupid reason. Yeah. It's like, they fell in love for reasons. Yeah, if you're going to market your game to be something, you don't then, in the DLC, prevent players from doing what you said they could do. But even the wording is wrong, like that talk about write your own Odyssey. It's like, get the fuck out of here with that. It's not write your own fucking Odyssey. If it was, then every friggin' choice would direct you down a path that might not be 100% different, but like in games like Detroit Become Human, you know, like if you choose to have a character fuck around for too long, and because you fucked around for too long, the game punishes you by making that character die, that's when you're actually changing things, you know. But yeah, the whole marketing for that was just, it was like, create your own Odyssey. It's like, you're not really. Like, yeah, you can make choices with the dialogue, and you can make choices with events, like, do you want this person to die, or do you want them to live? You know, those sorts of things. That's not necessarily giving the player heaps of freedom, because they're still having to work within the confines of, here's the 3 dialogue choices, you can only choose one, and whatever you choose, you have to stick with, you know. Unless obviously you save before you make the choice and then you reload it if you don't like the outcome, but Maxi, it's hilarious how Ubisoft changes the choices, but then Cassandra says something similar to the nicer option. Exactly. Yeah. You know. And as you saw, like, it's definitely apparent in that Legacy of the First Blade Episode 2 DLC that they changed the text because of the backlash, but they didn't change the dialogue. Hey there, Clip Vigilante. Welcome on in. The graphics improved so much from AC2 to AC3. It really, really did, Clip. You're not wrong there. Like, AC2 was 2009, this was 2012, so it was quite a big jump. Maxi, it's write your own Odyssey, but without Odyssey written in mind. Exactly, Maxi, you know. But yeah, I just feel like they really dropped the ball with what they were promising. Don't promise what you can't deliver. Mr. Epic, you did like the fact that now Cassandra is related to Aya Amunet, but indeed you would have preferred to have a choice. Yeah. I don't know, for me that just smacks of them wanting to... It's like the writers of Rogue, when they just wanted to slap Shay into the Unity timeline and have him kill Anna's father. Like, all the stuff that happens in Unity was already written and locked in and performed way before they even started writing or even came up with Shay. And they just shoehorned him in there to have a connection and a link, because they were releasing Rogue at the same time as Unity. So they wanted to make sure that there was some kind of, like, you know, tease for Unity in Rogue. That's why in Unity you never ever ever have any sort of, like, conversation where Arno is like, gee, I wonder who killed my father. Like, that's not a whole thing, because when they wrote Unity, the identity of Arno's father's killer was meant to be unknown. But when they wrote Rogue, they were like, let's make our character kill Arno's father. So Odyssey making Aya related to Cassandra is just their way of shoehorning their own storyline into Origins.
You ask a great deal of me, Sam.
I know, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, if it wasn't vital.
Fine. Just this once, though. In the future, such things will come at a price. Resetting the type is neither quick nor easy. To say nothing of the cost should I be discovered.
I shall not forget this kindness.
Nor I.
His work will see your last little bit of notoriety erased. Come, I'll show you how to leave now that order's been restored. So, now you've had a chance to see how it all works. Untoward actions will upset the citizens and inevitably lead to the guards being called. Depending on the severity of your transgression, they may simply search a bit before giving up and returning to their posts. But should you offend them severely or repeatedly, they'll become much more aggressive in their pursuits. I've shown you 3 ways to turn the tide. Remove wanted posters, bribe town criers, or visit a printer to create your own propaganda.
This feels wrong. Why not just speak to someone and explain my innocence?
You can't be serious.
We counter one lie with another. Words on paper instantly taken as truth. And all of it without question.
They loosed this beast. Or have you forgotten? I merely helped you tame and turn it round.
There must be another way. Something more honest.
But when you find it, do let me know. But until then, we sculpt with the clay we have.
My apologies. I do not mean to sound ungrateful.
Quite all right. I was much the same at your age. You'll grow out of it.
And if I do...
Here we are. Speak with the harbor master and he'll see you home.
Thank you for everything, Sam. I promise one day to repay the favor.
Oh, I'm counting on it.
Like this.
I forgot to stop for 5 hours while the dialogue played out. Otherwise the dialogue cuts out. Mona, how time flies. Remember taking a couple of days off work when this came out. Your wife at the time was pissed off at you that you took off work just to play a game. Yeah, that's fair. Every time I say Arno, you picture Arnie and the impression. I'm Arno. Liz, come here. Look at this. Mr. Epic, and what you also hated is that Cassandra gave a child up because she's somehow safer that way. Who's to say a child wasn't safer with her and more in danger with Darius? In your mind, it's like a mother giving her child up, which you hate. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely things in that story that were funneled to be a certain way with a certain outcome as well. But yeah, I mean, it's not like the character's psychic and could tell what was going to happen in the future or not. Listen to your love Connor's arguments here. Tutorial, handshake unlocked. Exactly. Good old handshake. But yeah, I do too, as well. I think he definitely has some good points. I can understand the other side of things, but you know, it's a shame that simply saying the truth cannot actually be accepted. You know, that a lie is more acceptable than the truth. Maxie, does the eagle icon open up its wings when you sync that viewpoint? You can't remember. It does, dude. Yeah, they do that with the icons. I think that was a nice touch. Mr. Epic, especially since she got a trauma of her father dropping her off a cliff, you would think she would not even think of abandoning him. Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Like, whatever way people played the character in the main game doesn't matter when you get to the DLC, because... I mean, yeah, maybe there might be small little things that are connected based on what you did in the main game, but the major things aren't, you know. Like, if you were playing as Alexius and you romanced the majority of men in the game, then when you get to the DLC, the game should recognize that percentage and go, right, okay, so we'll make it that Natakis is the one that appears for Alexius, if that was the case, you know. And if Cassandra romanced women more of the time in the main game, that the DLC would recognize that and go, okay, well, we'll have Nima be the one that Cassandra, you know. They could have done that, but I guess it might have taken a long time for them to sort that out, but still, it's the only way to sort of, like, honor everyone's choice. And again, if you're going to advertise your game and say that that kind of thing is going to be possible, then you should live up to it. And even, you know, there's people that don't care for romance options in game either way, you know. They don't care, and so they want to make sure that they can refuse every offer. But I think there's some quests where they make it so that you can't refuse an offer, or there's a choice that is considered a romantic response. like there's two. It's confusing sometimes. Mona, stop making sense. Yeah, you got to follow through. You know, you got to follow through with what you set up. Like if you're going to do a game where you tell the player that you can fly in the game, but they get the game and you can't fly at all, well, you haven't followed through on what you promised would be in the game, you know. You haven't played the DLC just for those reasons. I don't blame you, Mona. I mean, the only unfortunate thing is there's story elements tied to it that when Valhalla came out, if you hadn't done that DLC content, you'd be like, what the hell's going on here? Why is Layla here with them? And what happened? What are they referring to? What's the staff doing? You know, all those sorts of things don't get answered unless you play the DLC to get the modern day element. Clip, really cool. They added the Gadsden flag in this game. Timer period correct, was it? Oh, that's good. That's good that they were able to actually put something in like that and it actually matches and it's correct. Listen to like you. Yeah, exactly. You know, and this is where a recap would have come in handy. You know what I mean? Like they did in the old games. At the end of one game, something would happen, and then at the start of the next one, it would recap what had happened before. So all they had to do is just basically recap everything that happened in that DLC quickly in like a little cutscene to bring people up to speed. No, I absolutely agree. Continuity of the character is broken, in your opinion. Yeah, exactly. You know, you got to keep that consistency. Listen, but if they recapped it, you wouldn't buy the DLC, right? Ubisoft probably. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was their thinking. It's like, we can't lock people. We don't want to persuade people not to get something that we've released in order to understand something.
Welcome back.
You left me in Boston.
The training we've done here is all well and good, but experience is a better teacher by far.
What of my father?
Into the wind, I'm afraid.
We have to find him.
And we will, after the house has been repaired.
But he's out there plotting who knows what.
And what would you do when you found him? If you found him? You're a boy with a few months of training. He's a man, full-grown, who spent decades honing his skills. If you're going to stand a chance against the Templars, you're going to need these. Go on before I change my mind.
We'll help him in a moment. Clip, Gadsden is the flag that the yellow flag you saw from the handshake scene. It's an American symbol of rebellion and the first flag in the United States Marine Corps. Really? Okay. Do you know what Gadsden like means? Is there like a meaning to the word, or Mr. Epic, if Ubisoft wants to have Cassandra's child be canonically related as a grandchild, fine, okay, but at least give the options as how and especially when. You wanted to give us the option to not give a child up and raise him at least into adulthood. It wouldn't matter to her, she's immortal, and would have hurt seeing his son and his children die, but at least she would have been there. Yeah, I mean, that definitely would have opened it up to be more catering to the player's choices as well. Because the thing was, no matter where they ended Odyssey, ultimately, the next game in the series would have to make sure it continued on. Indeed, Schiller. Finally, the Hidden Blades. It's a great moment, Lucinda. It's really, really cool. Same with him getting the outfit on. Clip, Gladstone is just the guy who made it impossible, pretty sure. Flag was initially relevant during the late 1700s. Well, thanks for that info, Clip, because it's one of those things where you see so much stuff that just is background, but you don't necessarily know or notice it unless you have learnt about it. There's a lot of misconceptions as to what the flag represents today. So different misconceptions and interpretations and stuff. That can make it difficult, especially if you're trying to do something that is accurate. If there's multiple different things that people have thought of.
You, sir, please, help! He's going to die!
Who?
There's no time! Please, come!
Who?
There's no time! Please, come! Down there! He's just passed under the bridge!
Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Help me! Please! Someone! Help! Someone! Help! Help me! Please! Someone! Help! Help me!
What this knobbend is trying to say is he's forever in your debt, sir.
Who you calling? A knob-end?
You, because you are one.
What were you doing on those logs?
One of the dangers of lumbering. We've got the camp set up a few rods off of here, as we're cutting timber. We're hoping to open a mill in the area.
There's a good place not far from the manor on the hill where I'm staying.
I like you already. We'll have a look.
Clip. Autocorrect. Impossible. You think you meant initially. You don't know, lol. That's fair enough, Clip. But yeah, initially relevant during...
I'll miss the peace and quiet, but we can certainly use the wood.
The manor needs a lot of work.
That and other things. Meet me at the small shack by the shoreline when you have time. There's something else you need to see.
What is it?
An asset.
Oh yes, Linda, that's a good one. Come save him. I didn't get the last word in our last argument. It can't end like this. It'd be so funny if you rescued him and then he's like, and as I was saying, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, so there, and then just walked off. There, I got it out of my system. Clip, you think you meant to say, I'm pretty sure, but got auto-corrected to impossible. It's so funny what autocorrect likes to do sometimes. Makes you think it has a mind of its own. Something that they changed in the remaster was the icons for the homesteaders. In the original version, it's the initials of the character's name, or one of the initials that you see. Whereas in the remaster, they changed it to actually be an icon representing the character, whether it's what profession they have. So you have like the axe for one of the carpenters, and well, not the carpenters, but the lumberjacks. What's so funny is these interactive conversations you can have. You can literally wait until you've done all the Homestead missions and then have them. And it's funny because you'll have dialogue that's introducing homesteaders to you that you've already done all the Homestead missions and you've already experienced what it's like with them and found out all about their life and all that kind of stuff. And then, boom. It's like, hang on. You should know each other by now. Since we now can do Homestead missions, that's part of my playthrough for this marathon. So let's go and help Lance.
Let's see if our man can fly. What in God's name is going on around here? Someone pull me up! Anyone! Someone pull me up!
I like how slowly Connor does this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I think so. Didn't do much to me aside from a good scare. Blackguards.
What did they want with you?
My purse, which was meager, and they decided to punish me for their trouble. Silly, really. My tools and equipment were worth a king's share to the right man. In any case, I had best get on my way. It's a long walk to the nearest inn. I thank you again for your kindness.
Have you no home?
Oh, well, I was a proud resident of Boston until recently, but I'm not a supporter of His Majesty, and, well, I was forced out of my woodshop and home by loyalists.
There are plenty around here who could use the services of a skilled craftsman, if you were looking for somewhere to settle.
Is that right? I may look into that.
They took the loot away. How could you? Hey there, Red Jedi. Hello there. How's it going? Welcome on in.
What is it? I was just thinking.
Aye?
We have to load these all up. Take them to Big Dave, and then we have to unload them.
That's right.
After all that, it'll be long past time to eat.
Best hurry then.
Right.
It's so funny. I don't know if them mentioning Big Dave this early means that those two actually know him before we meet him, or if it's just an oversight or not. Exactly, Red Jedi, that's cool. What Connor wants is liberty.
I found him! People
say these a myth, but I have 'em. Captain Kidd had a secret, to be sure. Just get me a ship and a crew, and we'll find out what it was he held so dear. I met him once, that captain. He was 7 feet tall if he was an inch. I tell you, legs like 3 trunks and a smithy's arms. Almost broke my hand shaking it'll know. I could feel it then when I met him. No weapon made by man could harm him.
Behold, the wintry storms are gone. Behold, the wintry storms are gone.
And the gentle raising splats the sky.
Red Jedi, but that comes later. That is so true. Throwing the tea off the ships.
Go away!
Said go away, boy! Do you not speak the King's English? Oh, I didn't see you there, old man. I'd have set my home in order if I'd known you'd be calling.
The boy's name is Connor. He's here to restore the property.
Restore? Restore? Pardon my manners. She's still the fastest in the Atlantic. Sure, she needs some attention. Minor things mostly, but with a little affection, she'll fly again.
Who is she?
Who is she? Why, the Aquila boy, the ghost of the North Seas.
The boat.
A boat? She's a ship boy, and make no mistake about it. I thought you brought him here to restore order. I reckon he's the greenest thing on the frontier.
Connor, meet me back at the manor when you've finished here.
You said it requires repairs. You able?
She does need work. A ship is a she, boy. And yes, I can refit her, but I'm lacking in the proper supplies. Some quality timber would help me get started.
I can see to that. How long before she is able to sail again?
Just get me the lumber, boy. And I'll raise a crew.
Oh yes, Sheila, that's no trouble at all. I really hope that work goes well. And no worries for the stream. I'll be streaming for a little bit longer yet, but I think I'll be finishing once I do Sequence 6 though. But we'll definitely see you again soon. Would like to highly recommend people check out Shillaloc's channel. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. Also doing an annual series run, currently up to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Doing different kinds of playthroughs with that. He's also a fan of Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive. He's a great streamer, has a really chill vibe, and a great atmosphere, so definitely recommend. Regid, did the ship used to be sailed by pirates before she just sat here all this time? Ooh, that's a good question. I can't actually remember the history of the ship and what happened to it. I want to say, and I don't remember, but I want to say there's something in Rogue that covers that, or maybe there's like something on Wikipedia that I read one time or something. Mona, the parent company you work for is Aquila. Made that connection in the interview. Love little quirky synchronistic events. Oh, really? Yeah, you gotta love when that happens, though. It's like when you are talking to someone and you both say the exact same thing at the same time that you were both thinking at the same time. Hey there, Saber. Good morning. Things are going really good, thank you. How's things going with you today? Red Jedi, that connection with Shay and Rogue, yeah.
There you are. I've something to show you. Come, take a look.
What is it?
A ledger. It lets us manage the Homestead's dealings.
And these?
That was years ago. Before the slow fever, before the Templars, before everything collapsed. But that's all in the past. Better we focus on what's in front of us. Take up the ledger, and I'll teach you how it all works.
Saber, truthfully, you just woke up maybe 20 minutes ago, but you woke up to a missed call from an unknown number. Glad your phone was on Do Not Disturb. Oh, well, that is good too, as well. Hopefully, it wasn't something that, was too important, but you never know, because sometimes it might be a telemarketer as well. Saber, no messages, no importance to you. I see. Well, hopefully you can catch up with whoever it was that called.
Time passed quickly after that. My days a blur of study, training, and work. What little free time Achilles allowed me was spent learning about the Templars, about Charles Lee and my father. I longed to confront them, to put an end to their schemes, to ensure my people would remain untroubled and free. But I knew it was too soon, that to approach them now would see me killed. All my work would be for nothing. Patience, restraint. These proved the most difficult subjects for me. But in time I mastered them as well. Days became months, months became years. And as my skills and knowledge grew, so too did I.
Mr. Epic, what you hated with Cassandra giving her child away at the time? It seemed Darius was manipulating into doing it because his son just died, and at first she refused to and raise him herself. Yeah. I think they just wanted to have something that connected to Origins, and they just thought that would be the best way to do it. Red, she's a good-looking ship. Looks a lot better than what it was originally. Well, not originally, but when Connor first saw it, it's definitely improved. Saber, you hope not. They may be trying to get in contact with you about your vehicle's extended warranty. The icing for this sweet roll is you don't have a vehicle. Alright, so this mission is pointed out to you by the game, and it kicks off a story arc that relates to one of the main targets, but the game doesn't actually punish you for not doing the rest of it, so you can literally go through the whole game without finishing out one of the main targets. So for this playthrough, I'm going to make sure to do all the naval missions that are related to this main target, but I won't be doing all the naval missions that there are to offer in this game, in this playthrough though. Oh, that's fair enough, Red Jedi, for sure. Absolutely. I definitely will have a fun one. Thank you so much for stopping in for a bit. I hope that work goes well. Hope it all goes smoothly. The hard way. Sail to Martha's Vineyard to equip the Aquila with cannon. Officers must also be hired to command the new guns.
Come aboard and feast your eyes, boy. No, not the left foot. Never the left foot. Horrible look. Step with your right foot first.
She is solid?
Aye. Weatherly and sleek. She'll fetch 12 knots in a stiff gale. Ne'er a ship from here to Singapore can outrun her on her best day. What do you say we take her out and show you what she can do firsthand?
Where would we go?
As it happens, she still needs guns and the officers to command them. We'll launch straight away. Don't worry, lad. I'll make sure you sprout good sea legs. Haul in the mainsail! Get up the rigging! Hand over fist! Come on, men! Let's get her out where she needs to be! Come on, lad. No time like the present. Take the helm.
You know, in Skull and Bones, you can't even do
boy.
this.
It's time you learned.
You can't roam the deck of your ship. Saber, speaking of sweets, you made some brownies yesterday.
On,
all you
lad.
got to
No
say
time like
is
the
you hope you
present.
don't Kirby them. Yeah, especially if they're delicious ones too. You can understand going through them very quickly. Mr. Epic, and what you hate is the fact we don't even get to choose like 3 options like
Take
this
the
one.
helm.
Option 1, screw Darius or raises myself. Option 2, Cassandra goes with them to Egypt, also completing the lore. And option 3, she gives him up. But that would have been a better ending to that. You choose option 1 or 2.
Double time, boy.
Oh
It's
yeah.
time you learned.
It would have had a definitive end to the game story as well.
Come on, she won't bite.
Half sail!
Ha! The killer flies again. Do you feel it, lad? Set a course for Martha's Vineyard. We'll find our guns and officers there. She's a nimble vessel, but the faster she goes, the more cumbersome she grows. And the firmer your hand needs to be. Enjoy this stretch of open water before we come upon those shallows. Call for full sail if you like.
Full sail!
We need every knot. Full sail. Wind looks to be shifting. Stay alert, Connor. Gusty winds can be difficult to manage.
We need more speed.
Bend them all. Full sail. Haul into half sail.
Half sail!
Now, take us through these shallows. Careful not to run up on them. The sandbars will slow us down, but the rocks will put a hole through a hull. And if you want to make a quick tack, call for half sail. She's more maneuverable then.
Mr. Epic, with that rough sea with barely any waves. At least at this part, yeah. There's hardly any waves happening at the moment.
Mind those other vessels! Hold your tack to keep your right of way! Cottages! We're close!
Hey again, Adrian. Welcome back.
Drop anchor! We'll go ashore, buy our guns, and find our officers. Oh, hello, Miss Mandy. You're looking every bit as ravishing as I remember.
After all these years, you sail all the way to the vineyard to pay me compliments?
We are looking for David and Richard Clutterbuck.
Nice to see you, too.
Robert Faulkner. Where the hell you been?
Sorry for leaving like I did, lads, but where I was going, no one could know. You two working much?
No. Between contracts at the moment.
Well, we're looking for gunnery officers. What would you two say to working with me again?
We'd be for getting into a few more scraps.
Good show. The Aquila is a fine vessel. We're fitting all the guns as we speak.
Looks like your friend's about to catch a beating.
Where is Charles Lee?
I don't much care for your tone, boy.
Hey, you don't want to be doing that, Biddle.
Bobby Faulkner turned to wet nursing. It's good you finally realize you're a shite sailor.
Whoa, 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 not in here, gentlemen. Better still, not at all. Bobby, take your friends and get out!
Let's go, boys. Our guns ought to be ready. Come on.
Give me Lee.
Hang on. Okay, so what you do, Mr. Epic, is you just touch the name of the person you want to send a whisper to. I don't know about your phone, but is there something that says user actions when you click on my name? You see it? Oh, cool. Yeah. So if you do that and then send that through on the whisper, that'll pop up. Mona, thank you so very much for your generosity. Thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much for that, Mona. Thank you for doing that for Zomb, Red Jedi Knight, Foxy, Erectic, Raptor, and Cons. Thank you so very much for that, Mona. And congratulations on the gift subs, Zomb, Red Jedi Knight, Foxy, Erectic, Raptor, and Cons.
Round shot for a start. And fire!
Well done, boy. Now, aim all guns at her bow and do as much damage as possible.
Some old powder in there.
Good. Now give the swivel guns a turn. More precise. Hit those old powder barrels and light up the sky.
Never gets old. Not bad for a spot, Captain.
You are a fast learner.
Provided something interests me.
Ah, getting a taste for the open sea, are we? We'll make a jack tar out of you yet. Now we should be getting back. The old man is like to have my hide for keeping you out so long. Give me whole sail. Bend them all, full sail.
Why is he shooting at us?
Destroying property of the crown, disturbing the king's peace. English frigate! I'll be betwattled, another one. Where in the bloody hell did she come from? Carry on, sailor. Not bad for your first voyage, eh, boy? Now we best be getting back, or the old man will have my guts for garters.
I got 'em! All of 'em! You get what I need, and I'll give 'em to you. Simple. You got a ship, could find 'em all to boot.
Who is that man?
Him? Some old salt always on about letters he's got from Captain Kidd. Nonsense, really, but he doesn't hurt no one, so I'll leave him be. Talk to him if you fancy, but be warned he'll chew your ear off. Anyway, the Aquila's here for you. If you should get a pang for the open sea, we'll be waiting. Now, I implore you to head up the hill before the old man comes out of retirement just for me.
Adrian, in your honest opinion, AC3 naval combat has more oomph compared to AC4. Oh, that's fair enough to feel, yeah. I feel like in Black Flag, the ship controls are a bit more versatile, and you can do a lot more with the maneuvering and all that kind of stuff. But this one has more of a weight to it, I would say. Oh, that's weird, Mr. Epic. I don't know why it's asking for that. Unless there's a setting that I activated a long time ago and I haven't had to think of it in a while. Because I do have something like that for the channel, but I didn't realize it was also for whispers. I'll just see if I can send you a whisper. Oh yeah, that's fine, Mr. Epic. I don't blame you for not wanting to. I'll just see if I send you a whisper, if that will actually approve it in a way, if you know what I mean. I'll just do a test whisper and send that through to you. So still won't let. I'll have to have a look at that after the stream, as in like the settings that I've got. So it was AC3, because I might just go to YouTube and just so it was PS3 AC3 footage. Cool. Thanks for that, Mr. Epic. Is the name of the channel Jason's Video Game Source? That's the one? Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks for linking that to me. I'll have a look at that one, and then after the stream's finished, I'll have a look at the settings I've got for whispers and just double check what's going on there. But thank you for linking that via the name of the video. Listen to Captain Kidd, you don't think you ever cared about that, but since you've played Black Flag, maybe you do. Yeah, that's another interesting connection as well between this game and Black Flag. It definitely is cool, you know, it makes you go, hang on.
"3 weeks, and not even a goodbye before you left."
Sorry.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Thanks for the lurk, Mona.
Put them on. Once upon a time, we had a ceremony on such occasions. But I don't think either of us are really the type for that. You've your tools and training, your targets and goals. And now you have your title. Welcome to the Brotherhood, Connor.
Just like your grandfather before you.
Welcome back, Desmond. You'll be happy to hear there's actually good news for once.
Yeah?
I've managed to locate a power source, and it's relatively close by. Up for a trip to Manhattan?
Is it safe to leave? Abstergo's gotta be looking for us.
Obviously it's not safe. Can't exactly sit around here hoping to get lucky, though, can we? We need that power source. Besides, I'm sure you can cook up some way to hide our movements.
Maybe. The Templars have access to all kinds of satellites and camera systems. We'll need to find a way to mask our digital signature. I can probably camouflage the van, too. But there's not much I can do for us.
That's an easy one.
Just a heads up.
Local utility companies have assured the public that they're completely prepared for the upcoming solar maximum. Disruptions to service are expected to be minimal.
If only they knew.
What's this?
A remote-operated camera. It'll provide us with a feed while you're on mission. This will let us talk to each other.
We're almost there, so listen up. The artifact is in an office penthouse in Lower Manhattan. At this time of night, direct infiltration is going to get you noticed. I think we're better off having you drop in from above.
What do you mean, above? Hear me? Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep, read you just fine. Now why don't you power up the camera? I've got pictures. Running diagnostics. Perfect. I've got a nice, strong signal.
Adrian, good news for once. Someone picked up a movie script. Sean, focus. Come on. You have to be an assassin right now, not a scriptwriter. Yeah, Lucinda, it's a great moment seeing Connor put on the robes of an assassin. Adrian, a hood up 5 games in the making. That's right. That's it. Which reminds me of how confusing it can be for people who don't know the order in which the games go, because it's understandable to think, oh yeah, Assassin's Creed 2, and then Assassin's Creed 3. But Ubisoft's like, no. We can't have you playing Assassin's Creed 3 after 2. You need to play it after 2 other games that come out after 2, but before 3. What's this? A fidget spinner. What does it do? Absolutely nothing at all. Adrian, curious they didn't give Connor a parachute like Ezio or Desmond here. You remember back on Xbox 360 there was this constant bug with Desmond's backpack clipping through his hoodie like he had a hump. Desmond and his hump. It would have been interesting to give him a parachute. I was hoping that after this game, the present day would become like Splinter Cell, where you would go on missions in present day as the assassin, and do things like take out security cameras, sneak up behind guards, you know, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, that's definitely understandable, you know. Have to have a look at that after the stream's finished and look into that setting. Adrian, kind of cool they incorporated the V shape here, like how Connor stands between tree branches. Oh yeah. Thinking about that kind of stuff, you know, was definitely a good idea as well. And because they had to do the animation for Connor being able to do it, it's like, you may as well make it for Desmond as well. But then change, obviously, what he's traversing.
Oh, now hold still. That's a lovely view.
Seriously, Sean? Fuck you.
Mona, the amount of workplace hazards in this place is cringe. Yeah, I don't think they'd be passing the safety of this construction the loveliest, Adrian. Really is. What a view to be greeted with, especially if you're already travelling pretty fast, even if it is on foot. In Black Flag, one of the unlockables that you can get is there's some pictures that were taken by Desmond. Now, the funny thing is, at some point during this whole scenario, Desmond found time to take a selfie of himself up high on one of these beams. I can't remember the exact image or something like that, but I always found that amusing. It's like, when did Desmond have the time to take a quick snap like that? Adrian, this New York backdrop is actually really well done. Got all the details, the sounds, the cars, and all that kind of stuff. The graphics for it look pretty good too, as well. I was also impressed with Black Flag in the present day when you look out and you see the distance of the road and the city and stuff.
Jesus.
Look on the bright side. No security to worry about.
And on the not so bright side, the slightest misstep means you're effectively paced.
Shut up, Sean. Almost there, Desmond. Once you reach the top of the lit-up crane, you should be high enough to make the jump.
Should?
It'll be fine, don't worry.
Well, you might want to worry a little. I'm pretty sure she was high when she was running the numbers.
Sean!
A joke. It was a joke. Or was it?
Jump when you're ready, but wait for my signal to open the chute. Timing's really important here. Too soon or too late, and you'll miss the building.
Mr. Epic, you still remember Connor never putting the hood back on in the original and everybody hated it? Me too, so you had to save file before the ending because you hated the shaved hair look and missed his original, and also that if you went into the city he wouldn't put his hood on bugged you too. Luckily they eventually patched it. Yeah, and it is funny too seeing the assassin character with their head really shaved short because obviously they have to do that for when the hood's on.
Now, open your chute.
Here we meet Daniel Cross.
That wasn't so bad.
So, you must be Desmond. Not exactly what I expected, but I guess your kind doesn't have many options these days.
Who are you?
Ask your father. Now give me that.
I don't think so.
Look, I'm not supposed to kill you, but the boss man didn't say anything about fucking you up. So you got to the counter. Oh!
So who the hell is Daniel Cross?
Believe it or not, he used to be an assassin. The assassin, the way I've heard it told, but it turned out he was a sleeper agent for Abstergo, programmed to infiltrate and destroy the organization.
How did he know you were there? We could be compromised.
They must have caught me snooping inside their network and sent Cross to see what we were after. If they were aware of our current location, we'd know. Though, I will say this. It doesn't bode very well for future expeditions.
I've set up some cameras topside. If anyone shows up, we'll see it.
I'd suggest you go see about finding a socket for that power source. Or we can return to Connor if you prefer. All the artifacts in the world won't mean a thing without the key.
Mr. Epic, you still remember? Oh, sorry, I already read that. Whoops. Adrian, they really should have let you control the hood yourselves. Like, there is an in-gameplay animation of Connor lowering his hood, but you only see it once at the start of the next sequence. Does anyone use the R3 camera reset feature anyway? Just have R3 click lower and rise the hood. To be honest, I'd hardly use that function in any game that has it. Like, maybe there might be a rare instance where I want to use it, but more often than not, I hardly ever use the camera reset. Because I'm always moving the camera anyway. Because I'm one of those players that likes to move the camera and try and be like a cinematographer in a way as things are happening to make it a bit more sort of like dramatic, I guess. So I'm always constantly trying to move the camera in a certain way sometimes. So you'll see me play games and you'll see me put the camera in a certain spot and try and control the character and the camera at the same time, which can be hard. Because sometimes I like to see the actual face of the person talking while they're talking, instead of just seeing the back of their head the whole time, you know. So yeah, I very rarely use the function to do that. So the emote that I put in there, Nikolai, he's the character that you play as in Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia. He first appeared in a comic book run, and then he was used in Chronicles. Russia is the third game in that trilogy. You don't have to play it third, but it is actually chronologically the third game in that trilogy of China, India, and Russia. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to be ending the stream soon, but I do want to have the ability between streams to actually do a little bit of grinding to get Connor a bit of money, because I may need to upgrade the ship a little bit to do the naval missions that are related to the main Templar target. And as I said before, the game gives you the first mission, as in it points you to it, but after that you have to actually go in and continue that story arc. The game won't punish you if you don't. You can go through the whole game and finish it and not kill that main Templar target. Like, he literally has a picture on the board with the other main Templar targets. So it is a target that Connor actually takes care of, but the game for some reason decided not to force you into having to do that. So I will be doing that as part of the playthrough as well. Mr. Epic, you think you're only AC Origins the option to put the hood on or off? Yeah, in terms of like going into a menu to toggle it on and off, Origins you had to. With Odyssey there is some kind of toggle, but I don't think it's related to cutscenes unless you have the mod on the PC version for it. And in Valhalla, they eventually added the ability to put the hood on the whole time, but you could still put it on at some points. And Syndicate, you only put the hood on when your character was actually going into stealth mode, unless you have the mod where the hood's on all the time, of course. Adrian, too bad Biddle's portrait doesn't get a white X, doesn't it? I didn't even think to notice before. But that's cool that there's something different. So I want to get some conversations and then jump into the Animus and then reach a point where I can end the stream.
Ah, Desmond, there you are. Can I ask a favour?
Maybe.
When this is all over, I'd like to try turning the dial back on the Animus. Like, all the way back. To the time of the first civilization.
You think it would work?
There was no real loss of fidelity when you visited Altair. Then again, that was about 1,000 years ago, and I'm looking at going back at least 70,000 more.
Sure, I'd be up for it. It'd be interesting to see what things were like back then.
Excellent. I think it would prove most enlightening. So this is how it started.
What are you up to?
Just brushing up on my American history. I say history. They certainly teach you strange things in the States.
Like what?
Well, for all the talk of this being a revolutionary war, it was a civil one. Well, not that kind of civil. I mean, there was no America versus Britain. It was Brit on Brit action. And you can clearly see how the whole thing got started. One war gave birth to the other.
You mean the 7 Years' War?
Exactly. Seems the Crown overspent in its attempt to keep the French out, wound up with a great deal of debt. Believing that the colonists should help to shoulder the burden, new taxes were created. It was a reasonable request, even if Parliament was rather, well, undiplomatic about it.
Well, it's not really fair to tax people for a war they didn't want any part of.
What? Didn't want any part of? Did you not notice George Washington with Edward Braddock? He was right there in the middle of it. So here you have the Crown spending who knows how much money to secure a place for the colonists to thrive, and then, when they ask for a little bit of help... Right, look, think of it this way. King George and the colonists, they all go out to dinner, right? And when the bill comes, George asks for them to kick in and pay their share. Fair enough. Now keep in mind, he's been taking them out to dinner gratis for decades now. But the colonists, oh no, they insist they only had a glass of water and a side salad. Never mind the table's full of half-eaten food and empty bottles of wine. Now when the king points this out, what do the colonists do? Oh, they flip the table over and they storm out the restaurant. Probably intending to return later and burn it down.
You left out the part where the king pointed a gun at the colonists and asked them to cover dinner for everyone in the restaurant.
Right, yeah, interesting take. If he pulled out a gun, and I'm not sure he did, it would only have been after the 100th failed attempt at getting them to pay their fair share.
But how do you define someone's fair share?
Oh, well, with a war, apparently. I wonder how many other places like this exist.
There are dozens of them, all over the world.
And somehow no one's ever found one before us.
I don't think that's true.
Oh?
When I was at Abstergo, Vidic talked about silencing discoveries made by non-Templars. And I'm sure Abstergo has dug up plenty.
The things they must know.
Regretting throwing in with us?
No. Just looking forward to when we can finally trounce those bastards so I can dive into their archives. Oh, I think I found a lead on another power source. Later, Desmond. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. Just, that's a rule. Just follow that as a rule.
Listen, you're eating a massive pile of pasta? absolutely delicious. What kind of pasta are you having? I love pasta. It's so delicious. Adrian, you're still waiting for that first Civ gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you know, Yawn of Ragnarok might count as that, maybe. Mr. Epic, you two for years. Yeah, there's so much stuff that they haven't done. Or if they have done it, they haven't done it in the way that people would have liked it. Adrian, real first Civ gameplay, not those weird simulations from Odyssey and Valhalla. Yeah. Yeah, I like how Valhalla handled the explanation for it, though. Because with Odyssey and Elysium, like, it's not 100% clear that it is a simulation created from the memories of Alethea, but also some other Isu. But it wasn't actually a separate plane of reality that people went to, you know what I mean? It wasn't like a hell or a heaven in the way that we think of it. You know, it was just basically a simulation of that. So I prefer in Valhalla, where Valhalla was literally just a simulation that was accessed by a machine that functions in a similar way to an animus, you know. I preferred that explanation for it. Like, Atlantis was different because Atlantis was an actual physical location, so I don't mind how they do that in Odyssey, but Elysium and Underworld are a different story. I feel like retroactively you could look back and say, well, the Isu created humans to be slaves, but I'm sure there were some humans that they didn't want to have as slaves because the human proved themselves loyal without manipulation, you know what I mean? So I'd like to think that everyone that we see in Elysium or the Underworld is there because the Isu decided that the people who were quote-unquote good would go to Elysium and live out the rest of their lives as a reward in a utopia, you know, and those who they deemed terrible humans were actually put into the simulation of the Underworld, where they were continuously tormented, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So taking the logic of Valhalla just being a simulation and not actually being a physical location and being plugged into a machine, I think it would have made more sense if Elysium and the Underworld were like that too, as well.
I know everyone thinks I'm being silly, but I can't shake the feeling we're being watched.
We are being watched. By Juno. Or some version of her.
Do you think it's a recording? Or is she a ghost? Or something else? Is she talking to us the way Minerva talked to Ezio?
No clue. I mean, who knows what else they were working on down here? There's still so many rooms we don't have access to.
But do you think she's like literally down here, waiting somewhere, still alive?
Still alive? That's mental. That means she'd be at least 75, 80,000 years old? Oh, powerful, yeah, but not that powerful.
They came down here looking for a way to survive. Maybe they found one. Good luck, Desmond.
Fuck, I didn't mean to press the button there. I wanted to interact with Rebecca again.
Good luck,
Damn it.
Desmond.
Fine.
These are troubled times. The already uneasy alliance between the Crown and its subjects frays. And behind them both the Templars plot, pulling strings and moving pieces. History dictates they seek order through control. But how will they affect it here? Who supports them? And what conspiracies have they already spun? All these things I must determine. For only by knowing my enemy can I hope to stop them.
Connor! Spare a moment.
Of course.
Have a look.
What is it?
Xingbao, or rope dart if you prefer. One of the many plans given to us by Shao Yun to...
Sorry.
We'll have to work on this.
Ganondogo.
Yes, my friend.
What brings you here? Is the village all right?
For now.
What do you mean? What has happened?
Men came, claiming we had to leave. They said that the land was being sold, and that the Confederacy had consented. We sent an envoy, but they would not listen.
You must refuse!
We cannot oppose the Sachem, but you're right as well. We cannot give up our home.
Do you have a name? Do you know who is responsible?
He's called William Johnson.
Where is Johnson now?
In Boston, making preparations for the sale.
Sale? This is theft!
Kana, take care. These men are powerful.
What would you have me do? I made a promise to my people.
If you insist upon this course of action, seek out Sam Adams in Boston. He'll be able to help. What have you done?
When my people go to war, a hatchet is buried into a post to signify its start. When the threat is ended, the hatchet is removed.
You could have used a tree.
Alright. My plan was to do all the present-day conversations and then go into there and have that as be like a teaser for what's going to happen next in the playthrough, but anyway. Best laid plans. Alright, I'll catch up on chat first though. Adrian, Brit on Brit action, kinky. Yeah, it's funny that dialogue from Sean about that war. Well, it's true, the colonies were part of the Empire, but they didn't have representation in the Parliament. Yeah. Mr. Epic, here's a good question, because you don't know, did the first Civ ever make a time machine? They technically did, but it wasn't something that could allow you to travel into the future or into the past for too long. In Assassin's Creed 1, at the end of the game, after the credits are finished, you get access to a back room, a conference area, and there's a laptop in that area, and on the laptop it talks about various pieces of Eden and tech that the Templars had been looking at. And one of them was related to the Philadelphia experiment, and I think the device went 14 minutes into the future temporarily or something. But they deemed it something that wasn't important to actually look into. So technically there is something in the series that was created that has a time travel element to it, but not in the way that you would think, like literally having someone travel in the future or back in the past, you know. Lucinda, you're having chicken carbonara. Sheila reminded you of it the other day with his food picture. Oh, nice. I love carbonara. It's probably my favorite pasta, that. That's really cool. Hey there, Afro. Welcome. They haven't even shown gameplay for Shadow, and there's already character skin packs. Also, ship combat seems a thing. At least it won't be bears or tigers or elks. It might be dragons, and you know, you might get a fire breathing ability or something like that. But yeah, it's so funny how they're putting pre-orders down, and they haven't, like, that's just so wild to me. That people are pre-ordering something based solely on cinematics, not on actual gameplay. Like, if you were seeing a preview for a movie, then I could understand wanting to pre-order the movie before it comes out, so that when it does get released, you can just sit back and watch the whole thing. But it's a video game, you know, it's not a movie. So, to trust Ubisoft enough for the gameplay side of things to pre-order something based on just cinematics, I just couldn't do it. Mr. Epic, whatever, you don't want a dragon mount? Everyone wants a dragon mount. Like, that'd be so cool. But not in an Assassin's Creed. Nothing that's canon anyway, you know, like, cosmetic-wise, something that's not actually in the universe of Assassin's Creed, that's fair enough. Lucinda, like Cassandra Lavmasov. Well, I would dare say Cassandra's going to be in there somewhere at some point, because it's the same team who did Odyssey. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cassandra is either in like a DLC that comes out later, or if she's in like, maybe she might even be part of the story later on or something. Adrian, curse you, autosave. Yeah. I thought, I'll just press this button and speak to Rebecca, and then like, boom, oh, that's right, I was too close to the Animus. Yeah, Lucinda is definitely like that. I love the reference to Xiao Jun with the rope dart. Adrian, on one hand, it's nice to have unique cutscenes for entering and leaving the Animus. On the other hand, it's a bit lame there's no generic version of that cutscene when you enter the Animus yourself. Game just fades to the loading screen. Yeah. Well, that's it too. You know, having unique things definitely can be good sometimes, but sometimes they don't do it. Yeah, Lucinda, I was thinking the same thing. Where is Johnson Lee? Mr. Epic, oof, his plastic dreads, or braids, or something like that, was it? Yeah, it's so funny. Hi, son, sour grapes. Yeah, he says that to Hatham later. Mona, trust Ubisoft, lol. As far as you can throw them, which isn't far. Lucinda, oh no, you were referring to when they were asking if they thought they'd actually find Juno down here. Sean saying she'd be 75 to 80,000 years old. You're like Cassandra. Oh, I see now. I got you, Lucinda. Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I do remember that dialogue about Juno. Okay, so I was talking to Rebecca, that's right.
Was it weird seeing Cross?
What do you mean?
It's different for you. You don't know about what happened, I guess. For a long time, he was important to us. He was a different person.
Sean said he was a sleeper agent, like Lucy.
It was different. She made a choice, but Cross, if you read the files, Abstergo just... They did terrible things to him.
Rebecca?
You're lucky. We all are. We have people who care about us, who look out for us. He was all alone, and the people he thought he could trust, they used him.
Did you know him?
No, but I knew Hannah.
Who's that?
She tried to help him. She trusted him. But there was a raid about a year ago. She stayed behind so the others could escape. Tried to reason with him, to see if she could fix things.
Well, what happened?
What do you think happened? He killed her. That's what he does. That's all he knows how to do. Sometimes it seems like that's all any of us know how to do.
Rebecca.
I just want to be alone right now. I just want to be alone right now.
Alright, where is William Miles? It's probably gone up that way. Adrian, Hannah was also from the Fall comic, and one of the drones in Syndicate is named after her. I gotcha, Adrian, yeah. Yeah, there'd be so many, like, references to the comics and novels. The only time I find out about them is when someone in chat who's read that stuff mentions. But, I reached a point a long time ago where there's no way I'd get around to reading all that stuff anyway, so the only way I'll figure out stuff is like that, or just if I am curious and look it up myself. I don't mind not reading something. Like, I'm fine with knowing the information or the basics of it. I don't need to actually have read every single little word on every single page, you know. As long as I know the gist of, you know, things that have happened. Oh yeah, Lucinda, that's definitely no worries at all. I'm going to be ending the stream here very soon. But thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of a couple of games at the moment. She's got a Techland marathon going on that she's doing, and she's up to Dead Island 2 in that marathon. She'll also be doing Dying Light 1 and 2 as well. And the other game that she has running at the moment is Bioshock 2, playing through the series, and is also a big fan of Resident Evil as well as Dishonored and The Evil Within and Last of Us as well. Lucinda's a really good streamer, so definitely recommend checking out her channel if you haven't before. And that's absolutely no trouble for the shout out, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one as always. I hope everything goes well with the start to your Bioshock 2 Electric Boogaloo stream. Mr. Epic, Cassandra waited hundreds of years to give the spear to Layla, who dies the next game because Basim steals it. Poor Cassandra. Yeah, but like with Desmond, you know, Cassandra and Layla were used, you know, but by Alethea and Basim, you know. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Just about to wrap up here, but just want to do a few more things before that. But I hope things are going well.
Son, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. You have to understand, I've never been very good at this. Never mind that we live rather extraordinary lives.
Yeah, I kinda liked my ordinary one.
You can't escape who you are, Desmond.
So I've noticed.
Look, it's silly for us to go back and forth like this. I admit, I did a shitty job raising you. I apologize, I'm sorry. But it's important you understand it didn't come from a bad place. You're my son. I love you. I guess I was so busy trying to make sure nothing bad happened, I didn't consider the consequences. Truce?
I can't believe it's taken me so long to ask, but... how's Mom? She's not...
No. Your mother is fine. We decided it was safer if we split up for this job.
Always assuming the worst.
For good reason.
Can I at least say hi to her?
I'm sorry, it's too risky. Maybe when we're done.
Right. When we're done.
Spectrum, you're doing really well. Oh, that's great. That's excellent to hear. That's a character that I feel we should have gotten something more about in the games. There's probably a comic that covers Desmond's mother, but you know, we see a lot of William Miles, his father, but it would have been good to see his mother at some point as well. Especially because when you think about what happens to Desmond at the end of this game, i.e. spoiler alert, he dies, we don't get to see their actual reaction to that. Like, we see William Miles's reaction to Desmond deciding to stay and actually activate the device. We see that, but we don't actually see the actual aftermath of that. And I feel like if they were to do like a TV series or an animated series or a book, it'd be good to have some kind of like closure on that for them as well. And maybe, you know, shed some light on the side of the family from Desmond's mother's side as well. You know, maybe have her be a main protagonist in a game. That's why I wish they kept the Chronicles titles. I didn't want them to do the same graphics every single time, but I think they should have kept the Chronicles name to do all these side games that they could have been doing that were smaller scale, but let you play as a character that you already played as, maybe, and also some characters you never played as, just to round things out more, especially with storylines and stuff like that. That's okay, Mona. Absolutely no worries at all for that. Thank you so much for being here. I really hope that you have a good one. Glad that you enjoyed. Mr. Epic, by the way, what's the thing with Redda? Is he immortal Isu or something, or is there still nothing on that? I think Yorn of Ragnarok confirms that he's actually an Isu, or he's a sage of some kind. So yeah, the Redder that we see in Valhalla is literally the same one that we see in Origins. He's basically immortal. I think, anyway, that's what I want to say is the case. It's been a long time since I watched the Dawn of Ragnarok cutscenes and stuff, or watched a video about it. But I think I watched a video about it one time that talked about Redder or something like that.
Have we ever tried to make peace with the Templars?
Throughout our history, there have been moments. Several, in fact. But it's impossible. There are existential differences, insurmountable. If there were to be unity, it wouldn't be a truce so much as a submission.
But knowing what's about to happen, wouldn't it make sense to try and talk to Vidic? Come to an arrangement, even if it's only temporary?
We'd all be so busy watching our backs, nothing would get accomplished. Imagine that. We're more productive at war.
Well, have we ever tried sending in someone? Doing to them what they did to us with Lucy? Or Cross?
We have, and it's never worked. We've sent people who were either too weak and found themselves turned, or too strong and were unable to carry out the charade.
I just feel like we all want the same thing.
We use the same words, but that's all they are, words. In the end, it all comes down to freedom. We seek it, they detest it. And so there's never an end to the fight. Not until one side is completely gone.
Is that even possible?
Probably not. Our two groups have existed in one form or another since, well, since forever. But things can be better than they are. And that's something.
Did you look for me, Dad? When I was gone?
Every day.
Come on.
I mean it. Every night I'd look, searching for your name or variations of it, hoping you'd slip up. Abstergo only found you first because they had better access. A few more days and it would have been me.
Well, I'm here now.
And I'm glad.
No worries at all, Mr. Epic. Thank you for being here and watching. I'm glad that you had fun as well. Thanks for the GGs, and catch you again next time.
Do you think Lucy regretted what she was doing?
I used to think I knew her well, but clearly that wasn't the case. So I really can't give you an honest answer.
She seemed so sincere, though. Like she really wanted to make a difference.
Yes, well, when I first met him, I thought the same thing about Cross.
It just keeps happening over and over again.
What does?
Everything.
Don't get weird on me, Desmond.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry.
All right, then. You should think about getting back in the Animus. We've got to find that key. We should probably get back to Connor. Come on, son. We got work to do.
Okay, so I've caught up with the present-day combos with all the characters. Now to actually put in one of the power sources. You don't actually have to do the putting in of the power sources every time you get one. You can actually wait until the game is like, you can't do anything until you do the power sources now. But for this playthrough, I think I'll put them through once we get them, or as we get them.
In the beginning, when we thought we could be saved, we sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor, and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not.
That's one of the methods that they tried to stop the solar flare from destroying the Earth.
If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate the fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world. We lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A sixth, an eighth, a tenth, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
The thing about the ones who came before is you think about the technology that we have right now. It's at a certain level. They had technology that was beyond what we actually have much earlier in the overall timeline. And despite that technology, they still were not able to do something like prevent the solar flare from actually happening. And I think there's a little bit of a lesson there. It's like, no matter how technologically advanced you are, there's always going to be something that a ceiling that you hit that you can't go beyond. And that's what happened with the Isu. They could work their way around it, and that's what they did. They decided to, they eventually found ways to work around that. And we see that in Assassin's Creed Valhalla as well, with the memories of Odin. They found a way to actually be reborn later on. Oh, I was going to say too, it's important to give limitations on even something so fantastical as a race of beings that were highly advanced technologically, because you still need to have some kind of like restrictions on what you can do, because otherwise it leaves too much room for people to just come up with a lazy reason why A, B, C, and D can happen. And if anything is possible and everything is possible, then it takes away some kind of like conflict. So if you're going to do a story about a race of beings who have all this technology, you still need to give them limitations to that technology. Like Juno was talking about how they lacked the energy to create a field strong enough and large enough to cover the entire planet. They were looking at the shield technology that they used themselves, their personal shields. They looked at that technology and they wanted to try and amplify it and make it bigger, and that was a limitation that they couldn't actually resolve, was trying to make that happen, So I think it's good to give limitations on things, no matter whether it's fantasy or sci-fi, anything like that. You need to have some kind of like set of rules that the world has to follow and the characters in the world have to follow. Because if everything and anything is possible, then it undermines any sort of like storytelling process where you can have something evolve from one thing to the next. Because it's like, well, why didn't that character just teleport out of there? If anything's possible, why didn't they do that? And it's like, well, if we have the ability to make them teleport anywhere, then where's the conflict going to happen? There's not going to be any conflict. So you have to be like, well, what's something that could stop them from doing it? How about we have something that if someone tries to teleport, it detects them and creates a field that stops them from moving. You know, that's how you work around technology in something. You know, this is just an example, but I feel it's important to have those restrictions in storytelling.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
Alright, now to go back into the Animus. My original plan to play that cutscene that we already saw fell through. And I just want to see where we are sequence-wise. Okay, so we're in sequence 6, DNA tracker-wise, what are we up to? Alright. So I would have liked to finish sequence 6, but this is where I'm going to end the stream. I'll just see what Crooked's doing with GTA SA. Alright, so we're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing GTA San Andreas for his very first time. Hey there, Eric. Thanks for explaining the lore, that was cool. Love the AC series. Oh, no problem at all. There's a lot of stuff that is in comics that I probably don't know about. So there might be some things that have an explanation that in the games it wasn't provided and stuff like that. But I do try my best to remember as much as I can when I can. But I don't blame you either. There's a lot of things about this series that are really, really good. I want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. There'll be one more stream of this week. And when it's Friday for me, that's when you'll see me stream this again. And on the weekend, I'm going to be starting a playthrough of Resident Evil 5 to celebrate its 15th anniversary. But Monday to Fridays is my Assassin's Creed marathon. So the next stream you'll see from me will be when it's Friday. I hope that everyone has a good one. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, see how he's doing with GTA San Andreas. And I want to give some shout outs first before we raid out. Thank you, Ronan, for the GGs. Thank you very much. And thank you for the cheers, Eric. That's no trouble. I was going to say trouble. Trouble and problem at the same time. That's no problem at all. would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Thuri, who is doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. Carbon is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Rogue. Grace is doing a playthrough of Stardew Valley and Red Dead Redemption 2. Lidus is streaming a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of series like Mortal Kombat, as well as Street Fighter and also Assassin's Creed. Mr. Gote, who's playing Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, also a fan of the supermassive horror games Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry. Shillerlock, who is playing through Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for their annual playthrough series, also a fan of Dead by Daylight, as well as Dishonored, did a playthrough of that recently. Shaky, who is doing WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. Tylian, who does a lot of third-person action-adventure games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, as well as Alan Wake and Control. And last but not least, Zamaxi, who is doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. He's doing a platinum run and is going through the DLC content at the moment. Has one more episode of Legacy of the First Blade to do, and will also be doing the Corfu quest, the holiday vacation quest. So yeah, highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Oh, Maxi, absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out, dude. No worries at all, man. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. There we go, finally got it through. Need to check the BTV settings because I can only input one emote at a time, and so if I want to do the same emote a few times, I have to do each individual one. But there's a raid message that people who are subscribed can actually copy and paste with the raid, and if I could actually copy and paste the whole message, that would be good. But every time I do, it likes to pop up with the actual code for the emote, and it covers up the actual emotes I'm trying to copy. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it. Let's raid out to Crocodiles.